Good morning from the European Deepstack in Dublin. We are just about set for today's play. We're going to be starting live at 12:30. Myself, the Tower, and David Lappin. Up until, I think David's here up until the dinner break, so I hope that's around midnight, but I don't think it will be. We will be back when play starts. Player comes round in around 15 minutes time. But good afternoon and welcome to Dublin.
Yeah, so this is all in one, all in two, right here.
So is it two marks basically?
Yeah, but a little bit of both, no?
Okay, so wait.
So here and here. Yeah, like that.
Okay, maybe you don't understand.
Is it not done it before?
I don't know. She would pick him, so I don't argue with her. But I could go on my own, I never put him in. Especially no one understands him, you know.
Who is he?
Alex, the crazy Alex. You know, he's like this, you know. He's on high, probably happy high, he ran always like. He's mental issue. Doesn't know how to behave. No, not much. Okay, so
anyway, yeah, so that's all it. And then whoever is at risk, put this on the cards.
shows again.
Yeah, on the cards. And, oh yeah, see these boxes?
Yeah.
So the cards have to fit exactly.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, sure.
And then you adjust to the box.
And between actions, wait, like few seconds.
Only in a call, in the flop, count to 5, turn, count to 5, river.
Top of the table as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Do you have to say, or do you have to say like flop? No.
Just amounts and seat numbers at the same time. You do.
Yeah, seat 1 fold, seat 2, race like 7,000, yeah.
Yeah.
And always before the run,
Deepstack, we will start about 10 minutes time. We'll ask all registered players, please take your seats.
Because I'm behind the curtain, I might not see a player come to the table. So if someone usually, say seat 4 or 5, let's just say, your player's seat 4,
Yes.
I've got a tablet there, so I'll be able to see.
Of course,
See
yeah.
But
the
just
chip
let me
count,
know,
yeah.
just in case I don't,
Yeah.
in case I miss it, that's all. I should see the person sitting down with their hands, but just in case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And okay, so before he ran, you have to count only before all
No,
this.
I mean if they ask, yes.
No, I mean,
don't ask,
it's only in the call.
no. If they don't ask, no.
Not for the.
No.
Like, no.
No. They know how much it is.
Okay.
I mean if they ask how much, then yeah, but it's all in call. Just run it. That's it.
Okay.
No, because they have on their screen, because they are doing all the actions, they have exact chip counts. So it's not necessary.
And that's it.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if there's anything else. When a new player comes to the table, you have to tell them, new player, and maybe give them chip count, or maybe Glenn will update table them before, so we won't have to do it. What else? I think that's it. I mean, it's really not a big deal.
I know, yeah, it's just.
And just, yeah, tell him to keep the burn cards and mark just as far away as possible from this.
It's okay. Somewhere, because usually for me, I have
No,
always.
maybe burn cards here.
Because I have pot and cards here always. Pot and cards, burn cards here.
Once again,
It's
all
better
players
if
are
they're not in
registered
the
for day
frame,
1
because
of
this is not in the
Deepstack.
frame.
Okay,
They
right?
can't see that. So maybe
Please start taking your seats, we will start in
burn
10 minutes
cards and
time.
mark.
Fuck, I have lost 10 euro. Yeah, I bet with Robert. I said 35 players, it's 11. Cards and boxes. Announce actions. Calling. Call. By photo. else was there?
Muck, as far away as possible, burn cards away from this reader thing.
Mark and burn cards in front of you, like that.
Yeah.
Opposed to
If there's anything, I mean, when I start dealing with it, if I remember.
yeah, just
anything
come to me,
else,
tell me.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Table 10.
Table 10?
So anyone that comes with a ticket is the correct seat number for
Yeah.
table 10.
Glenn, when you move player, you will count his step before. And basically, so this will be that. Yeah, definitely. 9 here. They must be by boxes and
Yeah.
and they keep cards. Yeah, of course, they must be like this.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe not all the time, but first, but they have to read first.
Yeah.
Once it's read, they can move them.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, cool. If I remember anything else,
Yeah, sure.
I'll let you know. You have a thing for headsets? Is that your thing, headsets?
Once again, all players are registered for table 8 of the Deepstack. We will start in about 6 minutes' time. We'll ask all registered players to please take your seats.
It fits easier with my hands. That's what
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Boo yourself.
We start with 2 players, yeah?
start with 3 players.
All the 2 so far. All 2 players for here.
Two? I will get more. Were you in Malta? For better of Malta? At the same team.
I think Phil was there, the commentator. Phil was there.
Oh, maybe.
I just
Yeah.
do the Grosvenor and GQBT. The person who usually does this, PK, he's on a honeymoon this week, so I'll came in. I usually do this on the GQBT. You know what the GQBT?
No.
Why?
No.
Too many jobs.
Too many jobs.
Once again, all players are registered for table 8 of the
And I have a lot
Deepstack.
of
We will
other
start in
jobs.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
What else do you
We'll
do?
ask all registered players to please take your
Everywhere. I
seats.
work with Party Poker, Poker Stars, so everywhere.
Always every week somewhere. Almost.
Almost, yeah. I mean, it depends. Sometimes I have, I don't know, 3 weeks off, but
And all of a
then
sudden
I
you do
have
6
3 weeks.
and
Yeah.
then 6
Players
weeks in a
will
row,
be
yeah.
reporting on
Yeah.
table 11.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's tough sometimes.
Yeah, but you know, still, I have a lot of free time.
Enjoy it, yeah.
Dealers in a minute, the button has been drawn to seat number 8. Please place the button in seat 8. register for day night at Deepstack. We will start in about 2 minutes. Some information for all players in day night at Deepstack. Today we're looking at 20 levels, finished at approximately midnight.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the European Deepstack, the Dublin Poker Festival. We will be starting on time. The players will be coming through the door, and it will get a little bit busier as always. As we always know, day one is always the quieter of the days. Nothing we can do about it. But I am going to be joined by the one, by the only, Unibet ambassador, Mr. David Lappin. How are you, David?
Very well, thank you. Is that the best you can do? The one and only?
The one and only. I am the one and only. Good to have you on board, sir.
Great to be on, sir.
Good
to see you. There's one man sitting on his own. That's no good, is it? What the hell is going on?
I was going to wait until there was 2 or 3 sitting around the table, but...
Who picked this feature table?
I was just saying, as we always know, I do it. Day one is, you play poker all around the world.
Yeah.
Everywhere you go, day one is, whether you start at 10 a.m, 12 a.m, 2 p.m.
No one shows up on time.
No one wants to turn up straight away to play the first level. Why not? What's the reason?
What is the reason? I think, well, I suppose people are lazy.
Yeah.
Get into a treatise on human nature here. Why is everyone... Well, I suppose you don't have to be on time, so people aren't on time. Maybe poker players are, by their nature, a bit lazy. Or maybe 12 o'clock's a bit early for a poker player. Although you're right, though, if they do it at 2 o'clock, they're still doing that. People don't like poker with no antes. Is there an ante in the game?
Not for the first level.
So there you go. Oh, no. Oh, you're right.
Not for the first level. I think it's 1-1 and then 1-1-1.
Yeah. So
the second level.
So get rid of the no ante level. There's my shout. Then people take a bit more interest.
Most of the tournaments have got rid of the 25-50.
Yeah.
And there's 50-100 and there's 75-150.
Could you imagine 25-50 in this one with the 100k stack? Holy moly.
We'll be until Thursday.
You could have the greatest first level in the history of the game and have like 103k at the end of it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I remember the years and years ago, the Bellagio used to do the Diamond Classic.
Oh yeah.
And they had the first, I think it was like 2008, 2009 when I just got into it, and just going over to Vegas like such a buzz and everything like that. Vegas is like such a chore nowadays. But they had a 100k starting stack. It was one of the first times I ever saw it. But you could buy into day 2, which was unprecedented at the time as well. I think it might have been 2010, 2011. And the average stack for the start of day 2 was 106k. Because nobody turned up for the day 1.
So everyone just basically went, we could just arrive and have 50 bigs for day 2, that would be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really...
Well, was he... Okay, so here's an argument. Now, I know that obviously one of the lovely features of this tournament is the really deep stack early on. And, you know, this tournament chops along quick enough with half-hour levels. So, you know, by level 4, 5, 6, it's not going to look much different to a normal day 1 at a normal tournament with a normal starting stack.
Yeah.
But, you know, it has this nice little feature where it's incredibly deep for an hour or 2. And... you know, there's 2 ways to look at that. One is that, okay, yes, you can, as a recreational player, you can come in, you can make a few mistakes. You know, it's probably not going to cost you your stack.
No.
You know, it's going to be hard to go broke here. We're probably going to be looking at 0 bust outs or 1 bust out for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
So that's nice for people to feel like they got their money's worth, that they bought their ticket and they didn't get put under pressure immediately. But the other side of looking at it is that if you reduce this, so it's 1,000 big blinds right now, to the buy-in, these lads are basically playing 50 cent, 50 cent, which does feel a little small in the context of, you know, obviously the nature of tournaments is, you know, by 2 days from now they're going to be playing the equivalent of 400, 800, and that's quite uncomfortable for a person who maybe normally plays 1, 2 or 2, 5. So tournaments do test you out across all those different amounts. But look, it's a kind of a gimmick of this tournament. It's a kind of a feature of this tournament. It's great. Why not have something like this as part of the overall? It gets a little boring and monotonous to see every starting stack be 300 bigs.
Absolutely.
It chops along the same way. So, do you know what? We have an opportunity here by showing these first couple of levels, both today and tomorrow, to see how people play differently, maybe. Or is anyone any good with 1,000 bigs?
That's exactly what I do. I always ask the question whatever tournament we're covering or wherever we are in the world. How do you start? Everybody wants aces. Your blinds are 100. You've got 1,000 big blinds. So how many chips are you even going to win? No. You don't want aces, do you?
No, you want the suited connectors, and you want the medium pocket pairs, and you want the you want the hands that are going to make kind of nuttier holdings. So the suited connectors are probably the dream, really, with these kind of stacks, because if you're going to win a significant pot, say even 100 bigs is a pretty big pot, you're going to want to make a straight, or you're going to want to make a flush. With aces, it can get a little tricky, You're unless you flop top set, it's going to be always possible that you can get outrun, and then you're wondering how many chips you should get into the pot.
Well, we have started. The Dublin Poker Festival has been going on for an eternity. I tell you what.
Is this like year 13?
This is
12 or 13. Nobody knows. We even have the organiser of the festival wandering behind us.
The arms going. They've got a new emoji now where the hands are at the side of the body, aren't they? What says, I don't know.
Yeah. We reckon maybe 12 or 13 years. I'm gonna say it's one of those two.
It's certainly been in the calendar for years and years.
Look at Darrow's Hendon Bobs.
He won the first one, that's it.
Did he really?
Darrow Kearney won the very first one. It sort of launched his career. He was an online player who played in the Fitzwilliam Casino, now gone Fitzwilliam Casino.
Oh, yes, we heard about that.
And
how has that affected the poker players over in Ireland?
I don't really know, to be honest, because I don't live here anymore. I know, like, Larry Santo's game and the Village Card Club are probably benefiting. That makes sense. But I'd say festivals like this are probably even more sought after now, because this is where you get your poker fix.
It is. When you look at the room and you see the 30 tables.
You mentioned aces earlier.
No way. Here we go. What do we do now?
A very big raise is what we're seeing, actually. So that's how we're going to deal with this one. We've a raise to 350 and we've a bump up to
King 10 6. Rainbow is a flop.
So Antoine not going anywhere here. He's got position and he's got a pair with some backdoor potential. So this is probably going to be like a half-size pot bet, I would guess.
Yeah, 1.4.
Yeah, so pretty much the same as his 3-bet pre. Antoine's going to call here. There's no advantage to doing anything else. So some potentially interesting turn cards here. Obviously, Queen, Jack, another 10 could make things interesting.
The 5 of spades hits the turn.
Bit of a blank, obviously connects with the 6 a bit. Maybe the 6-5 suited could be in there, but that's pretty much a blank. I think Pablo should bet again. He has every reason to think that he's up against maybe a King Jack or a King Queen and can get some good value here.
So I bet 2.8.
Yep, I really like this. I think this is good. He should be keeping in the draws, which is okay because he can navigate. Obviously, he's blocking the Jack Queen draw nicely himself, so that always helps too. And I think on a blank you're going to see some, it's sort of a blank here with a 4, 7-8 for an unlikely gutter. No, he's actually checked it down. I would have liked to see value again.
I think he gets called as well, doesn't he? With a bit of value on the river.
That's a razor thin one. Does he get called on the river? Is a good question. I think it's probably maybe around the best hand that should fold, but it's close. It's close for sure. In a 3-bet pot, I think maybe you could finally give up there. There's a decent number of ace kings.
So we mentioned aces in the early stages, and there they were.
There they were, indeed.
And that's. Is it also a case of I've got 100,000 chips?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter at this time because I can get them back, and a bet on the river there would have enticed a call. If his opponent's looking, thinking
just because the guy's like, well, it's only a tiny amount.
Exactly.
Maybe. Yeah.
Exactly. I think the more seasoned pros still think that every chip is a prisoner, no matter what the starting stack is, which differentiates from players. A lot of players will be calling in that spot. But 13th year, by the way.
13th. Okay, we got confirmation. Excellent stuff. Darrow Carney, 13 years old. I know he has a couple of good defences of that. He came back the next year and came 15th, and then came back the year after that and came 9th, made the final table again. So he was a bit of the star of the show of this festival in its first 3 years. Not sure if he's cashed since. I know it's clashed with some other tournaments over the years. He was in Deauville a few times, he was telling me. Also, well, you can see there that this tournament is sponsored by Unibet this year, but Unibet Opens have historically fallen on this week too. We obviously have the Unibet Open Dublin next week, as it happens this time round. But the Unibet events have often clashed too. So I don't know if Dara's played it too many more times, but he certainly did dominate in those early years.
So the Dublin Poker Festival rolls straight into the Unibet Open?
Correct,
wow.
18 days. So we have the Dublin Poker Festival, which was the A-Cup, the seniors, and now the Deepstacks, this is sort of the crown of the Dublin Festival. But we're going for a full week next week now with a 2K high roller on Wednesday and a main event starting Thursday, Friday, which will go on until Sunday.
Pretty impressive.
Some side events at the weekend as well. So yeah, really packed schedule. I think 55, 56 tournaments in total over the 18 days. Savage, isn't it?
Absolutely. You certainly need to pick and choose.
Yeah.
Pick and choose your events over those 55 events. You don't really want to be playing 50 of them.
No, although I managed to, there was only 3 events yesterday. I managed to play 5 of them, so there was single re-entry available on 2 of them, and I managed to take advantage of that option.
As you should. As you should. Since we saw you over at the Battle of Malta,
yes,
how
really
has it been for you? You've cast a couple of times in the Unibet since then.
Yeah, I probably have. I came back here to the IPO the very following week after the Battle of Malta and managed to come 11th.
Yeah.
And then, had a few scores. Actually, it was
Went to Paris,
had a purple patch, then won a side event in Paris and came maybe 20th in the main. And then, what else did we do? We went to Prague then, managed to get ourselves into a 2,500 runner field and come 10th.
Fantastic.
Although a little bit heartbreaking, 80k up top. I think I got about 7. So it's like, felt like a great spot. And then since then, I went to Madrid last week and fired 5 bullets in the main, 5th time a charm, managed to get a kind of not quite a min cash, but only a little bit better.
Do we break even?
No. we managed to come 30th in the tournament and still lose half the total buy-in we put into that tournament. So, no idea. Here we got aces again. What's going on?
Here?
It's crazy.
They're moving around the table now. Antoine's got them now.
There's only been about 20 poker hands dealt at this table so far. 12 allowance quickly. The thing I'd like to see actually here with the 100 bigs, and it's certainly something if I do get in on time tomorrow I'm going to be doing, is I think those kind of suited one gappers, suited connectors type of hands, even offsuit connectors like your 9-10 offs and your 10 jack offs, become interesting 3-bets because a lot of the time when you construct a 3-bet range you sort of maybe are constructing it in a polarised way and you don't necessarily, if you get 4-bet you kind of know you can get rid of the hand, you're probably up against something strong. If you get called, okay, well, you're in position now and you're the betting lead, I should say, and that kind of puts you in a strong position. But with these ones here, you can 3-bet some of these kind of like maybe small suited connectors, these kind of one gappers, and then if you get 4-bet, you can call because you're playing so deep. And what you've done by getting that 3-bet call 4-bet in is you've actually narrowed your opponent's range, hopefully, because your opponent's 4-betting range might only contain, say, maybe like queens plus an ace king and maybe an ace queen suited or a cheeky jacks. Those hands might be in there. Now, if you know your opponent only has one of those hands and you're in there with your funky one, it's a great spot to stack somebody if you think, they might put way too many chips in post-flop.
I also think, obviously, I'm going back to the 100k stack. I've got that many chips. I'm going to be calling so wide. I'm calling super wide for the first 2 or 3 levels. When you get guys on your table that win packages and come over to an event like this, and you can probably spot somebody that's done that. Sure. And it's his biggest tournament he's ever played, and he's playing super wide. Is there any advice that you would give him? No, I don't mean at the table, because obviously you want all the chips. You want every chip that he's got. But if he came to you for advice after the first 2 hours, and he comes up to you and says, David, I've been playing, it's my first time, it's my biggest comp I've paid, I've won a seat online, I probably played too many hands. What kind of advice would you give him?
I think there's an awful lot to be said for approaching a live poker tournament in a default tight way for that guy, unless his natural game when he plays online even if he's playing small stakes online, is to be very loose, and maybe he understands his ranges and how they interact with his opponent ranges doing that. But I would say in general, tight is right, and obviously when you're playing in insanely deep structure like this, you can basically sit back, wait for solid hands, solid situations, and kind of lean into it. You can also spend a bit of time, gauging your table mates. Nobody's going to bust for like 2 hours, 3 hours, and even when they start busting, maybe from 3 or 4 o'clock onwards, you're still going to be left with a table that's kind of 7 of the same people that started even by dinner time. So you have a lot of time with the same guys. You can sort of work out, maybe get your own like internal HUD going. Is this guy opening? What percentage of hands is he opening? Is he 3-betting much? What's he doing? And sort of figuring them out, and maybe working out who are the people you can exploit by being looser against, who are the people you have to be station against. All that kind of stuff comes into play. But mostly I'd say to that person, enjoy yourself. You're here on a holiday. If you cash, it's a bonus. You're going to cash maybe if you're a neutral player in this one, like 1 in 7, maybe 1 in 7.5, something like that. Maybe if you're a recreation, you might only cash 1 in 8 or 9. So but even if you're a pro, you're going to cash maybe 1 in 5, 5.5. So we all turn up at poker tournaments knowing that we've probably donated that buy-in a lot of the time. So I would say enjoy yourself, treat it like a poker holiday, have some fun at the table, interact with your table mates. Have a sneaky pint after the dinner break as well if you enjoy that, and have a good time.
That's what it's all about, this poker event. It's and in poker in general, and yes, we have buy-ins. Like there's a high roller here. Even the buy-ins, obviously, everything's relative, or should be relative to everybody's purse. But enjoying yourself at the table, and I like the little thing this week where the seniors was on, and it says no headphones allowed.
Oh, nice.
Now, whether it was true or not, whether it was implemented, I don't know. But all we want is chat and laughter and a little bit of interaction. And obviously, the older generation do that more than most in my eyes.
Sure.
They do it more. They don't wear the headphones. They don't go into their own little bubble and not talk to anybody. But these events, the great events for the festival itself.
Yeah, oh no, absolutely. I'll be honest with you, I'm a bit live and let live on this one, because sometimes I know myself I'm in a humour where I just fancy sticking the headphones on, maybe catching up with a bit of news, watch a little something on my phone screen or whatever. I also sometimes I arrive and I'm fancying a bit of socialisation. I'm fancying having the chats to the table mates. Maybe I know a few people at the table already. Maybe the guy next to me has immediately told me an interesting story and he seems like someone worth getting to know. So I kind of come to that one a bit open-minded. I'll usually have the headphones with me. Whether I put them on or not is another thing. If you do get that sort of default, which I know people like to say now, that table full of guys with their hoodies on and their headphones on, well, you know what, that's just the way it is. And maybe you were craving a bit more of a chat, and maybe that's not something you're loving. But again, I never feel like anyone should be legislating to other people what they should be doing.
Absolutely not. No,
we all pay their money in. We can all do whatever we want.
Absolutely, I totally agree. And most of the time, like you say, if you want to listen to the headline news for an hour and you've got the headphones on, you're not automatically just listening to music and tuning out. You're informative stuff. So, early stages, Dublin Poker Festival, the European Deepstack Day 1A, €570 buy-in, 100,000 guarantee. There are 42 at this moment in time. You won yourself another package for this event?
Oh, I played a satellite lad. Yeah, this was my 5th bullet of the day. So 4 very unsuccessful bullets fired in the various small side events that were in the evening, and then the last chance saloon for me was the satellite, which I jumped into a little bit late as well, but did manage to get something going in it, and in the end had a kind of that kind of satellite where you have plenty of chips. So it was one of those coast home sort of situations where there was no stress. I had probably double average with 4 off the bubble, and it was kind of sit back and relax. And which are sometimes it's the stressful one where you're the guy under pressure having to find your spot. So it was nice to be on the other side of it. Yeah,
well, we didn't find a flop that we wanted for the jacks against the ace king.
No, Jack 8's got a gutter here. Ace king obviously still has the 2 over, some backdoor potential. Jim won't be going anywhere with these jacks just yet, I don't think. So interesting that the c-bet here from the ace king. Not a big fan of this c-bet, I'm going to be honest. But we've got 3 callers here. So even Antoine with the gutter here, obviously feeling like he has the implied odds. So another diamond, so 3 diamonds, probably slow down the action here. Jim has enough equity just to hang on here with the jacks, which could be good, and the jack of diamonds is a bit of insurance. So it does check through, and okay, well, obviously it does straighten up the board a little bit as well, but I think Jim will certainly look for some value now.
Yeah.
Maybe a pot of around half pot bet might get a cry call out of a pocket tens or a 10-9 or an ace-9 or something in that region. Yes, he's gone for exactly that sizing as well. So
nice fold. Nice fold from Antoine.
Yeah, Antoine
picked up
obviously feeling like between the diamonds getting there on the turn and the board straightening a bit, even though he made that pair on the river, it probably wasn't good. Not a huge fan of Antoine's call there, even though he has the gutter, because the diamonds, there's two diamonds out there. If the 8 of diamonds hits, or sorry, not the 8 of diamonds, the 10 of diamonds hits, he can't really be sure he's any good there. No. So he has less clean outs than you would like. But these are the kind of calls people will speculate with when they have big stacks. I think you pointed this out early on. I think you're dead right. People will maybe take looser, passive approaches where they just kind of feel like, well, I have the calling chips. I don't like that logic. I don't think that's actually a particularly sound strategy, but it's very much human nature, and I think we will see a lot of that.
New player coming into C number 1 for the next hand. Jim under the gun.
I recognise this player.
King Queen.
I think.
Top pair for Jim in C9. I think that just about kills the action. Yep, that should do it. So the festival has been going for 10 days. The Unibet, is it the Unibet Open? Is it 1100 next week?
It is an 1100 event, yeah. If anybody is in Dublin, or indeed further afield, because you've still plenty of time to book a flight and get over here, Bonington Hotel in Dublin from the Thursday, Friday will be the day ones. You can even jump into the day 1C, I think 9 o'clock on the Friday night. Yeah, that's a fast structure, maybe like 10 quick levels, and that will get you, give you a pretty good chance actually of making day 2 here on the Saturday. I expect a pretty good prize pool for that one. We've guaranteed 250k, but I think it might get 400. To be honest, I'd be very surprised if it didn't get like 375. Like that. To be honest, I think we would be very disappointed if it didn't hit 375.
Yeah.
I think 400 is probably
a lot of satellite winners.
The goal. Loads of people qualified. I don't know the exact numbers offhand now, but I'm going to take a decent stab at this. I won't be far off. I'd say there's probably maybe 130 satellite qualifiers who have packages, and then we do have another maybe 20 or 30 people who are invited along, some VIPs with Unibets and people who are big on the sporting
and obviously with throwing the live satellites in as well as that, so it's going to be a massive field then next week.
Yeah, I would anticipate maybe between all the satellites, be it online or live, we'll probably end up with a pretty close to the guarantee, and then you're talking about people who show up on the day and re-entries, which of course you're allowed to re-enter once on the 1C. I think you're talking about maybe pushing that field up towards 400, which I think actually this one will get similar numbers. I would anticipate around 400 for this fella as well. So we're talking about a €500 400 player tournament this weekend, and then a €1,000 400 player tournament next weekend.
As you said, it was a full schedule to start 2020.
Yes.
And it is.
Yes, we're going to redistribute a lot of wealth this fortnight.
Well, the exchange rate keeps going up, so it's costing less and less to come over. It's a fabulous place to come and play. If you've never been, make sure it's on your calendar at some part of the year. There's always events going on all through the year, especially at Bonington. But 2.5, 3 crazy weeks of poker to start 2020. It's fabulous. And a lot of people do talk about it as well, and they do stick it in the calendar for the start off. I'm nipping over to Ireland. I'm going to play the Dublin Poker Festival. Yeah, because they know it's such a well-run tournament, and obviously with the Unibet as well. Well, that's it as well.
I genuinely think we are spoilt in Ireland. Maybe because an awful lot of the tournament staff across Europe actually were either trained or are Irish. Yeah. But we have absolutely A-list dealers, floor staff, TDs. I think we're you notice it when you travel abroad. No disrespect on the staff from other countries too, but I think we are absolutely spoiled here in Ireland for quality of staff.
If you were thinking about the clock, it is a 30-minute clock, 20 levels of poker to be played.
Yeah. 20 levels above
20 levels.
Yeah, we're going to 20 levels, and even if you buy in for the last of those levels, I think you're still buying almost 20 bigs.
Wow. 20,
That's how deep we are.
20 levels. So you can buy in all day and at the start of day 2 as well. Is that correct?
You can come in, so as long as you're here 5 or 10 minutes before the start of day 2, you'll be able to get yourself in.
Oh, fabulous.
Now, I think in fairness, just full disclosure, I think you will be buying maybe something in the region of 12 or 14 big blinds at that point. So, not that that's not a good spot. I think they're all good spots.
Yeah,
but
I think that's if I'm here on my holidays and my mates are still in and I fancy flicking it in again, kind of look, because you will need a little bit of fortune at the tables. And also that. Going back to the early stages, what we were talking about on why it's so quiet at the start of day 1A and the first level, you can buy in all day, and obviously the deep stack is what it is. It is a deep stack, and you come in after the dinner time with 50 bigs, 60 bigs. So that obviously has the mindset for the players to think, you know what, I shall be here at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, because it is such a fantastic structure.
Yeah, and it is a travel day for a lot of people. Some people might only be arriving.
Of course.
Who knows what time their flight gets in. So that's one reason why they might either choose to play 1B instead, or they'll come in late for 1A. The other factor, I think, in all of that as well is that for local people, obviously, if you do have a job and you want to come down, maybe you can get off work a little early at 4 o'clock and get here by 5 and start playing. You're still probably buying 100 bigs at that point.
The Dark Angel.
Is Donna in the house?
Donna is in the building.
Great stuff.
How was Madrid, Donna? On the travels.
Yeah, Donna was in Madrid for the entire festival for 4 or 5 days. It was great to see her. And she got very unlucky in the main, actually. She had her aces cracked in the main, which is always a little bit sad. But she took it in very good spirits, I must say. Much better than I would have taken it.
Unlucky. Didn't realise it was aces.
Yeah, I think it was like she had got it all in for a big tripler with aces against kings and queens, and maybe it was the queens who might have binked. Nasty business.
Oh.
What about yourself? What's next for you? Anything in
We
the UK?
are over in the UK next week in Manchester for the GUKPT.
Very good. Which casino in Manchester is that?
Berry New Road it is.
Yeah.
Grosvenor Casino, Berry New Road. London was very successful, as always. You could stick on a 50 pence Tiddlywinks competition in London and there were 400 runners.
There probably would be, you're right.
No, I think London's as good as Dublin for poker. You guys have something on every week here, somewhere in and around Dublin. London seems to be exactly the same. It's thriving. There's a lot of poker to be played in London, and it's a fabulous place. So yeah, GUKPT carries on being an excellent tournament, and we're lucky enough to be covering it, and we've just signed a 3-year contract.
Excellent! Congratulations
for the GUKPT. So the team will be there for the duration. So yeah, it's nice to get a little bit of security regarding. I think what we've built up over the last. Well, that's in its 14th season now. 2007.
Fantastic.
Is when the GUKPT started. So just as long as the deep stack.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to you too. Obviously, your association with that brand, you're very much the voice of it. I'm sure that's a big part of the reason why you got the 3-year deal. Yeah,
I think it's nice to get a little. You don't very often sign deals and contracts. A lot of poker's rolling contracts, and
sure.
you know, being a sponsor player, I know you've been with Unibet. How long have you been with Unibet?
Coming to the end of my 3rd year, and yes, in contract negotiations as we speak, so hopefully things will go well.
We all know what it's like, and sometimes you're a little bit, are we going to get this done, will we get that done? But to have it set in stone for 3 years, for us, it's delightful for us, it really is. It's a way that we're like, look at this.
Wow, these some hands there, yeah. Well, we've got the full collection here. So we've got some connectors. We've got a very attractive looking ace queen suitor, which could definitely be putting a lot of chips into this pot. And obviously the aces there with Emmett. So yeah, this could be a big pot.
Yeah, called in every spot with a 3-bet just a 1.2.
So everybody fancies it for 900. Now,
well, the ace is not too flattered to be called in 3 spots.
No,
but that just about whiffs everybody.
Well, the 9-10 has got open-ended. The ace queen, obviously the no pair with backdoor hearts. Aces again, okay, I think, it does have to do its own betting here. 3K, try and thin the field to maybe just the king queens and king jacks out there and target them for some value. But 9-10 can't go anywhere.
No.
Jack queen certainly can let this one go.
Which he does.
So, well, look, if the 6 or the jack come off here, I think, that board will get scary enough that the aces may want to slow down. That's actually a pretty big scare card for the aces. King queen, definitely a likely holding. So I don't know if Emmett's going to go for value again here. A small bet's no harm. He can kind of control it himself. And remember, he's out of position here in the small blind. So it's a little bit more difficult to play aces out of position.
Near half pot, 4.5.
Yes, still probably a call here for Jay. Jay O'Toole, a very experienced campaigner. Now, he has let it go there, okay, man. Obviously, he had some clean outs there, but, if the jack comes there, ace-10 is probably not very likely, so it did look like a clean out, but he just doesn't fancy putting a chunkier bet into the pot there, and no shame in it. In position, I probably would have been inclined to call there in Jay's seat, just because I would have felt like, well, our opponent seems to like his hand, he might have a set, and if I do hit, I could get paid here on a raise here on the river. So, but in the end, Jay lets it go. Obviously, he only had one more pull of the deck. Jay O'Toole, a very experienced player, has had several deep runs in Irish Opens over the years. One of the regulars really on the Irish poker scene for as long as I can remember, and I'm playing about 10 years live here in Ireland.
Is that your favourite stop of the year?
Irish Open?
Yeah.
Oh, it's right up there for sure.
So many people instantly, if you said, name me a tournament you would go to every year, the Irish Open just seems to be like, the Irish Open.
Yeah, I do. Like, obviously, Irish people, I think, are all biased, and I think at some level, outside the main event, an Irish Open kind of has that magic. I've got to say, all these Unibet Open tours as well.
Absolutely.
I'm dying to make a final table. I keep crossbarring these final tables on the Unibet Open tour, and I am really looking forward to it. Some of them, I think maybe Bucharest this year could get a really big field. That's right up there with some of my favourite stops. But Irish Open, definitely one of the best around.
It certainly is. It certainly is.
So what have we got this time round? We don't got a lot here. Pablo with the bottom pair. Got some draws apart from that. Ugly draws though. Okay, so the king is paired. Pablo may well just get this to showdown. There's no real advantage to calling here, so let's see what the river brings. It brings a brick. So I think it's just going to get checked down, and Pablo's going to be very happy to take it down with his 5.
So check. And Pablo with the 5. Let's just stack up to 106. Early stages, day 1A. The European Deepstack in its 13th season. .47 playing the first couple of levels. 30-minute levels, so blinds will be up in less than a minute. This is probably the last hand at 100, which is the first starting level. Antes will be starting for level number 2, and the blinds will be 1-1 with a big blind ante. If you've not played a big blind ante, change the game a little bit. The big blind ante, David.
Yeah,
for the better.
Oh, for sure, great innovation there. Obviously, popularised. I want to say maybe 2 years ago. I think there was a brief flirtation with the button ante, but definitely. With there being some dead buttons across a poker day, I think big blind definitely makes the most sense. Took a bit of adjusting for some people. I don't think people fully understood the mathematical implications of it. And actually, I think a lot of people maybe inferred that there would be more mathematical implications than there actually are, because obviously when you put the ante in, it's dead. So I think people felt like they were committing more to the pot.
I put 2 big blinds in, so I'm defending everything.
Exactly, that type of logic did creep in from time to time, but no, I think people very much adjusted, and it obviously makes an awful lot of sense. Speeds up the game, as far as I know, and there have been some studies done on this. You were previously looking at around 25 hands per hour. We're now looking at like 27 hands per hour on average. So that's nice for the live poker players to get that extra 7 or 8% more hands in every level.
I think the reason mainly it came in was exactly that, and the ease of it as well.
Oh yeah, making
the
second
one
change.
person
those 25 chips on
rather than the dealer.
Yeah.
Antes, please. Antes,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah.
Antes, please. How many times would a dealer say that in a day?
every hand probably a lot of the time. Yeah, no, it was infuriating. No, here we go. We've got two big aces here. Emmett with the ace queen suited, ace king off for Antoine in the cutoff. So this could be a bit of a battle here. Emmett's probably got a pretty good smooth call here.
We like the one gap.
Oh, we've got a cold call from Carl here with the Queen 10 suited. So it's an interesting choice of hand.
Interesting flop, to be fair.
Wow, so they're all going to be super interested in this one here. I don't see Antoine not firing out a c-bet here. He's going to probably throw out at least 1,200, and he's going to get called in two spots, I reckon.
Yeah, 1.1. Called in both spots. Indeed it, indeed it. The pot is building. The two of diamonds on the turn.
It's probably going to go check, and Antoine, I would assume, will go again. You know, he might be a little bit worried that cold call, given the fact that the cold call has now been matched with a flat on the flop, probably looks like an ace king off, ace queen suited type of hand. So he's got reason to think he can extract some value there. It is possible, obviously, that there are sets in everyone's range given how deep we're playing, but I think, again, Antoine's in position. If he fires the bet out here, he can decide, based on what the river comes, whether he wants to go for a third barrel.
From the interesting brick river of the nine of hearts.
Yes, we've a chunky enough pot here, 15.3. He's probably going to throw out about 5 or 6k here. Hope that exactly an ace queen calls. That's kind of the target hand now. Ace queen, ace jack maybe at a push too.
He has bet every street.
So Carl, easy decision, and Emmett now with a much more difficult decision, it's got to be said. Now, your ace queen does feel like it's shriveled up in value. Your opponent can have two pair here, he can have sets, but
he makes the call.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot there. It might be the
Is he going to show him the queen? Yep.
He does. It might be the worst hand you have to call in that spot. I wouldn't be too harsh on Emmett there. Pretty difficult situation. He could be chopping a lot.
Ace jack more of a fold?
Yeah, I think I let go of ace jack there. I might even let go of ace queen sometimes. It's a pretty close one, to be honest.
Yeah.
Ace queen feels like maybe the worst hand our opponent triple barrels. So maybe you're calling for a chop, which doesn't feel great either.
No.
Obviously, the villain's unlikely to triple barrel into two players. So are there that many bluffs? Probably not. So yeah, I think ace queen's really close, actually.
So the blinds are up for the first time. 1-1 with a big blind ante of 100. We've increased to 49. Easily getting to three figures today.
Yeah, I would have thought probably low three figures. Maybe we'll see 120, 130 players today. Maybe in the low 200s tomorrow, maybe 220, 230, and then we have a turbo day as well, don't we, in this?
Yes.
So we might get another 60 or 70 into that.
Yeah, and if you look at the... somebody texted me yesterday, is there any side events? And Andy just went, hundreds on them.
Yeah, there are.
So we actually sent him. I actually like the thing on social media with all the buy-ins, all the times, and all the events, and it's such it's so easily to do.
Yeah.
And everybody can share it away. You know, once somebody's seen it, somebody else shares it, and all that. It's so easy to do. But yes, there are side events. I think come Sunday, there's 8 events on Sunday.
Wow! So just every hour or two, there's another one kicking off. That's brilliant.
And there's even a midnight madness. When everybody's gone home and we're all thinking, right, what time's my flight? Oh, we'll start again at midnight, shall we? Go on, yeah, get them in. Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah, there's 8 events on Sunday.
That's sick.
It is busy.
So Paolo's going to bet out the second pair here. Not much kicker, but it does the job. Obviously, a bit of equity denial, no harm. So we see there Antoine up to 108k. But even Carl there, who's had the worst of it so far, 87k. It's not like he's not sitting there with 870 big blinds right now. I hope he's not panicking, because he shouldn't be.
Why can't my screen go like that? Why can't I just like scroll my fingers across my screen and it enlarges the writing? Why can't I do that? Why is my computer not compatible? The main event started at 12.
So yeah, I want to do a little bit of a run through here. I mentioned Jay O'Toole, obviously, who came into the one seat a little later than a few of the other players at this table. He does have a fairly nice record here. I mentioned some of those scores, but I mentioned them in passing. I didn't have specific notes here in front of me. I do have that now. He came second in the Green Joker Poker back in 2007 for 29k. That is his single biggest result. He also has a 6th place finish final table in the Winter Festival in 2012, and he does have an Irish Open 23rd place finish for 11k back in 2012 as well. So that was a bit of a purple patch that year. Lots of other results here actually. Jay's results total, he's coming up on 200k in cashes, so plenty of cashes over the years here.
And if you do fancy a side event tonight, the first side event starts at 8 p.m. with the satellite for the European Deepstack for tomorrow. That's on at 8. At 9 o'clock there's a progressive bounty. How do you run a live progressive bounty? That's interesting.
There are a couple of ways they do them. God, look, we've got aces again.
Oh wow! Every time we look down,
every time we look away, it's aces again. Now, I will come back and answer your question. It's a little bit complicated live, but it is very doable.
It'll be interesting to hear that, because back to the table. Antoine yet again has got the bullets. King 3 5 2 clubs is the flop.
Yeah, so Emmett and Jay have a club each here. Not much else, to be honest. So Antoine's probably just going to get the job done here with a c-bet.
Yeah, indeed he is. So no luck for the aces that time.
Yeah, the aces have had a good time of it so far. No ugly crackings yet. So anyway, sorry, back to the progressive knockout.
Yes.
So what generally happens is your knockout sort of sits in front of you, sort of on the line, if you like, in front of your stack. And every time someone is eliminated, obviously that bounty is taken off them. Half it is given to the player so they can stick that in their pocket if they want.
Yeah.
And the other half is popped onto the bounty that's sitting in front of their line, so everybody can see the bounty that the player has. It'll be there visible out sitting in front of them, so you can tell if someone has a bigger one.
50 in the pot, 50 to the bounty, which is what it is.
Yes, so that will probably be put in €5 chips, so there might be 10 €5 chips sitting in front of you.
Yep.
And then if you knock that person out, you get handed 5 of them, stick them in your pocket, and the other 5 get put onto your one, and then people see your one getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
So the more successful you are, your actual bounty goes up and up and up.
Correct. And makes it more valuable to knock you out for the other players.
But obviously harder.
Yeah.
Because you got more chips.
Exactly. For any of you who are interested in learning more about progressive knockouts, which are becoming a very, very popular form of poker on the internet, maybe the most popular these days on the internet, and as you mentioned there, we're seeing it more and more in live events too.
Quickly back to the action where we just managed to find the extra 2 aces on the flop, while there's an ace in the hands of Carl and Emmett.
Yeah, so Jay, putting out a feeler bet here, every reason to believe that he could be protecting his hand against random King X's and Queen X's here.
Yeah.
Why not, stick in a little pro bet? But he's been called in both spots. Probably won't be loving it so much anymore.
No.
The Ace Queen will be feeling the most happy about their holding right now. Emmett can't go away for one more bet, you would think. So, well, Jay has fired again. Okay, well, Jay's sort of betting the board, really feeling like he can represent this board better than anybody else. He's the pre-flop aggressor, so he has the ace-kings in his range. Now, he's probably going to have to go super-sized here if he really wants to get the job done against what must be, at the very least, one other ace-x hand and maybe one flush draw. We got to the river now. I think we will see Jay put the brakes on, it's going to be said, and Carl will be happy to show down and pick it up. So no extra value for Carl against maybe Emmett, who may have considered a call, although it's pretty much the worst ace he can have, ace 2 and ace 5. We're chopping there. So, yes, coming back to it, so if anybody is interested in this PKO format, I have a big recommendation here. I'm going to do a bit of shilling on my good friend Darrow Carney's again. He has released a webinar, which I know you can buy off him by going to his Twitter or emailing him, where you can learn all about the special mathematics that factor into this PKO format, because it does present some interesting ICM situations. It presents some interesting mathematical situations where bounties that are very valuable are worth taking shots at.
Has it done that
with
regarding online progressives? Or does it make a difference?
It doesn't make a difference, just the format in general, although, as you say, because it's a little bit more finicky, if you like, to organise. Online can obviously do it automated with the software.
Yes.
It's a little bit fiddlier live, although it's great fun to play live. I've played a few of them and they're great fun. But yeah, Dara is a bit of an expert on it, and I was very proud to say that on the last episode of the Chip Race we had Barry Carter on the show with Dara to announce that they are working on a second book on progressive knockouts. So expect that maybe in the next 2 months or so.
One of the most famous Sheffield Wednesday fans in history, I think. Barry Carter.
Barry Carter as well,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Dara and Barry will be coming out with, I imagine, their SEO-friendly book title, probably something like Poker Knockout, Progressive Knockout Strategy. That'll be coming out, I think, in the next maybe 8 weeks' time, something in that region, and I imagine it'll be a bestseller, much like their first book, Poker Satellite Strategy.
Well, if you want to get involved in the progressive bounty, it starts at 9 p.m. €120, 12,000 starting stack. It's a 15-minute clock, so it's a bit of a quickie. So 2 side events, 1 a satellite for the main event, and the progressive bounty.
So you see there, Carl, he's managed to scramble his way back from 870 bigs back up to 920. So he's feeling better about life. The panic is over. So Emmett opens the action here from the hijack with the Jack 10 off. Again, this is the kind of hands I was hoping to see get into the mix a bit. Now, these kind of connectors, certainly suited gappers, that kind of stuff really has value this deep. We have a 3-bet from Jim here with the King-Queen suited. I like that from the small. I'd like to see a big sizing. He's made it quite a small sizing. He's just 3-bet to 600, so he's basically just kind of clicked it back for the same amount, roughly. I'd have liked to see him go properly big there, maybe over the 300 and a couple of calls. I'd like to see him go maybe 1,600, 1,700, but he's just decided to sort of maybe take the betting lead away from people instead.
Yeah, well, Jay and Emmett catch a piece.
They do, and Jim is fired out here. It's not the worst hand to fire out on the 10-5-5, even though he was up against 3 players. He has some decent backdoors, and he's sort of trying to sell the story that he's very strong. And he's caught this turn card, so sort of kept his... It's kind of working out ideally for him. He's done the little click back pre. He's fired out with the backdoors and overs on the flop. He's got a customer in both tens, and then he's hit his queen, so this is working out quite nicely. And he does get called by Emmett, so Emmett not a believer. That pre-flop click, maybe he's seen it before.
The river hits, it's a 6 of diamonds for the back door.
Yeah, backdoor diamonds getting there is not completely inconsequential. Obviously we do see the 10 of diamonds in Emmett's hand, so it's plausible that he has another diamond to go with it a lot of the time. But just a little pot for Jim there. No action on the river. Oh wait, hang on. Am I wrong? No, Jim's gone for a little bit of a tiddler bet, and he has got some value. So we see the VPIPs are all pretty big, as you would expect from 6-handed poker. People almost in there in half the number of pots that are out there. So that's not unusual here. We are playing ridiculously deep, and we are playing short-handed. So
1,000 big blinds.
Yeah, it wouldn't actually be unusual to see a really, really aggressive opponent in this format with the stack depths playing 70% of hands. That wouldn't be too weird, actually. Although I do think something more in the line of 50% feels good.
Good afternoon to Dan Lewis watching on the YouTube stream on the European Deepstack Day 1A. Ask what is the delay? It's a 30-minute delay, as always on nearly every stream around the world. A 30-minute delay. I think even the World Series has come into line with a 30-minute delay for their main event, which it's great to hear Norman Chad.
Yeah.
Like basically, I know they have a lot of scripts and stuff like that, but Norman Chad and Lon McCann doing it live as it happens. I think it's great listening, great viewing.
Yeah, and their fantastic coverage was supplemented by the fantastic Jamie Kerstetter this year as well. She made a great addition to the commentary box on those sort of as live ESPN streams. They were great.
I'm guessing the World Series would have been one of the last to implement the 30-minute delayed live stream, because they always used to make a TV programme out of it, or a series of programmes building up to the actual, when they used to go to November 9.
You're right, yeah, they used to time the previous episodes to come weekly to build up to the live timing of it. It worked out quite nicely.
Indeed. No, but people want to see it there and then. People want to know who's the world champion within 30 minutes of it happening live.
Yeah.
Have you ever been on the final table and spoiled it for somebody by tweeting before the 30 minutes?
Yes, many times. Yeah, often.
On purpose.
I haven't earned the name Leaky Lappin for no reason, I tell you that. Yeah. Company secrets, like live stream spoilers are the least of the damage I've done.
I'm glad you're here for a few hours. We'll delve into some of those.
So you see here now Pablo trying to represent this king on the turn. He's gone to a big bet, so he's going to test Antoine out. Plenty of chips in this pot already here. So tough spot for Anton, it's got to be said. He's going to let it go. Power poker there from Pablo, recognising that the king was an excellent card to represent.
$113,000. No, you're not wrong. We do start with 100. It is the deep stack for a reason.
It certainly is, but I tell you, there's been more chips moving around this table than one would expect.
So,
I genuinely didn't think we would already see these kind of 150 big blind swings. I know they're playing 1,000 bigs, so relatively that's not massively significant, but plenty of chips being thrown around.
Absolutely, you're absolutely spot on. Like you say, it could be 4 or 5 levels before we hear the shout of seed open.
Well, I'll put it to you this way, and it's not fair to make this direct comparison because everybody knows they're playing this deep, and that does affect the bet sizings, and it affects the ranges, and it affects a lot of things, frankly. But put it in context, if this was a 300 big blind tournament, we'd already have seen some of these guys with half a stack. Absolutely,
yeah. The amount of times I've seen the big hands in the early stages, like you said, which you don't normally see.
Yeah.
We have been pretty lucky at the start of the tournament. And Donna on Twitch already saying about the PKO seminar.
Excellent stuff, Donna, yeah. I think Donna actually did some phenomenal work for Dara in helping to run that seminar when it was carried out live, and obviously now you can buy the recording of it. If you want to get the jump on people who might buy the book in a couple of months' time, I would highly recommend it. But Donna was there helping to administrate, I know, so thank you again, Donna. An absolutely vital member of not just the Unibet community, but I think the Twitch community in general.
Yeah, absolutely indeed. Does a lot of work behind the scenes, and got the chance to get over to Madrid for all the hard work that she does put in, which was certainly well earned.
It sure was.
You don't go unnoticed. That is for sure. Who we got coming to the table? That's it, caught off. I'm here for a while. I've got 100,000.
This looks like Fergus, I think, if I'm not wrong. I hope I'm not getting that wrong, because obviously we're just seeing the top of his head right now, so maybe when we get
the name will be coming on the screen.
And more front on, I might realise that it's his doppelganger.
And There's this thing on social media going around on doppelganger things.
Oh, I
Have you
saw
ever seen
that. Yeah. I saw that people are like their celebrity lookalikes.
Yeah.
People told me years ago Edward Norton was mine.
Edward.
I assume not Edward Norton from Fight Club. I assume when he was a little chunkier and something else.
I might have to Google Edward Norton at Fight Club. Not Fight Club.
Yeah, specifically not Fight
Yes.
Club. Specifically not when he was ripped and
fighting the brothers.
Yeah, again, obviously we're still with this kind of wider camera angle. I think it is Fergus, though.
Yeah. It is straight in street number 7, Fergus.
There it is. Okay, great stuff. Fergus has actually sort of appeared on the chip race. He gave me a couple of songs, which I know we played out a couple of episodes with over the years. He's an excellent music producer.
Ah, right, okay.
And good friends of Jack Sinclair, World Series of Poker Europe main event champion and World Series of Poker main event final tableist from, I want to say, maybe 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Also, 2 years ago, winner of the JP Masters. I managed to come second in that one.
Second?
I lost to him that day. But Fergus was on the rail for Jack that day, and actually that's when I first met him.
Excellent.
But a very talented player, has to be said, in his own right. He is...
Does Antoine not play anything but pocket pairs?
Yeah, there has been. I'd say there's been some nice pocket pairs out there. I like Pablo's hand, though. Pablo's the kind of hand I want to have this depth. So, although Jack's is pretty good too, you probably have to navigate it a little cautiously, but it can make top set a fair bit.
I would like to say it's lovely to see the sunshine in Dublin.
Yes, we've got a little chink of sunshine has just come in to block our screen.
After Storm David, I think sunshine's welcome, isn't it?
That's it.
By heck.
So
not the best flop for Antoine.
No, Antoine's looking at that flop, not loving 3 clubs, 2 overcards to his jacks, and Pablo similarly. Okay, he's wrapped around that 6, but that's not much to shout about. Although the 9 brings him a gooder. I think it's just going to check all the way down. If Pablo does manage to make an 8 here, he might just get to take the pot down, but if he doesn't, it's probably just going to go check. Oh my god, there's the 8.
Pablo's not getting tricky, but we have to bet now.
Yeah, Pablo's definitely going to look for probably a 60%er here, hoping that maybe he'll get a weak ace or a queen, king, queen, jack to call. That'll be his target. In the end, actually, Antoine makes a disciplined fold with the jacks.
Yeah, any bet there, I think the jacks were just getting out of the way, but we saw him hitting the river. So level 2 of the deep stack, 100,000 starting stake. Welcome on board, myself, the Tower, and David Lappin for the foreseeable. Up to 58 in the main, as we always say, day 1 is with registration open all day. Then it always starts a little bit quieter. Expecting a huge field tomorrow for day 1B. Decky says indeed that is Fergus in the chat. Indeed it is, confirmed with the name on the screen. So welcome on board. Thanks for social media, Donna. Already sent out a message that we are live on the Dublin Poker Festival live stream. A69, the latest flop. Top pair for Emmett. I think we need some ambience.
Some ambience?
What do you think about ambience in the room?
Do you know what? I haven't heard any yet today.
We need some.
And I don't know if it's going to happen again. But yesterday there was absolutely fucking brilliant tunes. They had a really nice playlist that I assume was like geared towards the clientele who were in the room. There was a lot of 80s, maybe early 90s, and 70s music, and it was absolutely brilliant.
We need somebody to do a Spotify playlist.
Yeah.
And stick it on.
We get TD Glenn on the decks now.
DJ Glenn, can we have some tunes? What do you feel about ambience in the can it be distracting? If it's obviously you don't want it too loud.
Yeah, not too loud, but like definitely like a few tunes.
We need something.
I do like that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm always an advocate for it. I do like the background music. Yes, you don't want it too loud and it overpowering, but it just breaks up the riffling of the chips and the riffling of the chips and the riffling of the chips. You know, it does need something.
So again, we're going to go multi-way here. It looks like in a 3-bet pot situation. Pablo has 3-bet the ace 4 of hearts. Emmett's cold call with the pocket eights. We've got another cold call with the king queen off. Carl's in there with the ace 3 off.
Oh, 6 way.
So we're 6. We're going to go 7 ways. No,
we're full.
Jim's let us down there with the 9-6.
They didn't defend.
Oh no, we have lost. We are losing a couple of these guys. But yeah, Fergus with the 4-5 suited definitely should be in there. Pablo's ace 4 suited. I like that. Yeah, the ace 3 off's probably from Carl there on the button. He does have the power of the button, but probably the one hand out. I think I like being in there the least, if I'm honest. Mind you, he has connected, but not as well as Fergus here, who pretty much got the dream flop when you decide to speculate with the 5-4. You open it up. Remember I said opening up these kind of hands is great because you can call the 3 bets this stack depth. So he's in a great spot here. Pablo's actually hit a really good board here with the gutter to the steel wheel. Emmett's got the overpair. We're going to see a lot of chips go in. This could be a 50k pot.
Call with less than 1% equity.
Yeah, Carl's got to stick around. Like, if you're going to get in there with the ace 3, you kind of don't get better boards, even though it's a bit misery. He's going to let it go. So a bit of inconsistency there between his pre-flop plan and his post-flop plan. Don't really know what kind of board he was hoping for. He has made a good fold, so I'm glad he didn't follow good money after bad. But we are going to see a big pot here between these boys. Is Fergus going to raise it here, or is he going to let one peel first? He has just called. I suppose he's a little bit worried about the overcall there. Could be a hand like 6-5, which is obviously pipping him right now. 7-5, those kind of hands could certainly be in there. Ace 5 could do.
That's a great card for him as well, because Pablo's picked up more.
Yeah, so Pablo might go into sort of like my hand has showdown. It's good enough to hang on. Yeah, I like that, I have to be honest, because he can improve to a really strong hand, but he now has a marginally strong hand. He's not going to get better hands to fold, so there's no point in betting. And now Fergus obviously going to do his own betting in reverse position here on the river. He's probably going to go big. I think he'll size up to maybe 10k. He'll be targeting an ace.
12.
12. I like that because he's going to understand that, you know, an ace might well have checked back the turn because obviously the 2 5s are out there, so, you know, they'd have been happy to hang on. So he's targeting an ace hand. Pablo, even though his hand is one of the prettiest hands there on the flop, really has shriveled up massively now because he's blocking flush draws. He's pretty much got the weakest ace possible. It's very plausible either of these two guys can have a 5, so I think he has to let his hand go. It's always a bit frustrating when you see that flop. You think you almost deserve the pot, but it almost makes the worst calling candidate now once we get to the river. Emmett will have an easier decision here. Far too much has got there to make his 8s feel good. Pablo's got to show some discipline here.
Just betting too big on betting the size he has bet on the river put busted flush draws into the mind of the opponents.
It could do, and I think if you are going to put some bluffs in there, like a 4-6 maybe. I don't know if a flush draw makes a great candidate for like a missed flush draw makes a great candidate for a bluff, but they mightn't realise that. They might think that's in Fergus's range and capabilities here. By going big, he's trying to pressurise the sort of ace-jack type hands that may have checked back the turn. I think this would make a really poor call, if I'm honest, by Pablo. I hope he sort of pieces it together for his own sake. I like the way Fergus has played the hand. Again, it sometimes creeps in this sense of entitlement when you 3-bet a hand like ace 4 suited. Obviously it's one of the funkier hands you 3-bet. Then you hit that board, you're thinking, okay, this is a big pot now. The stars are aligning. Great discipline there from Pablo to ultimately fall down on the right decision.
Good fold from Pablo. Well, it could have been a huge, it had potential to be a biggie, but still 26k. Blinds could be up next time.
Yeah, in a way the ace was a bit of an action killer there on the turn. It gave the ace 4 suited enough value to just try and hang on in there. It put a scare card obviously for the pocket 8s out there, and you know Fergus wasn't in position in the first place, so he sort of had to check his range to the two boys who checked back, and obviously we got no action on the turn, which meant we didn't get the 50k pot I predicted.
Well, if we consistently go through the day, every time there's a dealer change, there's a level change.
Okay, that's a good way.
So that's if we don't even need to look at the clock.
That's very
at
helpful.
the moment.
That's very helpful.
We are in the 1-2-2 level. Blinds 100, 200, big blind ante of 2. Players increase. Players do increase. Myself and David lapping all day. Well, David, until David wants a bite to eat or gets fed up, or does his things, is the Unibet ambassador has come to join us, and it's great to have him sat at the side of us for the European Deepstack. 100,000 starting stake, 1,000 big blinds. If you want to join in and you want to send out the link, twitch.tv/Dublin Poker Festival on Twitch and European Deepstack on YouTube.
And Tara, tell me now, what is the YouTube channel that they have to go to?
They are... You're asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why. I don't know why you're asking me. I think it's titled European Deepstack. The European Deepstack Dublin, I do believe. Let me just check that. I've just had it put into me.
Yeah, lots of options. Obviously, if you're listening, you're already tuned in, but we are going to try and get our ducks in the row. We're going out on 3 platforms right now.
We are. I do think it's European Deepstack Dublin. Let me just have a butcher. Indeed, European Deepstack on YouTube.
Just European Deepstack.
Yeah, and then it comes up with Dublin 2020, and it says live at the side of it.
Dublin 2020, that's the Twitch one, is it?
No, the Twitch is Dublin Poker Festival.
It's on those two.
Yes. Don't know why it's not the same.
They might not have got the handle.
We didn't get the memo. But yes, if you're on YouTube, it's European Deepstack Dublin 2020. Comes up with live now. You click on it, and there it is.
Actually, question for you, Tower. Obviously, now we're going over those 3 platforms. Which platform do you find gets the most engagement? Do you think the Twitch community, sort of, because they're maybe all already used to the format of having the screen and the chat box, are a bit more engaging, or do you think now maybe YouTube has taken over a little bit?
When we were in London, when we were in London, Matthias was on the feature table. Is it Adrian Matthias? Was on the
Adrian Matthias here, yeah.
Was on the feature table in London, and YouTube went berserk.
Okay.
Went mental.
So he obviously sent it out there.
The whole of Spain were watching. In fact, I think King John was watching. It was absolutely incredible. But mainly Twitch.
And he's a homeboy as well, because was that in Madrid?
Yes.
Yeah, because he's a Madrid lad as well. That's his local casino.
Yes, it was incredible. No, that was the GUKPT London.
And he lives in London as well.
He played the first leg. Too. It was on the feature table, and YouTube just spiked.
Okay, well.
But mainly, a lot of chat goes through Twitch.
Okay.
But we do have both chat boxes open. If anybody wants to chat in YouTube, anybody wants to chat on Twitch, we do answer all questions to relative chat boxes, but mainly, I would say Twitch. And I don't know why, but I always find the actual picture on Twitch more crisp.
Okay.
I don't know why. Don't know what the reason is. It might be the settings on my laptop.
Well, I'm a Luddite, so I definitely don't know the reason for that, but that's good to know. It's funny you mentioned Adrian there, because he is actually our next guest on the chip race.
Is he really?
We've done the interview, and he will be the next headline guest for the next show that we put out in about 2 weeks' time.
Do you realise that since he started school at the age of 5, he has, if you work it out, he has won $1 million a year for his life.
Not bad. Not bad.
He is 25 years old, and he has $25 million in earnings. $20 million in earnings. So since he started school,
yeah, not too bad. How much did he lose, though?
That's something nobody ever knows. These things. Is it like yourself? When
I heard he lost a lot in kindergarten. I heard that was where he had a big downswing during kindergarten.
When you look at the databases and you look at the winnings and the earnings, and yes, it's phenomenal. But nobody ever says, well, I've had a downswing for a couple of years and there's none of that left, but nobody actually knows. They only ever look at, well, he's won 5 million in his lifetime. Why is he driving around in a Mini? It's just... Yeah,
there's a lot of guys, I'd say, who might be in the 5 million plus category who are actually losing players. So it does suggest smoke and mirrors. But of course, in fairness to the Hendon Mob and the GPI, they're just tallying positive results. They're not out there trying to hunt for every buy-in that everybody does. When you send in these lists, poker organisers get a bit of value from sending the lists into Hendon Mob. You're just going to send in the lads who cashed. Nobody needs to be named and shamed. I see Darragh O'Carney in real time, so half an hour into the future, Darragh O'Carney is making his way into the tournament room.
Oi.
So he's decided...
is that a case of just getting out of bed after a late night and chilling out and having a bath?
I'd say he's probably just decided about 333 bigs.
Or is it just an half marathon before?
Do you know what? I don't know if he's had his run day. He definitely had a few big runs during the week. I know he does a 30-mile run every 5 or 6 days. That's kind of the big run in, and then maybe there might be a full one day in a batch of 6 that's completely off where he rests, and then the other days maybe a boring old 10k or something. A mere mortal's 10k. Yeah.
Just are you always at the finishing line going woo woo?
No. I'm in the jacuzzi, sort of just trying to relax my muscles.
I'll be with you.
Yeah.
Now I've just tried to post the link on the Irish Poker Series. I've just been told it's pending.
It's pending. Oh, it's great.
Do I need approval?
You might need to get Brian Lannon's going to.
What's this all about? There's me trying to spread the word, and I need approval.
Well,
now, if you want to send out the links, anybody wants to watch on social media, European Deepstack on YouTube, and it comes up, and the live tab comes along. Click it on.
Well,
on Twitch, it is /Dublin Poker Festival. Sorry, David.
No, you're fine. Just a whole lot of nothing on this flop now. Turn has brought a little bit of action here. Jim has open-ended with the overcard, and Antoine's got bottom pair with that same overcard. So, unless Jim decides to bluff here, which he may do, he has position, and he now has the opportunity because it's been checked. Or has it actually? Oh, things happen very fast. I think I might have gone check and showdown. Because the dealer is already
scooping them in.
Yeah. So just a small pot there again. In real time, we're up to over 60 players, so I'm guessing there's probably into the 50s here as per the live stream.
Yeah. Always a 30-minute delay. I think with the live entries, I don't think it really makes a difference with the live stream at this time. I think when we get to day 2 and the numbers start going down, and we can see 3 tables then 2, and although obviously on the stream it's people say there's only 12 left. Oh, thanks for spoiling that. Thanks for telling everybody that somebody gets eliminated in the next 10 minutes. But you get it. But the first side event tonight is 8 p.m. It's a satellite into tomorrow. And then there is the Progressive Bounty at 9 p.m.
Yeah, well worth getting into that satellite tonight. It doesn't take too long. I know, playing the one last night, it's probably a 5-hour affair to get your seat.
Sweet.
And not a huge commitment to time.
Yeah.
In fact, if you had late regit, you can probably turn it into a 3-hour affair. Fergus opens this one up with the King-Queen off. He's been called by Jay O'Toole with pocket 6s and the hijack. Good flop for the King-Queen. Fergus may check this one back. Obviously, there's some hearts out there. He's got the Queen of Hearts in his hand. I think there's reason to bet and there's reasons to check back here. I don't mind a mix of either. If we are going to bet, I like a small bet. Maybe, 500 or 600 again. He's got 7. That seems good. Jay's let it go quickly. Yeah, quick folds. casting an eye around the poker room. There are plenty of familiar faces here, actually, and decent number of travelling players too. I noticed in the breakfast room this morning, lots of Scandinavians. I think some Swedes made the trip here. Always some French as well.
Is a unit obviously with Unibet as well? Is that what you do? That what you do? See, obviously, it's great to get into these satellites and get into these packages. Obviously,
it's a real mix with Unibet. I have to say, it's all across Europe. So you're talking a decent number of Scandies. Unibet is actually a Swedish company originally,
right?
So lots of Swedes, lots of Norwegians will make the trip. Lots of Central Europeans. So you got a lot of Dutch and Belgians. That's a big part of the Unibet's community. Probably the biggest growth area for Unibet in the last couple of years has been the UK and Ireland. So, these type of festivals are perfect for that and really put Unibet in front of the eyes of the Irish public here. And when we have festivals in London, we actually have a UK Tour event in London in just 2 weeks' time.
Yeah.
Darren and I will be attending that one in Aspers and Stratford.
Excellent.
And all across Europe, really. Obviously, you do have that central bit of Europe that is ring-fenced. We do have a .F4, but it's very much unto itself. It's very big, actually. Unibet's pretty big in France, but they're just a French-only ring-fenced economy.
Okay.
Fergus has boated up here on the turn, and Carl has made top pair with a good kicker, so I think we're going to get some more chips into this pot. Indeed. Carl's actually facing a 3.5k, and he's been raised, so tough spot here. Obviously, the board is a bit straighty as well. I wonder if Fergus is licking his lips now that the flush straw has got there. He may well have his opponent on flushes a lot of the time here. So he has a couple of choices. He can either downsize hoping that a river flush would raise themselves, in which case he can come back over the top again, or he can go a sort of a middling size, maybe a 60-70%, in the hope that maybe a weaker 7 or a flush will just do the calling. He's gone 18k, so he's actually overbet the pot substantially here.
Yeah, twice.
So he's 2x. So he very much is targeting weaker boats, so maybe pocket 6s, 6, 7, if they're in the range. But also maybe hoping upon hope that the Ace King of Hearts or the Ace 10 of Hearts is out there. I don't think Carl can ever call with this particular holding.
He went pretty big the last time he had these when he hit the river as well. So he went 12 into 15 last time.
Yeah, Fergus basically sort of targeting the absolute best hands to get called less frequently.
Yeah.
But when he does, he gets a really big payday. Maybe a straight would look him up. Flush could certainly look him up, and I think the weaker boats have to look him up. Not sure. I kind of like that as an exploit in an online context. I think in a live context, maybe I would have preferred either the smaller bet or the medium-sized bet, both targeting different sort of portions of the range. Going for the big one there himself, obviously he really was sort of forcing a hero call out of his opponent. I don't know. But he's setting up the image too. Obviously these guys mightn't be checking the stream. He might know that was one of the best possible hands out there, second best both. And Fergus is now setting up this danger man persona. He certainly is a danger man anyway. Probably the most accomplished player at this table. I think Jay might have a word to me about that, but certainly those two will be getting in some battles, I think, as the day goes on.
Yeah, and the 3-bet from Pablo this time with the Ace King to 1.7. Fives folding. Interesting.
So
Fergus gets rid of the fives. Well, the same hand calls from Jim in seat 9.
I like a fold here from Jay. I think
Yeah,
he's a bit sandwiched with a hand that's easily dominated here.
He makes the call.
He's going to call. Oh, he's not. He's going to 4-bet. Oh, wow. Interesting here.
I like it.
Okay, well, I do prefer a 4-bet to a call. I will admit that, because he's taking the initiative. He's identifying that maybe this overcall is a hand that's like, a pocket 8s, a pocket 9, something that wants to still set mine. And he's going to put max pressure on. And it does actually put a lot of pressure on him, because you're sitting there with Ace King. You're not loving it right now. It's a really big bet too. He's made it 7k. It's not insignificant, and if you're sitting there with Ace King, particularly offsuit Ace King, you're thinking, well, do I call and just try and hit my hand? Am I up against Aces and Kings? Am I really going to take a beating here? So the question is, does Jim call now? He doesn't have to worry about the other player. So Jim, in the big blind, he's going to be out of position.
Out of the way. Wowzers.
Wow, so they both shown him.
Wow.
Jay, you absolute...
Oh, man.
Sneaky.
Yes.
Well, Jay O'Toole has turned a hand that had about 10% equity into a...
Should you ever open fold Ace King there? I'm never showing. You're never showing.
Well, again, do you know what, that's what's really interesting about this. Really, no, I definitely don't show the hand. Sorry, absolutely not. But what I think is really interesting there is Jay has identified that the King Jack maybe makes a really cool light 4-bet.
Yeah.
And now the proof is in the pudding. He's got 2 Ace Kings to fold. That's
Absolutely.
kind of crazy. But like, if you're going to 3-bet the Ace King and not folding it, I got to be honest. Yeah. I think you got to get sticky.
I never show.
And navigate some sort of board.
A lot of people never show in any situation ever, but I think that if I ever get a straight flush or a royal, I'm definitely going like this. With the cards in my hand over my head. But that was...
But you know what, in the modern game, obviously, you know, you go back 7-8 years ago, there was a lot of click wars, people 3-bet, 4-bet and 5-betting each other, and it was all sort of, you know, done with polarised ranges where, yes, okay, sometimes it will be the top of the range in there, the Ace Kings, Queens plus, but sometimes it might be an Ace 5 or a cheeky 6-7 suited. These days, the game has kind of come back into a much more balanced place where you tend to see people flatting an awful lot more. 4-bets tend to really mean business. They don't tend to be King Jack offsuit so much. They tend to be real hands. And, you know, an interesting choice of hand from Jay. I don't hate it, I've got to be honest. And you know, fortune favours the brave, and he's stepped out there, but he stepped out in a very effective way. As I said, 2 guys to watch on this table for me, Fergus and Jay, and we've seen it already. They're the men pulling the more interesting moves.
They are indeed. Well, we asked for a bit of ambience. I think we've got the greatest karaoke song in the world in the background.
Bohemian Rhapsody. Don't know if you can pick it up on your mics there, guys, but we're gonna. Are we going to go into Wayne's World here? Is it going to?
Wayne's World. Yes, we're one of the greatest sketches while we're in the car. If you've not seen Wayne's World, type in Wayne's World Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah, Mike Myers, isn't it?
Mike Myers, fantastic. Yeah, so the ambience is on. So Pablo getting the hands again. Ace Queen suited this time.
Yeah, so just a limp with the Jack 9 from Carl. Fergus sort of going to isolate Carl here with the bump up to 800 with the King 10 off, and now Pablo obviously woken up with a good hand in the big blind. Ace Queen suited, he's going to flat, and that'll probably bring Carl in.
It'll be a nice time to squeeze. He decides to flat.
And you know what, I totally agree with you there. While Ace Queen suited does make a nice deceptive little strong flat, I agree with you. I think maybe recognising that Fergus will be targeting limpers like that. I like your line there. I like the raise to maybe 2.5, 3k. I think if these guys want to fight with Fergus, they got to fight fire with fire, and they can't be flat and wider. They got to be raising back.
So a flop of 5-4-4.
I hope Pablo will recognise that he needs to stick around here to 1-bet, because his hand, obviously Ace Queen suited, can be good pre, so it can still be good on this flop. He's got some backdoors there, the 2-3, he's got the hearts, the 2 overcards valuable on their own.
I bet something like 2-1.
You think that's what's coming from Fergus?
Yeah, I think he's put the chips in the middle.
Oh, he has already, you're right.
Yes, I don't know why the bet's not there. What's happened there?
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're watching there.
Well, that looks like a better raise than a call.
Bet from 700 from Fergus, raise with the Ace Queen suited. Okay, don't really love the raise at this point, but okay, it's got some potential. Fergus is floated, so this is absolutely balls out from Fergus now. So we're going to expect to see a move from Fergus unless he decides to abandon ship on another card that kind of coordinates with the low cards. Fergus really flying by the seat of his pants here. Bet 12.5k
into 7.
What are we watching right now? Wow. Okay, well,
he took the leaf out of Fergus's book.
Well, I was just about to say maybe he overheard me saying that it's going to be the Fergus and Jay show. He decided, actually, do you know what? I want a piece of this. So audacious stuff there with the overbet on the turn.
The overbet is rife.
So, if these guys now, 20 minutes from now, start seeing some of these hands, they're going to realise they're in some old school street poker.
So now we need a new playlist, because I've heard this about 4 times and I've only been here 12 hours.
Oh, really?
Up to 66 in the main. 100,000 guaranteed. Prize pool be absolutely smashed by the time tomorrow evening comes. No doubt about that. Will you be on time tomorrow? Do you always play the early levels? Or is it a case of this is 1,000 bigs?
Yeah.
I can have a sauna.
I think similar to what Dara did there. I think he rocked in for around 300 bigs. That feels about right. Yeah, it feels like the proper start of a tournament. Although maybe, do you know what? What's kind of fun is getting to play short-handed for a while. So maybe I'll come down.
And you've seen the cards that we got in the first level as well. And
that's it. Yeah, if I don't want to miss out on all those aces, for sure. We saw there Fergus taking a swig of I assume a caffeinated beverage. Not that he needs it. Yeah.
Ace 3-9 flop. 2 clubs. Pablo's got a nice little piece of this. Should be a check call.
Yeah, he's picked up some more outs now, and then he's actually hit the river. So he's going to check quickly on the turn. Pablo's going to have to do his own betting out position here. He does, and obviously Jim with nothing. Going to go away pretty quick. I have to say, did not expect this much excitement, this many interesting pots so early in the tournament. There I was saying, look, you could have the best level of your life and you might have 103 or 104k. Big swings here already, 200 big blind swings going on in the chip stacks of these guys as it was from when they started. Obviously, blinds have crept up a little bit since then. That probably represents only 100 big blind swing now, but that's still plenty.
So blinds up in 6.5 minutes time. The first hour is just about complete. Numbers increasing as players wake up in Dublin and think, nice festival going on at Bonington.
And here we have the aces again. So 4th or 5th time, I think, already in just an hour and a half of play. Pocket aces for Jim here. He's in the hijack. I think he's going to just make it at 600 like they have been, or 500. That will also work. Maybe that 500 taking that little discount might just bring in a few more hands. You never know. You don't want to bring in too many. Emmett gets rid of the 7 deuce in the small blind, but I think Antoine maybe will make this call here with the 6-2 off. He is gonna.
The Sheffield nuts.
So we are. Is that what it's called?
Apparently.
Wow.
Yeah, it has a reputation in Sheffield for some strange reason.
So
about 1600. There is a flop there. On the call, flop is jack.
Oh, and the 6 deuce. This is what you're saying.
The Sheffield nuts for Antoine.
The Sheffield nuts. Okay, I'm going to have to remember that one.
And Jim's got Jim's got the ace, and it's like, really?
Yeah. Question for Anton now here is obviously, Jim does not have to have a hand as good as aces or even queens, kings, ace, jack type of stuff, but it's probably worth raising here already, and he does go for the raise here, a big raise to 3,700. No way Jim can go away. This is a bone dry board. Can Jay go away? He can. Good discipline from Jay there. It's a man who's capable of four-betting the king jack go and getting rid of top pair like it's nothing right there. Well played, Jay. So, yeah, tough spot now. Okay, well, it gets worse here because
Jim fires again.
now it being such a dry board, raising on this board does really represent twos. You would assume jacks might have 3-bet. Now sixes becomes very unlikely because there's another 6 out there. Obviously, you could be completing in the big blind with jack 6 and 6-2. They're certainly options, but Jim will have to be suspicious of pocket twos here. I think that's the one he's worried about the most right now.
Just a call.
Not a big bet, so he does call. And the question is, how greedy does Anton get on the river? Queen doesn't really matter too much here. So Antoine should size up here. I think he should be going for at least 10k, maybe even 12. He sort of, by putting in the small bet on the turn, he didn't really define his hand, and he didn't really define his opponent's hand. His opponent has to stick around with pretty much everything on the turn.
15 he's gone.
So he has gone for a full pot-sized bet.
And the Sheffield Nuts in Dublin.
Sheffield Nuts, so he's going to get to show this aces here. It looks like he wants to show what a bad beat he took here. 6-2's cracking the aces, but that was a tough spot for aces there. I'm not sure I would have been loving it there. No draws on the flop. You've got to be really scared of. Mostly I would have thought pocket twos, although the problem is combinatorically there weren't that many hands that could beat you, but he really was doing a good job of selling you that he had one of them. So
and you nearly got your 50k pot.
Nearly got the 50k
Nearly
pot.
got the 50k pot in the first 3 levels.
Yeah. So yeah, now we've got a full, what is it, like 60k swing between the top and bottom stack at this table. Not insignificant now. These guys are about to head into big blind 300. Great to see, I gotta say. I don't know if we are switching out this feature table for another one at the break. We may well be, but these guys haven't disappointed us. I hope we see them again later on.
Yeah, but it has been strange. What, 6-7 times we've seen aces so far? First 2 levels.
And another couple of ace kings.
King again.
Wow. Okay, well, Pablo and Emmett going to go to war here. So Pablo can flat or 4-bet here. Both options seem reasonable. I probably prefer the flat, to be honest. He does.
So flop side should be Queen 10 deuce, the redraw for the King of clubs.
That's right, yeah, well spotted.
But
so
it depends who's the aggressor. It's Emmett.
So I was going to say it should be a small bet here, but actually we see quite a large bet coming in from Emmett, 4k. I was expecting to go small bet call from Pablo, but now that it's gone for a bigger bet, he could let it go, and he does.
Yeah.
Battle of the 2 ace kings, the big bet from Emmett does the trick against that particular holding.
Afternoon, Jay. Jay Harwood is in the chat box on Twitch. My sidekick on the GUKPT sits exactly where you are.
Always to your left side,
and he listens. Yeah, well, like Anton Deck.
Is that your side of the bed, is it?
I'm on the right side of the bed all day long. Jay's in the building. How are we doing, Jay? Not working the Deepstack, but he'll be in Manchester in the United Kingdom next week for the GUKPT.
We've got a bit of star power now in the Twitch box as well. Okay, the people are arriving one by one. People are getting their coffees into them. Jack's incredible. Jack Sinclair. Let's go Fergalicious, he says.
Afternoon, Jack.
Poker royalty, really, these days. Jack Sinclair, it's got to be said. Double main event final table. It's the World Series.
It takes some doing it once.
JP Masters champion.
Twice.
I'm surprised we're not seeing Jack over here. Maybe he'll be over next week for the Unibet Open. We hope so. If not, book yourself a plane, Jack. Get over here.
Get yourself involved.
Don't mind that other thing that's going on in Tallinn this weekend. Get over here. Play in Dublin for 10 days solid. Much more crack. Your best pal Fergus is here too.
Tallinn will be colder this time of year, won't it?
Oh, freezing, yeah. You wouldn't want to be there. And the sun's shining here in Dublin.
It is.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got ice squinting and everything.
Oh, I can see now in real time they are going on a break now. I'm catching a glimpse of a few absolute superstars of Irish poker here. Cahill Shine and Jason Tompkins on the same table. That looks like a tasty table to consider for a future feature, if you ask me.
Dara's made it to the break.
Dara's made it to the break as well.
Dara.
He's done well, yeah. He survived that half an hour of Big Blind 300. And he makes a beeline for his good pal Jason Tompkins to press the flesh. And it's great fun being in the future, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Should we reveal the number of bust outs these guys can expect to see over the course of the next half an hour?
No, you're entitled.
Oh my god, it's been carnage though. Absolute carnage. 73 entries now in real time. I'm going to remember accurately that it was about 60 as we see it there. So people funneling in now, about 20 an hour. Hopefully that'll continue.
Yeah, I think we will see it. I don't used to see like the influx at 5 p.m. when people finish work, but that doesn't seem to happen anymore.
No.
Poker players are just poker players. Poker players don't work 9 to 5.
That's it.
Very, very few people.
Now I say there, I caught a glimpse of Jason Tompkins. What a poker resume that man has. He is it's quite impressive now. Unfortunately, not too many wins, I'm going to say, but for a final table record that anyone would want. He has a World Series of Poker final table, EPT final table, UK IPT final table, Deepstack's final table, WPT final table. He has an F Coupe, W Coupe, Scoop, and probably lots besides final tables as well. Perennial 4th and 5th place finisher, it must be said. But yeah, one of the most impressive poker resumes, Jason Tompkins.
That is impressive. Got to go to Rosvedov.
Oh, Rosvedov's on right now as well. Oh, we have a bit of competition from Tallinn and Rosvedov, but no, sure, they're both freezing.
No,
get yourself to Dublin.
2 or 3 years ago, I don't think anybody in the world had heard of Rosvedov.
No, and they were better off. They were way better off. It was a much happier world.
They'd never heard of it. They'd never even heard the name. What's that? What's that? And then all of a sudden...
Sounds awful. Why would I go there?
All of a sudden, this incredible place opens, and it's like, what? It takes over.
It is a bizarre place, it must be said, there on the Czech-German border.
Is it in the middle of nowhere?
Absolutely, in the woods.
I've
been there. I was there once. I hope it's...
I had heard it was in the middle of nowhere.
We do have a bit of a running joke on the chip race about never wanting to go back to Rosvedov. I think Dara's been there 3 times. I've been there once. It's a unique place. It has 2 casinos, a couple of hotels, petrol station, and I don't know quite how to describe for our daytime viewers. There's a couple of other establishments.
It's for the over 18s, we don't mind.
There's a couple of other over 18 establishments there.
As a professional poker player,
yes, sir.
Is it a case of I do have to look at the calendar to find out what he's on, where he's on?
Yeah, Hendon Mob is great for that, it's got to be said. They will have a pretty up-to-date, as long as the sites are doing their job, send it to the Hendon Mob. They will give you all the info you need for maybe a few months ahead. What can be a little blip in scheduling is some of the sites can be a little bit late to get their schedules out. Ideally, obviously, you'd want to get all the schedules out by December, but some of them kind of dribble out in January, late February, and then you're trying to figure out for the rest of the year. So I generally schedule about 4 months ahead.
All right,
I've kind of scheduled up to and including the Unibet Open Tallinn, which is in May, and then and now the next thing will be kind of working out Vegas. That's kind of my next. That's as far ahead as I am right now.
So it could have been potentially 5 ways to the flop. We've ended a heads up to the flop with the Jacks against the Ace King. Jim in seat 9, who told the table he's never won with aces while he's been on a feature table.
Right.
That was when he got bust with 6 deuce.
Nasty business. So Fergus is going to bet here. Jim obviously can go nowhere with these jacks. So another club. That's a little bit of insurance for Jim now. Obviously with the jacks means he can definitely withstand the heat. For another bet here. Oh, he's actually led out. Interesting. Okay, so he's leading it. Jacks are leading out now. Kind of makes things easy for Fergus. He gets a kind of an easier decision out of it. I'm interested to know whether Fergus was going to empty the clip there. Could have been a one and done spot, to be honest. I'm not sure. Rosvedov, the best place on earth, says Jack's Incredible. Well, you know, when you're Rosvedov royalty like you are, sir, picking up your World Series of Poker main event bracelet, I'm sure you have fond memories of the place. We actually conducted a chip race interview with Jack the morning after he won the World Series of Poker Europe. Credit to him for doing it. He was lying in his bed. I'll show you photos on my phone right now of him dangling the bracelet in front of the cameras for us.
Brilliant.
While topless, he's very hairy chested man, topless in his bed, just showing us that, saying that he'd missed his flight and Rosvedov had come to him a suite for an extra night maybe.
I've always said to a lot of people, if you win a bracelet, would you ever wear it? And some people say, I'd never take it off. With Jack, I just wonder where he's wearing it at all times.
I
think the conversation came through because James Dempsey was on. James Dempsey was on. I think he was playing in London. Yeah. And obviously he does quite a bit of comms now, James. And he's got a bracelet. And it's in a glass case in Brighton in the Rendezvous.
In the Rendezvous, yeah, I've seen
Rendezvous, it's in
I've
there.
Seen it, yeah.
And he's not seen it in years because he's not been in the Rendezvous in years. It's like
who James?
Yeah,
that's not true. I saw him in the Rendezvous 3 months ago playing the cash games.
And he said, and it was a question: if you've got a bracelet, when do you wear it, and if so, how often? But some people stick it in a glass case. Some people put it on eBay. Some people stick it in a pocket. And
the bracelet be a tricky one now. I throw all my trophies have ended up in bins, so I don't know whether a bracelet might be a bit too special. I could probably flog a bracelet for a few quid as well. I wouldn't want to lose out on that equity. You know, when you go broke years from now, you can always sell the bracelet. That's always worth something.
That's been done.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'd throw a bracelet in a bin.
No. No, there might be a little trophy that's gone in.
Nor would I ever throw a Unibet Open trophy.
Absolutely
in the bin,
not. Pride of place.
I might give it to one of my colleagues or teammates, but I would never throw it away.
Here's what you could have won. Blinds are up. They are 1-3 with the 3 because we had a change of dealer. We don't have to look at the clock.
So Carl getting a little funky here with the flat with the 4 deuce under the gun +2. He's obviously just feeling like he wants to play a hand. Can't think of any other reason. Maybe 4 deuce is a lucky one. Fergus, 2 options here from the hijack. He could flat and he could raise. He's gone for the raise. Gotta feel like Emmett's hand is too pure not to flat here. It is a sexy little Queen Jack suited. Pablo, let's go the A6 here. Emmett's going to get involved, and I hope Carl doesn't follow bad money after. More bad money doing in the pot here. Okay, well, we need a very specific flop for Carl. Emmett's looking for some hearts or some straightening cards, and Fergus, well, he's hoping those jacks do a big hold. No, not going to happen.
No, they don't. The 1 overcard.
Yeah, so Fergus has a kind of a tricky one here. He can either bet small or check up against these 2.
He does check.
Yeah. If it checks to him again, he might throw out a small bet. Oh, not on that card though. That's a nasty one. He does have blockers for the King Jack, but he has 3-bet this hand. King Jack might be in his 3-betting range, but not always. He might do a kind of a mergy bet here, but again, I would expect this one to check through a lot. He is going to go for a merging bet. Okay, so basically trying to sort of figure out where he's at here. Emmett probably in a tough spot now. Has to call, the gut shot. So is Fergus going to turn his hand into a bluff? That's the question now. Fergus almost 100% sure he is not good right now. He probably puts Emmett on an ace-x hand, or at the very least maybe a queen-king, and he's going to figure out whether he wants to try and steal this one. Looks like he does. So Jacks is being turned into a bluff here. There's absolutely no way he's looking for thin value against a 10 here. This is absolutely big bet, 15k, almost pot-sized bet here, looking to fold out exactly the type of hand Emmett has, a king, queen, a queen, jack. Great understanding there from Fergus that he was up against maybe an ace-jack he could put pressure on as well. King, queen, queen, jack.
Nice bet, sir.
Dangerous opponent, Fergus, there, when he's capable of turning a made hand like that into a bluff.
The big size bet on the river has helped so far for Fergus. Like it.
Yeah, pretty much disregarding the value of his own hand, maybe less the fact that 2 jacks in his hand meant blockers to the king jack, one of the likely calls. So yeah, just put on maximum pressure there, and job well done. Got a bit of Morrissey going on now in the background.
Yeah, indeed.
Or is this the Smiths? I don't know which.
I think this would have been the Smiths at the time. Every Day is Like Sunday. This would be an 80s tune, wouldn't it? That's why you were rocking to the 80s.
That's it, yeah. 80s boy, me.
Like in
81.
the 80s, yeah. I like the 80s music. 81.
That's when I was born.
Is it? I left school in 84. I left school at 5.
I was going to say, I was caught between two kinds of insults there, actually. It was a very delicate one. I didn't want to assume you left school young and didn't want to make out like you're too old. Put me in a very dangerous spot there as a co-commentator. Trapped between two forms of insult.
I got older 2 days ago as well. I did.
Oh, sorry, I saw that. Happy birthday.
It is. Thank you very much.
I saw that on... I don't know if I sent you a message. I don't really care about people's birthdays, so I probably didn't. But I did spot that you were, though.
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Was it a big one?
No, I've had that. We're 2 years past the big one. 42. No.
Nice.
52 now, pal. 5 and 2, 52. Believe it or not.
Some specimen for 52.
And that's not stone for people out there.
Jack's incredible. Fergus is too sick, he says.
Is indeed.
He's a sick puppy, my man.
Masterclass at the minute. It really is. If you want to rewind and watch how to play early stages of a Deepstack tournament, when Fergus sits down, click play. It is good. Ace King for Carl under the gun. Should raise it up. It does, makes it 1.1. Jim has decided to call with no holdings at the moment. So we go to the flop of Ace, Jack, 5, 2 diamonds. Antoine's picked up pieces.
He sure has. He's actually almost favourite here. I know it's a dead heat, in fact.
Jim is in the hand. We can't see his hand, but he is in the hand.
Well, we now know Carl is going absolutely nowhere here. 2 flush draws out there, but Carl with big slick top 2. He's got to be feeling good about his holding. Antoine still enough reason to stick around here. Flush draw is probably good. 5 is almost certainly good.
Well, Jim's cold, so he'll have pieces of it.
Oh, wow. Well, I wonder, that could actually make Antoine think twice, because maybe a flush draw's out there. Although the bet is small, he's got a call. Yeah, he's got a call.
Yeah, he's got a call.
So let's see what happens here. I'm interested now, Jim. Total brick. So makes for an easy decision from Antoine. Carl going for some value. Question is, will Jim call here with the hand we don't know? He could have ace 10. Certainly got a call with an ace jack. Ace 10's a tough spot. Probably has to let it go, to be honest.
No. It was an ace, it was a small ace. And that will be it. Call. Getting closer to the starting stack of 100,000. The blinds at 1, 3 and a 3. Short stack having 50. Bigs just over 50, 500. No, work that out. It was a 50. So European Deepstack Dublin 2020 on YouTube, if you want to click in the YouTube, and Dublin Poker Festival on Twitch. We'll try and get them correlated so they're the same thing.
Yeah, I'm
so
just
we
going
can
to
just say the one.
That's it, yeah.
Hopefully Dublin Poker Festival is there somewhere. Alan Lamont. Good afternoon, Alan. I think Alan won some kind of satellite. What did you win last night, Alan? Alan Lamont sent a social media picture, but I couldn't read it because my eyes aren't that good anymore. Couldn't make it to Dublin this time. We'll see you. There you go. I will see you though, as I bagged a Manchester seat last night. Birdie is going to the ball. Nice one, Alan. A professor in maths.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Alan Lamont. He likes to watch a live stream with a... Normally, if he's on the live stream chat box, it's either trolling because he's had 2 bottles of Merlot, or it's just enjoying it with 1 bottle and a curry.
It's very civilised.
That's what normally happens.
Jay O'Toole into the mix here, 3 betting with the Django's. He's got the kings here, and he's got potentially a caller in Jim here with the 7-8. Oh, and 7-8's got some reason to stick around. Now, the question is, does Jay c-bet this? I think he should. What's his sizing now? Looks like maybe 12. Right, 12 inches 31. Maybe it's 16.
Is that a raise?
It is 12.
It is a raise. Raises to 2.5.
Well, Jay pretty much has to just call here. He's got a hand that has showdown against all the draws. He's in big trouble against the sets. So he has to sort of call and reevaluate. It is a very small raise.
Oh, straight in.
Wow. Okay, well, Jay may have to call another bet here. 7-8's not the most likely draw. He mightn't expect Jim to have this hand, and of course he does have a redraw with the Queen. So Jay can't get away yet, although I think he might feel like he can fold on a lot of rivers here. Again, we saw Jay very cutely put in the 4-bet with the King Jack earlier and get rid of the 2-ace king, so he's a wily character here. I think he may recognise that he's in trouble here in this spot.
Oh,
quick call.
Yeah.
So the 10, even if Jim had been raising, kind of like informationally small raising with the 10, he tripped up as well. So probably on balance, not loving that call from Jay, but you know what, it's a tough spot.
It's a pretty quick call as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a pretty tough spot.
Obviously didn't put him on a 10 because he just snapped.
Yeah, it was a quick call as well. So Jay down to 67k now with that one. Yeah, not wanting to be too critical of Jay there, but I would have liked to see him maybe get into the tank there and have a deep think about, probable ranges of his opponents.
Yeah.
Would his opponent really bet that sizing with a hand like Jack Queen, one of the draws that actually made a pair? Probably not. Obviously he did have the blockers for King Queen, which was the nuts, but again, King Queen doesn't feel like a raise on the flop, so you could probably discount that. I think once you weigh in all the factors there, you'd at least want to, if you are going to make the call, you'd maybe want to give it a bit more time. But you know what? Poker's not easy, and as we said, sometimes these big pairs are the toughest to play in this deep stack format.
Around about 12 minutes to go until the end of the first session. Interesting first session. Seen plenty of big hands so far today.
We sure have, and we've seen a bit of a masterclass from Fergus. We've seen some really creative poker from Jay as well. I really liked how he played it. Might be critical about that last hand, but I think he's played very well. And there's been plenty of moves. Been really enjoying Pablo's moves. Antoine's playing well, so yeah. Very entertaining poker so far.
75 in the mix as well. €100,000 guarantee European Deep Stack in its 13th season. Very nice indeed. Always well represented, well supported. Next week, the Unibet Open.
Yeah, Unibet Open's going to be a biggie here. I think we're going to have about 100 and maybe 120, 130 people into day 1A on the Thursday. You could probably double that for day 1B, and hopefully we get another 50 or 60 into the turbo leg. Maybe creep over that 400 mark would be a great result.
Yeah, fantastic.
We had a Unibet Open here just over a year ago. It was 5 stops ago in late November, December of 2018, and it was a huge success. So I'm really keen to get it back on the schedule. We managed to do it this year, and I know the events team very excited to be going back to Dublin. Sorry.
I was just running through the schedule for today with the satellite running at 8 p.m. and the progressive bounty at 9. If you you
Oh,
fancy
yeah.
it.
Get
There's
in
also
there, guys.
a bit of Midnight Madness.
So tell me about the Midnight Madness. Is that essentially flipping coins?
It is.
Okay.
It's €10, one hand.
Right. No rake.
No rake.
No rake. Okay.
Yeah.
So is that just to create? Is that for people to win seats, or is that for people just to get
I think that's
100 quid in their hands?
I think that's just €100 straight in the pocket, and
a bit of gamble.
maybe put it towards a buy-in.
Very
But,
good.
that's the Midnight Madness. We finished just about midnight, so we might have to wander over and see if anybody's partaking.
Yeah.
There are so many events going on over the week, especially for running up to the conclusion of the Deepstack.
I can tell you now, I've just seen WSOP main event final table with Scott Gray. Walk into the room.
Scott Gray. He's not changed in 20 years. Now,
Is that
means
you saying
was
that he
either
looked old then?
That means that was either a terrible paper round, and he's just looking a youthful elder gentleman now.
Well, Scott, I know, played the
What a
seniors
top
a few
man.
days ago. I know he was having great fun. He was on Darrow Kearney's table for a while, talking about how he was really enjoying the fact that it was no headphones, like you said earlier, and everyone was having the banter. I don't know if Scott is going to take his seat
Yeah, he's a top lad, is Scott.
today. Looks like he's skulking around the tournament room here, probably looking for one of those tables that has an extra seat open. Check if it's a soft table. Old pro.
Had a decent amount of final tables, the Irish, haven't they, on the World Series circuit?
Well, yeah, in the early days, I suppose it was all Americans, and then as soon as it wasn't Americans, it was Americans with a bit of Irish sprinkled in, because we sort of took up the game before most in Europe. Porrick Parkinson obviously has a main event final table.
Yeah. Noel Furlong.
Noel Furlong obviously won it.
Yeah.
Did Dunnach ever make the final table? I think he did. I think Dunnach OG has a final table too. Of course, his son Owen made the final table only about 6 or 7 years ago. Maybe it's more than that now. It might be 8 or 9 years ago. Time is flying.
Yeah, there's been a few. Did you see the going? I'm not seeing Donica O'Day for quite a while, to be fair. But the infamous slow roll from the guy in the Irish Open.
Well, I was the commentator on that one.
Was you really?
I was
Yes, you was. That's correct.
If you listen carefully, I'm the person who said this guy Gans is going to be taking up the mountains after this hand. That was my one contribution to that 3 minute of viral video sensation.
I was actually on the rail, and I think everybody was rooting.
Oh, it was amazing, wasn't it? It was an amazing moment in poker.
If you've never seen it, it was the Irish Open. Was it the final?
You know what? You don't even. All you have to do is go to Google and put in poker slow roll. I think it's the first thing that comes up. It's absolutely epic. Yeah. I was in the box with Emmett Kennedy, who will actually be presenting this year's Irish Open as well. Fergal Nealon was in the box with me too, and yeah, what a crazy moment of poker. And then sort of karmic retribution.
Absolute.
Added to the mix.
It
was great.
Indeed, and everybody on the rail that was live, they were all shouting it in as well. And when there was a massive cheer, and it was like, oh my word. And then he refused to leave.
Yeah, he didn't quite know what had happened. I think he was. Yeah, it was a strange old moment.
We needed 2 minutes to work out the hand. It was bizarre.
Yeah, great scenes. Of course, that was the Irish Open that my good friend Kevin Killeen managed to chop with Yanis Triantafilakis, the Greek man who came over that week.
You've done well to remember the surname there.
I got a lot of practice at it that week. 4 days of covering that tournament. Yeah, I know Kevin and Yanis did a bit of business heads up, so it was a good weekend.
Yeah, when you get pretty deep, and the gap between first and second can sometimes be a full season's buy-ins.
Oh yeah,
it's,
and the rest.
It's the right thing to do at some point.
It sure is. Now we're up to 75 in real time, guys. So again,
very good.
Ticking along nicely now.
Yes.
I actually have a sneaking suspicion we might do more than 120 before this day's up. It'd be great to see 150 in today. Then we might be looking at big numbers. 450 maybe on the cards.
4-way to a flop, 6 to 7 minutes off the first break of the day. 10-8-7, 2 hearts. Gut shot. J checks. Sometimes defending with the old 9 deuces get you into a little bit of trouble, but he has outs. Charles in seat 3 comes to the table, bets 1.2. Emmett with a gut shot on the overs. Calls. Paul comes along for the ride, and Jay, just with a gut shot, calls with the 09 deuce. Needs a specific turn. The Queen of Clubs on the turn. Charles still with the lead. Everybody has a piece of it. And the river is a brick. And the 8, as it's going to be checked all the way around. I don't think anybody's... Oh, Emmett, then we say nobody's going to get giddy, but Emmett comes in for a bet of 3,000 into a pot of 8. That could well do it. Indeed it does. Emmett getting a bit tricky. Takes a nice little pot. Adrian says, still a million big blinds deep after half the day.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what it is. 100,000 starting stack, and the blinds do start at 1-1. So 1,000 big blinds deep. But it is a deep stack tournament. It's the European Deep Stack, part of the Dublin Poker Festival. The Unibet Open next week in the Bonington. Carl Parrish says, hi everyone, how's this game going so far? It's been an interesting first session.
I think it's been way above what I expected, to be honest. Not that I didn't think there would be quality poker on show. I just didn't think there would be maybe that combination of loose play, creativity, and these guys willing to put chunks and chunks in. We've also seen some big hands, got to be said.
We have. Aces have been around about 6-7 times.
Yeah, coming to the end of this session now. We will be going on, was it a 15-20 minute break? Something in that region?
20, yeah. It is a 20-minute break. I'm
Stick the kettle on.
There's an extended break for the dinner stoppage, whenever that is.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to find that out now at the break. Is it probably 3 sessions and then dinner?
I would say so, yeah.
So that's going to be maybe just before 7. Very civilised dinner hour.
Yes. Carl Parrish says, good afternoon, David.
Carl Parrish, great to see you, man. And Adrian is here as well, NMP fan. Great to see the boys here representing. Unibet regulars here. Adrian, a former Platinum Pass winner, who has been crushing things for several years. Carl Parrish, great to see you on here, buddy. Congratulations, by the way. I think Carl got married recently, just a few days ago.
Congratulations, Carl.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I think he did on Valentine's Day, in fact.
Oh,
yeah, I think
good on you.
I hope I haven't got that wrong now, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Quick update on the Midnight Madness. It's
Go on, yeah.
one Omaha hand. Winner from each table goes through to the final table.
Oh.
It can regularly hit €1,000.
And it's winner take all. Wowzers.
Wow.
If you fancy a bit of degeneracy, there you go. You can have that option as well.
Brilliant. Thanks, Alan.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Very nice. One Omaha hand. Winner from each table goes through to the final. That's my kind of skill level. We might have to join in the fun. Probably the last hand of the session.
Yeah, we see Emmett here under the gun. He's going to raise things up, I think, to probably... there's been a kind of a standard raise of around 700 to 800. Yeah, he's going to go for 800. Yeah. Quick folds now. You see the speed of the folds now when they're going on dinner break. Or going on their little
I want my
coffee
20.
break is quick.
I want my 20 minutes.
So the small blind's getting out of the way here with the 7 deuce. So, Jay, Queen 6 suited on the button. He's going to stick around here. Use the power of position on later streets, perhaps.
21 to 24, yeah.
Charles got a must call really now with the Queen 8. Okay. Well, Jay has connected there. He's got backdoor flush and he's got the bottom pair. Emmett won't be loving that. 2 overcards. Charles has got no reason to stick around now. He'll just be thinking of his coffee break. Be like, here, come on lads, bet quickly so I can get out of here. Yeah, and Jay pretty much consistent plan again. Obviously, he's not loving the piece he has, but he has enough of a piece, and he is planning some devilment here. You know, you don't flat the Queen 6 suited here on the button without a plan to get creative, I don't think. So, you know, Emmett won't be loving things. He's probably going to check Jay, and I would expect Jay to turn his hand into a bluff here now, maybe bet it. Yeah, and that's exactly what Jay's going to do. So again, great awareness from Jay here.
Nice.
As I said, I hope he's going to forgive me for that bit of criticism I gave him how he played his kings, but he played that very nicely.
Quickly before the break, just going to mention Cole.
Go on.
He's been engaged 38 years on Valentine's Day.
Ah, okay.
And he gets married in July.
Ah, it's okay. Sorry.
So we've all got an invite.
Excellent. Yeah, very kind of you, Carl. Cheers for that.
We will see you in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I was about to push you, but for like 1 minute. Yeah.
So nice.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, sure.
I suppose you never do because you've got the headphones on. I was going to ask, do you ever forget that you're on camera?
Sometimes,
I
yes.
forget all the time.
Sometimes, yes.
The last time I was here, I think it was November. I finished early last night. I went home and then I started watching the feature table. That's when it dawned on me. I said, oh shit, I was on that all day. Fuck. What did I say? Did I do anything stupid?
So do you take the button with you, or you just remember which position it is?
Makes more sense. So you think 1, 2, I'll take 3, 4. Believe it or not, this is actually the first time I've seen it's chips from a feature table. Back. Actually, just never done that.
I think it's the first time I see you as a flowman.
Yeah, I've only been doing it the last year or two. Not many things. God.
Which table it is?
Sorry?
That's all we need to do now, right?
Yeah. But
Probably
also
move the bags.
yeah.
I didn't want it to touch their stuff.
Yeah.
That's why, I mean...
Table 9, yeah?
Yeah. So you have all the names and everything, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, just let me know.
There's a button about.
Sorry?
There's a button.
Seat 6.
Perfect, thank you.
No, I cancel Madrid. I cancel Madrid. going back. Sorry. Oh, tout a été amené sur la table. Ouais. Vous voulez prendre? De quoi? Et tu viens là? T'étais en neuf?
Non, je l'ai directement ici.
T'es mis directement ici? Ah, donc tu les avais déjà posés? Ah, c'est
Je jouais déjà.
Alors, ils sont sur la table 10?
Table 10?
10.
The next player is new table opening table number 15, screen number 1 to Norway Poland, seated village. Also players will use 2 taking names for 1 to yellow.
Going here.
You switched. You were there.
Megament is going to start in 20 minutes.
So you're back on your
Players will be
I know
starting
even big
on
blind.
Sorry?
It wasn't big blind.
You will
You
be.
were official table before,
We
now
moved everything. We removed everything. So now you're on table 10. You're back on table 10. There is everything there.
I'm back in table 10.
Yeah, you are here. Now you're on table 10. You move your chair.
So there is no table 10 anymore.
No, this is table 10.
The whole table moved.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Sure.
When you
So
wanna
move
do
the chips
that,
moved. On table 10.
you wanna do that often?
Yeah. Every night.
the position table is now
Very break.
on table 10. If you were playing the television table, now we are sitting on table 10.
Everything is removed. Except your water, you have everything on it. You good?
Once again, during the last hand, you were playing the television table. You are now on table 10.
Okay, so once we start the game, no electronic devices on the table. So no headphones as well. No cell phones and no music.
No music?
No. Nothing.
You can sing though. You're allowed to sing.
Send us back.
Actually, me, send me back.
So if you want to use your cell phone, you have to step away from the DJ.
Can the phone stay there? Not on there. Nothing. Nowhere. Anywhere
No.
near. Okay. Right. Just got to watch this baby laughing.
It's deep.
Yes.
Yeah, you've been removed. Table 10.
Man event is going to start in 1 minute. Take a seat, please.
Yeah, but you're not in practice.
So welcome back to level number 5 of the day. Seat number 2 is Paul Leckie. Nick Newport is in seat number 3. In 4 is Steve Penny. In 5 is Brendan O'Halloran. In 6 is Yves Persson from Belgium. 7 is Ilan Kukrovic from France. Rashid Mahmoud in 8. And Reg Rowan in seat number 9. So plenty of regulars, couple of overseas players.
Oh, excellent table! I like it already.
You've got Mr. Leckie.
Got Mr. Leckie. We got a sick table here. We've got Mr. Leckie. We've got Stephen Penny. We've got Nick Newport. I see there as well. Yeah, Nick's just taking a seat right now. And we've got Brendan O'Halloran, Bell Badger on Twitter. Great stuff. This is a great table. Oh yeah, we've done well here. Oh, and hang on, is that Mahmood?
It is.
Oh wow. Mahmood is going to be creating a lot of action as well, so this is great.
Who's been told no music at the tables via headphones. I didn't realise that.
Oh, that he can't listen to headphones. I suppose because you could be listening to the live stream. I think that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just on
You're
the
going to be forced
table.
to listen to Robbie Williams instead. Sorry, lads.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, this is a cracking table now, I have to say. There's loads of potential with this one. Stephen Penny, a man who makes the journey to Ireland for a lot of poker, it's got to be said. He's been around the circuit for a long time. Lovely fella, as much as anything else, as much as he is an excellent poker player too. Bell Badger, Brendan O'Halloran, one of the up-and-coming poker players in Ireland, who's been making his mark now recently. I know he does a bit of work with Darragh Carney as well, so watch out for him, I say. And Nick, of course. Well, Nick's been around for a long time now. Former Irish Winter Festival winner. Former 4th place finisher in Estrellas, Barcelona for a big payday about 3 or 4 years ago.
Nice.
And then Paul Leckie, of course. Well, everyone knows Paul. So yeah, I like this.
We are set for the next two hours of poker, 4 levels. It's 30 minutes per level. 100k starting stake. The blinds at the minute are 2-4.
Well, we already have Mahmood in there with the 7-2 suited. I'm assuming he was in the big blind at least, so and he did flop a little bit of something and turned a little bit more. So looks like we have a bluff here from Eves, who is lucky that Mahmood only has the 7 deuce, because I think he might have looked him up with any pair there.
So
is Eve from France? Maybe is he one of our French visitors? Belgian visitors. Great, so welcome to Eve.
Carl says, is Andy Black playing? I'm guessing Andy didn't play tomorrow, is he?
I would be surprised if Andy Black wasn't playing today because he'd want to give himself the option to play tomorrow as well. So, yeah, I'd say expect Andy in at some point in the day.
Is this a chooser stack? That's something I've not asked.
Oh, that's something I don't know the answer to.
So maybe
so if you finish with a really small stack, you can kind of go again and bring the bad one forward if you don't do better.
Just ask.
Obviously, that's an Irish story, So, can you put your card on the number as well, please? It's a 3-race 1,000.
That's one of the best.
Here, yeah.
That's one of the best stories.
Try to do it as well. Somewhere in his.
I thought he was on purpose first. I was like, what are you doing? Or something confused. It didn't make sense afterwards. Embarrassed.
What's that? Check.
So the biggest stack coming to the table after 4 levels is 129,000.
Yeah, so there has been some big pots all over the room. You can see that now already. I did a little cursory glance across. Darragh Carney has already added about 50% to his stack, so he's been crushing in that 40 minutes he played before the break.
Interesting. That's actually quite interesting as well. Carl Parish was disappointed that Andy Black won the Amateur Championships of Association Poker, the ACOP.
I'm more disappointed by Carl's spelling of amateur, but yeah. Look, obviously,
feelings.
it's called the Amateur Championship of Poker. It's not really, segregated in any way, so it's basically just the brand name of the tournament. It is an open event for anyone to play. And Andy, yes, it's fair to say not an amateur, fair to say one of the legends of Irish poker, did manage to be last man standing, although he did flip for the trophy three-handed, so it was a bit of fortune right at the end. That he did end up with that giant cup that he went carrying around the poker room all day yesterday with, for some reason, just being obnoxious, holding it wherever he went. He's using it as a card protector in the PLO cash game I saw as well.
If you are just tuning in, this is the European Deepstack 13th year it has been in fruition. Love coming over to Dublin.
Yves has the King of Clubs in his hand. An important card here when he'll probably find a way to... he's going to bet it, actually. Look at this. So he has the option to check back here. Seems like the perfect hand to check back, if I'm honest. He's obviously looking for a little bit of squeaky value from a jack, and he obviously gives himself then the option. He keeps control of the pot. He can check back rivers and bet rivers when he in fact makes the flush. Paul Leckie is obviously sticking around here with an ace, although he will be not loving his ace with the deuce kicker right now. He's got the two of clubs in his hand. Oh, he'll like his ace right now.
The ace now.
Oh, and this is actually pretty rotten. Now, Paul has every reason to believe that he's up against a person who's bluffing, because remember, he has bet again on the turn. So I might have thrown him the rope there, if I'm honest.
He's bet 8.
Yeah, so Paul's now seized the betting lead and is actually leading out. Given the fact that I would have figured my opponent was bluffing turn, because he, obviously has the board locked up here with all the aces, I might have slipped it to him. But now Paul's actually decided I'm going to try and extract value from whatever it is was betting the turn as well. And he's actually found the next best hand that could possibly be out there. So Yves is sitting there with the nut. No ace right now, but it is a pretty tricky spot. Paul is doing a good job of representing quads here.
He makes that call.
Let's see your quads, Paul Leckie.
Is that a raise?
No, surely not a raise. Surely not a raise from Yves.
He's raised to 20.
Oh, this is insane. What is going on? So Paul Leckie is, he's maintaining a very stoic poker face right now, but inside he's like, what is going on? Well, here's problematically for Paul is he knows it's a bluff. Mm-hmm. Now, it should never be a bluff with kings. Kings is a call, probably. But Paul knows that he's bluffing, so he has to now try and induce another bluff. So we're going to see a little Hollywood, which is fair. Also, in Paul's brain, he's like, what the heck is going on here? I've got the ace. You might check my hand, actually. Yeah. He's gonna. I definitely have the ace. I do. Okay, so your man's full of it, and he's chancing his arm. So I think a very small click is the only thing you can do, because you have to hope that the guy goes nuts.
Yeah, you have to go minimum.
I don't like this from Yves. He has a hand that can call. He's trying to get jacks to call.
No matter how long you dwell, once you're sticking a raise, the alarm bells have to sound.
That's a huge misstep.
Yeah.
So does Paul just go for a little click? So
yeah, it makes it 45.
Yeah, so he's basically just a little over double the bet, and now he's calls.
He's made the call.
No, you are kidding me right now. What is going on?
No, he's folded. He has folded.
So he showed his hand and folded.
He folded. He open folded kings. Yeah.
Okay. Well, at least he did that.
He open folded kings.
I hate the raise from Yves. I would have hated a call even more. Well done, Paul Leckie. I thought maybe slipping it to him was the move, because then when you raise it, it can look like you're bluffing. But in the end, he actually found a guy who was willing to overvalue, one would think, now the pocket kings. I don't think he was turning those kings into a bluff. I think he just thought he had the best hand and was looking for more value. Well, lots of action here. I think Nick Newport's a bit confused. He's wondering what's happening there.
He didn't show the ace, and the table's now wondering if Paul Leckie had that kind of bluff in it. You've known Paul Leckie longer than I have. Has he got that kind of bluff in him?
I don't think so, but I think he does a very good job at making people think he might. Yeah, if I'm honest. I hope that came across as a compliment. It was intended that way.
That would have been a sick bluff.
Yeah, I don't think it would be a compliment to say that someone's capable of a bluff in that spot, because I don't think a bluff in that spot would be wise.
No.
Well, Stephen's opened it up with the 9s under the gun here. He's going to get straight back into the mix here with pocket 5s. Here he goes. Is he going to 3-bet, in fact? He put out a few chips. No, he's just flatted here. I like that. Set mine, he's plenty deep here. These guys playing 250 deep if they've got a starting stack right now. Still super early stages. Nick Newport, King 9 in the big blind. Tight fold. Easily dominate a hand there, the King 9. I like that from Nick, I got to be honest. It was a 2.5x. I think to a min raise he's probably compelled to make a call, and he would have flopped top pair, but I think it's probably correct in the greater scheme of things.
Oh, yeah, Jim, lad.
Quads ahoy, says Carl Parrish. Yeah, you don't see daily quads too often on a live stream. Okay, well, 5s has been thrown a bit more of a lifeline here. Eve, open-ended now. He's got 10 outs, or 9 outs, sorry. And he leads here, okay. No, sorry, he bets having been checked. Great call from Stephen. Super call.
Like that call.
Stephen Cena.
Oh, we get there with the 5s.
Yeah. Well, Eves has been so out of line so far, and one would assume he was out of line before they got to the feature table, so Stephen may well be suspicious and look him up here.
We've seen him trying to bet quads off the pot.
Yeah, it's a tough spot here for Stephen. I think he's probably got to let this one go in a vacuum against Eve, though, as I said, sometimes there's some dynamics at work here. And I actually can't say, obviously they would know better than I don't know. We have a small sample size to see that Eve has been out of line. Maybe he's been out of line all over the shop for the last hour or two, and that compels Stephen to make a call here, which may be correct on balance. We can see here that in reality it is not in this hand. Feels like a very value-y sizing, it's got to be said. Oh, the chips came off the stack there. Stephen agonising over this one. I can understand why. As I said, in a vacuum, there's no way Stephen makes this call. This is player dependent right now. This is Stephen putting all the wacky stuff he's seen over the last couple of hours into the machine and seeing if it compels him to call with these pocket 9s. Always so tough when you have an unpredictable player. You get put in a guessing game an awful lot. It's a sort of a dark tunnel. Does he have it, does he not? And he does find the call. I kind of felt like he wanted to find the call because he was curious, because Eve has been at it. And gets the bad news this time. Stephen unlucky. As I said, there's no way Stephen makes that call in a vacuum. That was purely player specific there, and he was unlucky that his villain had found a way to make the best hand by the river.
Your prediction was exactly correct. Between 2 and 3 hours we'll lose our first player. And in the hour table, 2 hours 20 minutes in,
we've lost one.
We've lost one.
Excellent stuff.
Absolutely.
Well, not excellent stuff, I hope they're...
Yes. Yeah. 86 are playing so far. Late Reg Open all day long in the €570 main event, 100,000 guarantee. And it is Choose a Stack. I'm not too sure if Choose a Stack's right, but I think Choose a Stack's correct.
I like it, Choose a Stack.
Yeah, I think Choose a Stack.
We've coined a new phrase today.
Absolutely. So basically, if you play one of the day one, if you play day 1A and you bag up, you can still play day 1B tomorrow. If you make it through again, your biggest stack will be taken through to day 2.
Nice.
So if you're in Dublin and it's raining outside and you might as well play another day one, and you've already bagged up, then that's exactly what you can do. So you bag up 50,000, even if you bagged up 120,000, 150,000, and you still want to your second day. If you get eliminated on day 1B, you're still in day 2. You're not forfeiting your stack on day 1A.
Exactly.
Your bag's already into the chip count for day 2. So it's not you're not surrendering your stack. It's choosing a stack, which is a little bit of difference from people have said that before. If I play another day 1, does my bag that I've bagged up, does it go in the bin? No. You are already in, but you've just got another chance to make a bigger stack go through today too. That's all.
A nonchalant open with the Django's under the gun from Bell Badger Brendan. A nonchalant c-bet here on the fairly dry 8 deuce board. Stephen, who defended the ace-9 of hearts as he should, lets it go here on the flop. So Bell Badger there chipping up nicely, 116k. Nick Newport, as you can see, the top of the stacks that are below starting stack right now. So there has been a fairly wide distribution of chips flying around the place here so far. And we've really got a table with a recipe for some wildness here. We've seen Eve out of line a few times. We've seen, well, I think everyone in Irish poker has seen what Mahmood can do. Paul Leckie always brings his A game. Nick Newport, solid as a rock. Almost as solid as his hair. There's Mahmood with a pretty looking Queen 10 suited. I reckon he's getting involved here. He is. So limp from Eve under the gun. Jack 10 off. Isolation here from Mahmood. Race all the way back round to the blinds. Brendan will have an interesting decision here with the 10-6 suited. It's possibly defendable.
Yeah.
No, he's let it go.
Yeah.
It's a pretty close one there.
Yeah, a few people would defend on the big.
And Eve with a dominated hand is going to stick around here.
Two Jack.
Well, a huge reversal there as Mahmood falls way behind. He does have some backdoors wrapped around that Jack and a single diamond on board. He's got a c-bet here, Mahmood. I would have oh, hang on. He's not going to be given the option because Eve is going to dunk at him. No, hang on. Sorry. Mahmood does c-bet and Eve raises. Mahmood calls. It was a min raise, so I can see why he would call.
It's a spades, it's a turn.
So now Eve's put on the brakes here. I think Mahmood's got to go at him here. It was hard for him to pick up a turn card he wouldn't like, and this is one of them. Mahmood's going to keep the pressure on here with a bet of 3.5k into about 9.5. He's put himself in a terrible spot here with that raise on the flop. He sort of over-defined his hand, over-represented his holding, and now doesn't know where he is. He's in a dark tunnel now. He finds the call, so Mahmood's going to have to find another bullet or a king or a queen. He doesn't, so the question is, we've seen Eve make the moves. Is he a hero caller? Because I think he's going to be put to the test here. Oh, hang on. Well, I can't predict what's going to happen here. There's no way I saw a dunk lead coming here, but looks like he's considering it. Oh, it's like a tiny blocker. Is what, 2k, is it? Oh, is it 7? Oh, this is a wacky bet. This is a strange bet. It's very hard to understand what's going on here. Mahmood may pick up on this. If ever there was a man to make it 30 here, it was Mahmood. No, he lets it go. Eve, well, I think that hand was played back to front, but it's worked out. So he's a real loose cannon, this Eve. It'll be very hard to put him on a hand.
Yeah, up to 234,000. Luke, thirsty payday in the chat box. Happy belated birthday. Thank you very much indeed. And he's going to be playing tomorrow for day 1B.
Great stuff. Are you in Dublin yet, Thirsty?
Luke Neal. There's a lot online.
Adam Neal.
Adam Neal, sorry. Luke.
No worries. I got you back there, Charles, with the co-commentators.
That's what they're for.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam is going to be here all this weekend. I don't know if he's sticking around for the Unibet Open. I hope he does.
When he
I'd
cashes,
say he will if he gets a touch. Yeah,
when he cashes, he will. I'm expecting some kind of cash.
I hope we get a rap out of him.
Yeah.
That's what I really want.
Yeah, I think he sold some of himself. He let himself onto the social media circuit.
He sold so. You
and
made
he
that sound so
sold
dirty.
himself
He sold himself,
and I missed out. So
Yeah.
he's bound to cash.
He didn't get a piece.
I was thinking about it because he's started to play very well.
Was he charged by the hour or by the? How does he do it?
He's in room 3821.
He'd really like to play the high roller. Good stuff, Adam. We look forward to seeing you.
Absolutely. He arrives tomorrow morning. Awesome. Flight over. Great early morning flights into Dublin, aren't they? You're already in for the crack of dawn. Lovely stuff.
From the UK?
Yes.
Well, sure, you could fly here probably every half hour of the day.
There are plenty, to be fair. There are plenty.
So here we go. Brendan Bell Badger 3-betting with the Ace King. Looks like he's got one caller. Has he got two? No, Eve's actually let one go. And Paul's let one go. Okay, so a return to normality there as the 3-bet with the Ace King gets through.
You were just saying then there were about 30 flights from the UK to Dublin every single day.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, and our action tracker was...
Or just London, maybe. I didn't. The UK, I'd say it might be more like,
probably
more like 100. Yeah.
And our action tracker was asking the taxi driver to drive faster through rush hour traffic this morning because the cut-off for breakfast was 10 a.m. I think they got here at 10, like something like 10 to 10. He got in and he's like sweating and he's like, "Oh, they were nearly a bad beat story. He nearly missed breakfast." Yeah, Luton 6:30 in the morning. There you go. Yeah, plenty of flights over to this fair city, fabulous place. I thought with the exchange going up for the pound, I thought the Guinness would be cheaper. You just put it up going onto the exchange rate.
Just only for the British, though. Only it's the same price for the Irish.
We've noticed.
Yeah. No.
2 pints of Guinness. He's English. That's €8. 16 euros, please. Wait a minute. What? Up to 87 in the main European Deepstack Day 1-8. 100,000 starting stack. The lines are 2-4 for another 8 minutes. Raised to 1.2.
I think we're going to crack 100 runners before 4 p.m. today.
Limp call. No, don't very often see a limp under the gun. But Mahmood decides to try it. He has to defend a race from Brendan. And he's actually hit the front. He's gone check and now gone behind. So he limped and then called a race under the gun. He hit the flop and checked. Goes behind. And now goes check again. Does anybody want it? No, we'll check it all the way down.
Look, a little pot to the Badger.
You called the Kings Jangles.
Jangos.
Why is that?
Because they're cowboys.
Django.
Django is the Western cowboy.
The Western cowboy. Great movie.
Famously a sort of kind of Tex-Mexican character, but obviously in the Tarantino popularised him.
Yeah.
With Jamie Foxx.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, Django was the cowboy for at least about 60 movies.
I like it.
Yeah.
So blinds 2-4, level 5 of the day. Play 20 levels. So the live stream will finish round about midnight.
Well, we mentioned the Djangos are back.
Oh, look at this. We're getting all the hands.
Looks like action round to Mahmood in the big blind. Will he defend the ace-8? Pretty close, to be honest. He probably will. Oh, and there we go. Ace 8-3. Mahmood will likely check this, and Brendan can go either way, to be honest. A small bet or a check seems pretty good. He's got the king of clubs in his hand, which is no harm. I think I'd probably err on the side of a check here, but the bet is pretty good too. 1.1 seems a little big to me. I'd probably have gone smaller, but again, we're really are... straight away a raise from Mahmood. I'm picking hairs here, but yeah, I might have gone a little smaller from Brendan. He's got to let it go there. He's going to show the kings and fold. Good fold, Brendan. Jetty's been pretty snug. Would expect that trend not to continue as the day goes on.
Anyone asking about the breaks? 20-minute breaks all the way through the day and a 60-minute dinner break at the end of level number 12.
Nice, and I can confirm now that shortly before 5 o'clock today we are going to have Darragh O'Kearney on the feature table. He's going to be on the next one.
Excellent.
So for any Darragh O'Kearney fans out there.
And Darman Harris says, hey guys, for the future, can you ask them to have a day one on a Saturday? And not all of us can take Thursdays or Fridays off. I think that's just scheduled poker, isn't it? Sometimes we have a...
Well, the problem then is you're playing a final table on a Monday.
Yeah, the final table would then be on a Monday, which then makes it a lot harder for everybody to go back to work the Monday morning. It is tough sometimes. Festivals around the world, well, around Europe, around the world, obviously day twos happen on different days, but unfortunately most day twos are on a Saturday because finals mainly are held on the Sunday. But it may be something that can be taken into consideration, but it's hard to predict when day twos is the best day to run. But as it is normally, as David says, the final day is normally on the Sunday.
Yeah. Which makes sense at the other end, I suppose.
Yes, it does. So
Eve back in the mix series. So he's limp called the 6-3 suited. Obviously, a bit of isolation here on the button from Elan. He didn't need anything as good as Ace King to do this, but he has picked up a decent hand. Jack 10 is probably a check back flop. He could throw out a small bet as well. Sometimes the small bet and the check, there's not a huge amount of EV difference between those two options. This would be, I suggest, one of those times. Eve can't continue here. He's obviously got backdoor diamonds. Little does he know they're no good, but unless he's got something very creative up his sleeve, this should be the end of the hand. Of course, we've seen creative before. Not so this time.
So Darman Harris says he's willing to take a Monday off for the final table. So why not take a Friday off for playing day one?
Well, I suppose then it's made it worth your while if you do end up on the Monday final table. But then you can't plan it ahead of time, so you can't tell your boss ahead of time. Although I suppose maybe you can tell them that I'm quitting. I've made the final table. I quit. That's it. I'm done. Hate this job anyway.
Yeah. Never like you.
Yeah. Then you come 8th for like $6,500, and you have to skulk back in the next on Tuesday. Hope that they've forgotten.
I've been verified on the Irish Poker Series. I've been verified on the Irish Poker Series now. I can now post.
Oh, nice. You've got the power.
I've been verified. I'm all right now. Yeah, I was pending for an hour. I'm okay now.
Nice.
Somebody stuck up for me. He's all right, him.
The dangerous Mahmood with queens on the button here. Paul Leckie, Jack 7 off. Lets it go. So no action there from Mahmood.
Yeah, I normally like to, but it just wasn't.
How often do Unibet have a festival?
A live festival?
Yeah.
So there's four Unibet Opens a year.
Okay.
The schedule has been worked out. I'm actually a little bit scared now because I'm trying to remember if we've released it or not. I know it, but I don't want to leaky lap in this one. So I know Tallinn in May, and I know the other two stops, but I won't say just in case. I'll find out if I'm allowed to tell you later. So 4 Unibet Opens, they are always the 1K mains with the 2K high rollers and maybe a 500 deep stack or a 300 side event thrown in there with a few turbo sides. We also have the Unibet UK Tour, which will be in Aspers a few times this year and will also be in Newcastle. That's a 200 re-entry event. We actually have our first of those in 2 weeks' time.
Oh, okay.
John Scanlon's poker room there in Aspers Casino will be hosting that. And aside from that, we have the DSOs. So the Unibet.F4 have their own tour, which has about half the stops in France, a couple in Spain, one in Malta. You know, sometimes he's in Bratislava. He's done one in South Africa. But he runs that's Alex Henry's tour. He runs about 10 a year. So if you add up all the Unibet stops that have anything to do with Unibet in any way, shape or form, they're 500 quid tournaments, by the way, you're probably coming to 16, 17 tournaments a year. So it's quite a busy schedule if you go to everything, but just for Unibet Opens we got 4.
Yeah.
Unibet UK
it's hard
Tour
to
4.
fit them in. When you look at the schedule, obviously everybody wants something. The schedule obviously has to take a little bit of a back burner because of the World Series. So
everything goes quiet for that sort of 6 weeks.
The end of May to June to the end of June is normally very quiet, and it is a busy schedule. It is a busy calendar. And there are, like I was saying to you earlier, do you plan ahead? And like you said, you did 4 months at a time, so you knew what you were doing.
Yeah, and you have to make tough decisions within that as well, because like say for example this week, you know, obviously Unibets take preference for me first and foremost, but a stop like the Kings of Tallinn would have been a lovely spot to go. Estonia is a great country to play poker in. Rosvedov not so much. Wouldn't have been choosing that one either way, to be honest. But yeah, sometimes you get caught between like two good stops that you want to go to both, and you have to pick one or the other. They're the hard decisions, unfortunately, these days. There's so much poker around Europe. But generally I do about 22 festivals a year. About 5 of them get to be in Malta, so I don't have to travel for them. Probably about 5 in Dublin, which is kind of nice because I have family back here. Yeah. So I can almost treat them like a bit of a poker holiday. And then, another dozen maybe.
Jim Ladd says David's the best person to ask because he likes to leak the info.
No, I know. You just asked me a second time, I might say it, like just by mistake. So it's always worth giving it a go. I will find out. I will let you know if I'm allowed to say what the Unibet 4 stops are this year. I will release it because sure, why not? People need to know.
Of course.
And the one in November is going to be class. Actually, it's going to be brilliant.
If there are people out there that like to get themselves set in stone on the calendar, then obviously the quicker they can do it.
Yeah, and also from a point of view of sort of targeting the things you want to satellite into. I think that's a big one as well. If people want to maybe have a poker holiday once every 2 months, you know, they might look through the calendar like you suggested and then say, oh, that's the good one. Oh, and they're doing satellites. Like, for example, this tour or this tournament series, this festival, if you like, you could satellite on a Wednesday and on a Sunday through to the Unibet Opens. You could win packages or seats that way. And then on Mondays and Tuesdays we had the ACOP and the Deepstack Open satellites. So, you know, 4 nights of the week there was stuff going on that you could get into at least one bit of this festival, and then obviously once you won one bit, maybe it's even more a good idea to try and win the one that's on a few days before that. So I don't know if we have anybody who managed to do the hat trick to win the ACOP, Deepstack Open and Unibet Open packages, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was. Those satellites ran really well. I think we guaranteed maybe 2 seats or 3 seats to each of those things, and they were generally getting twice that.
Good stuff. So the blinds are now 2-5 and a big blind entry is 500. I like to see the average stack, like you being a man, you'll have to tell me how they've worked out the average stack at 103,488.
Yes.
When it's 100k starting stack.
Yes.
Go on then. Where's the mathematics in that?
What do you mean, where's the math?
488.
So you multiply the number of entries by 100k, and then you divide it by the number of people still in.
I like it.
Yeah.
I thought it might have still been a round number. Or we might have just rounded it up.
Well, I imagine it's yeah. There was probably like a fraction of a chip as well in there, but.
You have a very interesting level in 2 levels time for us.
Do I?
That I've never seen.
3-7?
Yes.
Oh, we love a 3-7.
I've never seen
Very
a 300, 700 level ever.
No?
No.
I've seen them a bit. But you're right, you don't see them too often.
Probably live less than online, to be fair, but...
well, this is sort of the beauty of the getting rid of that infernal ante system and going to the big blind antes. You can kind of do all these makey up levels and it sort of works fine. It's not too untidy.
So it goes 3-5, 3-6, 3-7.
Yeah, 4-8. I don't think there'll be
no, it's
4-9.
2-5, sorry. Yeah, 2-5, yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, great
An
save.
interesting one. We're at the 90 mark. And we are very confident it's 120 plus. Side event at 8 o'clock is a satellite, and at 9 p.m. is a progressive bounty. 120 euros in, 50 into the pot, 50 if you get knocked out, or you knock a player out. I do like it. And then it goes
it's
up.
fun. But do you know what? I suppose a big part of the reason for the popularity of that format online, and now live perhaps too, is that there's a kind of instant gratification.
Yes,
You knock the player, you get to put it straight in your pocket.
So I'm also guessing heads up and you win the trophy. You get
heads up's
you
massive
get the
because you get all of it. Yeah,
that's wow.
So the heads up becomes insane. So a lot of the time, what they do with the prize pool is they don't have a difference between first and second place. So essentially, you're playing for the bounty. Heads up, because it could become ludicrously sometimes when you see those tournaments done online, first gets more than double second. And okay, maybe you want to have a tournament that's like that, but I don't know. I think it's so. A lot of the time, what they do now is they have second and first getting the same amount out of the prize pool, but then they play on for the bounty.
Yes.
Which makes that difference between first and second a bit closer to what you'd normally expect from a normal tournament.
Good stuff. I think that'll be interesting tonight. I think there'll be plenty of runners for that as well.
Yeah, it's good fun. I haven't seen a main event do it, and I think the first site to do a main event progressive knockout like that, as more difficult as it might be administratively, will really capture the imagination. I can see it being popular. Reg with the aces.
The old boots for Reg. Any action? Not at the moment.
Well, he's made it a big raise here.
What's happening here? Are we going backwards? Yeah, Eves.
Eves doesn't even need pocket sixes here. 1-6 might have been enough for Eves to speculate. So, and there's a 6 gone from Elan's hand. So there's only 1-6 in the deck. Eve drawing tin here now against the aces.
So heads up. No case 6 about.
Yeah, overcards galore for the overcards galore for Eve, who unperturbed has decided to dunk lead into this board. Admittedly, a scary board for Reg here, who is seeing some connected middly cards. Oh, and it gets worse. Eve might find a way to win here if he keeps going.
This one.
Like, it's a crazy barrel if he does it, but this man is capable.
He is.
And this is the power of these unconventional lines. They're really confusing. I think Reg has to fold here, I'll be honest. Now, given what we know about Eve, you maybe feel like you have to just be sticky and just...
Was that too small, 3.1?
Probably was a bit small, probably was a bit small. Yeah. So now, if Eve goes again, I suppose sizing-wise, I don't know. He's turned his hand into a bluff. If he makes a 10k, I think it's a really tough spot. And I think Reg normally has to fold, but again, we've seen it before. These players are trying to adjust to Eve and his more random ranges. Yeah, quick call there. It looks like a small bet. Do you throw out 3k?
Yeah.
Almost like you threw out a blocker.
Yeah,
6k.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be loving it, but it's worked out this time. I think he's explaining that.
I think if he makes it 10 or 11, he may have a better chance to get Reg to fold, but I'm thinking, I've got aces, I'm not folding kind of Reg. But
Yeah, and it does make you question the rationale of Eve there? Was he putting that bet out as a bluff? Was he just doing a blocker bet because he had a pair and he didn't really want to face the bet? I think there is some confusing stuff going on there. I'm not sure all the players at this table are at the same level and thinking on the same level. So important in poker when you have an opponent who maybe is thinking at a different level to you to figure out how they're processing the game. Oh, and you mentioned it earlier, I see Andy Black at the cage, so I think he's about to
Here he comes.
Enter the pantheon. Send him to O'Carney's table, so we have that on the feature table next.
Already Cash got a championship and a trophy this week.
Yeah, I wonder if he's brought the cup with him again today.
If you can't hear him yet, you sure will do very soon. Wherever he's sat in the room.
Well, he's getting so close to 5 million in lifetime cashes, I know. I think he's 4.9 something. This could be the weekend to get him over the line.
Yes, indeed. Vator on Twitch, he says, Mahmood 3-bet shoved 30 bigs under the gun +1 late on day one of the A Cup, and he's still looking at him with still tilted looking at him. Oh, let it go. Let it go. Mahmood looks like he's off in a minute though, doesn't he? Can't play with coats on at the table. I'm very much a t-shirt man myself. I can't play in coats and hats and hoods and...
Yeah, it's like a sleeveless little raincoat. Height of fashion anyway, whatever it is. Mahmood, obviously, that enormous result in Barcelona, was it maybe 3 years ago? He won the €400 Cup at the EPT Barcelona that had, I want to say, like 6,000 runners or something insane. I know he got about $250,000 for 400 buy-in.
Insane. Well,
no, Bohemian Rhapsody's back again.
We do need a new playlist. somebody send a Spotify playlist to Glenn, can you? Please.
Nick Newport here with the Queen 10. He's got an overcard and a gutter. I don't see him going anywhere just yet. He's opened this one up under the gun +2, so he's gone for a pretty light open. He has been the tightest player at the table so far, maybe feeling like he can exploit that image. Eve certainly going nowhere on the with the King Jack on the Jack High board, even more so now with the King. What I love about this is now, I think Eve may have picked up chips before Nick even bet. Now Nick has got open ender. 2,400 is a small enough bet that Nick can go either way here. He can raise, which I don't recommend. Eve's too unpredictable. I think what Nick wants to do in this spot is call and hit and get paid. So 9 or ace ball corner pocket for Nick Newport, and he's going to win a very big pot. Otherwise this one's going to Eve. Oh, there it is!
There it is!
9 ball corner pocket. Nick Newport, slip it to him here, Nick. He does. Nick slips it to Eve with the nuts. Eve is going to... Oh, this is fantastic. He's working out so beautifully. Eve is going to bet probably something in the region of 8k here, and Nick is going to come over the top big for about 30. Just 4k. Okay, so Nick has to... Yeah, he has gone for a very small bet here. Question is now, Nick Newport, with that being a smaller bet, probably implies thinner value than he actually has. Nick may not get too greedy here. He might just make it another, let's say, 12. I think if Eve had gone 8, Nick might have made it 30. So yeah, I would expect Nick to come back with maybe 16k total, something in that region, maybe 20. It's such a great spot though. And sure, we don't even know this. He's all in. Wow, Nick Newport that just sticking it in. He obviously feels he has a man who is capable of a really big call in this spot, who overvalues certain hands.
He's asked for
and Nick's
count.
Wow, so this is an amazing situation. So Nick praying right now that Eve either has a smaller straight or a set. King Jack obviously top 2, pretty strong. Shouldn't be calling, but maybe Eve will find a call.
Is this playing the player as well?
Look at Newport. Oh! Like, it's such a big bet here. He's basically betting 85k into a pot of 20. Something like that.
Against one man at the table, it would work, and it might be just this man.
Yeah.
He might have worked it out perfect.
So a 4x pot raise on the river here. And again, what's interesting about that, and we saw it with Fergus earlier on today, is that you can go for different bet sizings where you're targeting different hands. Nick obviously trying to get the max out of, the upper end of Eve's range here, and Eve does have a hand that's quite high up his range. I don't think Nick ever bluffs this spot, so this is a classic situation where Nick has identified a sort of a potential victim, and he is preying upon that.
He is indeed.
He wants the lot. He thinks Eve is splashy enough to make this call here. Credit to Eve for tanking this long now. He's giving it some thought. Very important in this spot now to sort of maybe piece together the entire hand, figure out where you might be at. Queen 10 will make sense across all the streets. Probably Queen 10 suited making a little more sense than Queen 10 off.
Queen 10 on the flop's a bit tough to work out.
Well, if Nick does manage to scare Eve off with this bet, I suppose he will feel a little disappointed that he would have got a more conventional 25k, something in that region. But I quite like the greed of this bet, because there is some frequency where he's going to get the absolute lot here. And he still might. Eve has not folded his hand yet, and he doesn't want to. You can see he doesn't want to.
It just looks so dry. Do we ever get a do we ever get a call where we go to ball on the flop? Yes, maybe.
Well, Nick had the betting lead on the flop, so Nick just c-bet the flop, which I think is perfectly fine. Actually, I would encourage it.
Called the flop, didn't he?
No, he bet the flop. Oh, he did. Sorry, apologies. I thought Nick was the one who put the bet out. Yeah. I guess with the stack depth, obviously Nick felt like he was going to check call, and he felt like that was a good spot with good implied odds against a player who, if he did hit, he could get paid. Looks like clock has been called. Don't know if Nick has called the clock or one of the other players.
Not sure. I don't think he's been.
It's a pretty sick spot, to be honest. I would have. He's called.
He's made the call. We took
wow.
That. Oh, yep. He's folded.
Has he?
He has made the fold.
Oh, these guys have to stop turning over their cards when they fold.
And he's done that twice now. He's done it twice because they did it with the kings.
Okay, sorry guys at home there. The minute I see a guy flip over his hand like that, I'm assuming, because you don't see too much showing of cards, to be honest.
I'm not sure why the clock was called, if that was actually a clock. I don't think it was that late, was it? It was that long?
It was 100% the clock was called there, because there's no way we would have had the TD over there with the palm top on. So it comes down to whether it was one of the other players, which I hope it wasn't, because I think really you should stay out of it when someone gets a 4x pot in their eye there.
Yes.
I think you should give the guy a bit of time. Nick may have decided it was advantageous for him to put the little bit of pressure on Eve, feeling like if he did that he might just get him to, do something a bit more knee-jerk.
Mahmood called the clock.
Oh, was it?
That Darman Harris tells us.
Wow. Well, I would suggest Mahmood mind your own business, I got to be honest there. But I guess we do live in a poker game now where there's time banks, and maybe people feel like more than 3 minutes of a daily time bank would have been used up in that spot. Given that there's no time banks, I think that was a legitimate spot where I'd have given someone loads of time.
I don't think.
Oh, I don't. I think they're here to stay, my pal.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think they're going anywhere, to be honest. In the long run, I think we're going to see more and more of it. But I don't know. Mahmood, it's a bit new school to do that. I think I would have let the guy have as much time as he needed. Really, that was a pretty gross situation.
Sometimes you do need a bit more than 30. Yes, there are tankers in the game that we'd like to see taken out and kneecapped somewhere, but there are not too many.
Oh, there's spots where I get very intolerant of seeing people take 10 seconds, but I'd let him have 5 minutes there. Yeah, for sure. There's just every spot is different. Nick may not be happy about that. Nick may, in the end, it induced the fold, so Nick may be thinking, screw you, Mahmood, getting involved in my pot. I had my fish on the hook. Anyway, Nick taking it in a stride here. He knows he would have got 20k out of Eve, but don't hate the line to try and get the max. There's not too many spots where you can get 100k off someone. Pure exploit line there, Nick Newport.
Oh, the wonderful Cat Arnsby's watching. Hello, Cat.
Unibet's new bingo and poker strategist for the universe, Cat Arnsby.
There you go.
I think that's her total title.
Will
there.
she still be based in Malta?
And chip race news lady. No. She's in Malta, yeah. She's
yeah,
based in
still
Malta.
staying in Malta, obviously, with the micro gaming and MPNPT and all that. MPN closing its offices' doors in May.
Yeah, sorry to see MPN go, but we did well out of the transfer window there. A last minute swoop in for Cat Arnsby just as the transfer window was closing.
Any Bosman?
I think she was like about 30 million.
30 million
yeah.
in a Bosman. Wow.
Yeah.
Tell you what.
30 million. Yeah. And we managed to get her in the end. It's good. So she's working in Tinia Point there in Slima in Malta.
Excellent.
She's about 2 weeks into the new job. She's already cracking the whip on her ambassadors.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, I can imagine.
She told me I had to book up my ideas.
And have you?
Not yet.
No.
Not yet. I'm going to have to get into the lab now and figure out some ideas.
So you land down at 25 bigs at 12,800. $20 levels of poker to be played if you're watching and you're close by and you're thinking I could jump into this. 100,000 guaranteed tournament. Day 1B tomorrow, and it is choose a stack. If you make it through today, day 1B, you make it through today, tomorrow. Today, get me words down a little. You can play again tomorrow.
You love this new choose the stack thing, don't you? You're obsessed.
I think it's great for the players that have made the effort to come over.
Yeah.
If you're travelling around somewhere and
yeah.
it's taking a while, or a plane or something to get over there, and a boat or
I probably shouldn't be saying it, but like you'd want to have feck all left of your stack to even contemplate it financially.
Yes.
I don't want to. I'm sure the organisers won't thank me for saying it. But obviously, if you're very short, maybe you can make it make sense. But
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Stacks are valuable. I don't know if I want to be tossing them away too quick. But anyway.
I suppose the difference is that if you don't make it through from day 1B, your stack's still into day 2. So you're guaranteed a start.
I suppose you have that bit of insurance.
Yes.
Newport with top pair here, going nowhere against Mahmood. And the bet gets through. Mahmood folds and just a little pot to Nick Newport there, who's now over the 100k mark. Reminder to anyone out there, the next feature table in a little over an hour's time will feature Dara O'Kearney, popular Irish pro,
yes,
Unibet ambassador, chip race host, book author, former ultra runner, David Bowie's mate. Don't know what else. There's loads of other things, but that's all that comes to mind right now.
Has he ever done the London Marathon?
No, I don't think so.
No,
they're too short for him.
Ah,
yeah.
Well,
that's like a training run.
Ironman challenge, is he? Like an Ironman, is he?
I think the most he did was about, I'm going to get the number wrong, but I think he did maybe 270 kilometres in 24 hours. Something like that. It was an Irish record for a little while.
Must have been a nice car.
His feet grew double in size during the run. Nails all came off.
Ooh.
Sock filled with blood.
Did it for pleasure, yeah?
I don't know why you do stuff like that. Maybe in a sort of masochistic way there's some pleasure, I don't know. I took a 7 kilometre walk yesterday. I was exhausted.
When's the next chip race?
Next episode of the chip. There's one out right now. We have a fantastic episode featuring Matt Staples, Elliot Rowe, Eric Dennis from the GPI, Cat Arnsby on the news desk, and Ludo Geilich for strategy. So that's a really good show. Check it out, please. It's only out about 2 or 3 days, so I imagine there's loads of you out there who haven't heard it yet. Please do so. And then, can I reveal? Yeah, I could probably reveal. Let's do it. Let's do an exclusive. 2 weeks from now, we have a show coming out featuring Adrian Mateus, the Poker Guys, Louise Butler, Irish pro Louise Butler, and who's our other guest? We have one other guest that week. Jack Sinclair on strategy.
Excellent.
It's a good show. It's a good, solid show. So yeah, that one will come out in 2 weeks' time. For the next 2 weeks, Darren and I obviously are going to be here in the Bonington playing all these Unibet events. Very much looking forward to that, and then we'll have a show out for you in a fortnight's time.
Yeah, you'll be concentrating next week on the big one. 1100 buy next week, the Unibet Open.
Oh, I would love to get a run in that now. I think I came maybe again like 20th or something in the last Unibet Open Dublin. These fucking last 2 and 3 table crossbars have been driving me mad these last couple of years. Would love to get a touch here, especially in Ireland.
So we are part of the Dublin Poker Festival. Check the updates on Facebook on Irish Poker Series. And then straight after we finish on the Sunday, the Unibet Open week will begin. There is no rest.
No rest for the wicked. Now
Bonington.
We've got a battle royale where you're going to see some of the Unibet ambassadors take on each other in a sort of sit and go format one of the nights. You're going to see the high roller. We're going to show day 2 coverage of the high roller, and then of course we'll be showing with David Van Hayden and Henry Kilban leading our commentary team. We'll be showing all 4 days of the Unibet Open. Henry Kilban, some of you may know. He's in Rosvedov actually this week. He came 4th in the opening event there for a tidy 30 cray.
Very nice.
So he's very happy with that.
Pays for the trip.
I'm sure he won't mention it while he's on commentary next week. I imagine he'll keep that under a bushel.
Is there an under or overs?
I'd say a number of minutes of coverage before he mentions it. I would take under 90 seconds for sure.
We'll have to keep his ears open for that one.
Yeah. No, a popular figure on the poker circuit and very accomplished commentator. I must say, somebody who only took up the game of commentary about 3 years ago. Has already made a mark for himself now. Obviously, he's become part of that double-hander with David Van Hayden on the Unibet Open streams. He was the Cash Game Festival's commentator for a while. He almost has a residency in Rosvedov doing their coverage. Did the WSOP Europe there about a year ago, and most recently covered some of the Galfon Challenge for Run It Once.
Ah, he's a busy man.
Busy man. No slouch on the tables neither, no, as he proved last week in Rosvedov.
So a couple of minutes of this level left, and then the blinds will be going up to 3,692 in the mix. Slowly building up. 100,000 guarantee. Will get smashed tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's going to be 200, isn't it?
Most tables will be taken up tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to have 200k in this prize pool, I reckon. Yeah, inching towards 100 runners now already. It's great to see. Well, second pair for Eve here with some backdoor potential. Nothing much for Ilan. He's picked up a gutter. Again, Eve just loves doing his own betting here, sort of regardless of game flow, regardless of position. He just likes to put chips in the pot. So it's gone bet call. Oh no, Ilan's raised here with the ace. Okay, so the ace has come down. Ilan hasn't just chosen to call now. He's actually chosen to raise it up here with a gutter. He's got 2 overs to that 10 as well. maybe the important card in his mind, given the line that Eve has took. Question is, does Eve find a call here? 5k more. Nice play from Milan there, picking up on something.
So 180,000, Paul Lecky chip leader. At the table, start with 100k, and if you sit down for the first hand of the day, it's 1,000 big blinds. Plenty of people taking the opportunity to have a sauna and a swim and a chill before coming to enter the tournament.
Yeah, lovely facilities here in the Bonington. I've taken advantage of that already. There's a nice jacuzzi downstairs, a nice pool.
Yeah.
Did you do that as well?
Not this morning. We normally an early start the first day, just make everything, make sure everything's working and in ship shape. Maybe doing down there tomorrow. I do like it. It's a nice chill before we start work.
Absolutely. So blinds are up. We're going to play 3-6 now. Oh no, last hand of 5.
Yeah, I think she shimmied just in time for to get one hand in. Last hand at 5.
And there you go. I said earlier on that with the big blind ante we're getting 27 hands in instead of 25. We've played exactly 3 hours and we've had exactly 80 hands, so that's bang on target.
Bang on target. We went 4-way to the flop. The one gap was calling. And we see a flop.
Oh well, that's big
4.
trouble here. Brendan has flopped in here. Elan is going to lose his entire stack, I predict.
And Eve's got
and Eve might well get involved too. So
this could be the juiciest pot we've seen today.
This is carnage. This is a recipe for carnage right now. We know Eve likes doing his own betting, so he's going to lead out. Yeah, it's exactly what's happened. Elan in the big blind has 2 choices. He can flat or he can raise. I can see him raising in this spot here. And when he raises, Brendan is probably going to come in for another raise.
Yeah, we have to defend the 7-5, don't we?
Yeah, I think we have to. I think in a way, though, Eve leading out here has really meant it's impossible for Elan to get away. Although Elan is short, so he probably wasn't going to get away anyway, to be honest.
So it makes it 7.
Now, Brendan has 2 ways of going about things. He's going to be very conscious of Eve being in the pot, another deep stack, and he's going to be greedy and want that.
Yeah.
So the question is, does Brendan, with the nuts right now, but it's a vulnerable nuts, put in another raise, or does he call, hope that well, one of 2 things can happen. Eve can raise again, or he can hit a safe card and then get jiggy on the turn.
Well, he has just called to make it 7. Back round to Eves, who started the betting.
So just a call now. So hard to put Eve on a range, it's got to be said. That's not a great card for anyone except Elan, who's now taken the impenetrable lead. So that
fills up.
Yeah, so Brendan won't be loving that card. Obviously, very possible these guys could have pocket 4s, pocket 5s. So there's lots of hands now have taken the lead. Elan continues. Brendan's just going to call now. He's not going to love the value of his hand anymore, it's got to be said. And Eve may well put in some more chips into this pot, drawing dead. What a spot for Elan now to get the full triple. He's got exactly the candidates out there card wise with his stack depth that he is going to get the full triple, I think, in almost every world.
He is if a club hits the river as well.
Now, what does Eve do?
He has to call. The way he's been playing, he doesn't have to call, but the way he's been playing will certainly lean towards a call.
So It says 13 to call. I don't know what's going on there.
It can't be 13 because it's only got 11. How is it 13? I don't.
Okay, we might get some update on the graphics there.
Oh, it is a club.
It is a club.
It's
So
the 8 of clubs.
So Eves now has the nut flush on a paired board. We know he's gone. He's checked it. Ilan's just going to stick it in here. He doesn't have that much more. So that's going to be 11-7. Brendan, the way it goes, is going to have to just make the call with the 6 probably because he could be good. And then Eve may raise. We've seen him overvalue hands in the past. He may well raise it up and may win a side pot off Brendan for that reason. But one thing we do know now is that Ilan is getting the full triple. That's one thing we can be absolutely sure of.
Yeah, they're all in, as we expected.
Brendan hating life right now.
Probably asked for a call. That counts.
Well, now it's saying Ilan's all in for 100k. We only had him down as having 11k a moment ago.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, I'm very confused.
There was
now.
a dot missing, so it wasn't 11. It wasn't 10,000 behind the line. It was 100.
Right. Okay. Well, that does change everything from the
That
start.
is confusing.
Well, Brendan's got an easy fold to this bet. This is his 4 times pot bet. There's no way your straight's ever good. But Eve may well find the call with the nut flush here. That's more important. Brendan's feeling the pain because he did flop the nuts, and it's always painful to release the nuts on any street. He's pretty much seen the worst run out imaginable. Flush got there. That beats you. Board paired. Boats and sets. The sets turn boats beat you. This is not a difficult decision. Brendan should have released that one a bit quicker, I think. And now it's all on Eve, who looks like he's happy to make the call. He's getting the bad news.
Oh, he gets the bad news of the 7-5 and the nut flush.
Shake of the hands. Elan, with the big bet, has found the victim. It's kind of what Newport wanted earlier on. Newpie might be thinking they were going to be my chips. Shipped over to Ilan now. Apologies, our graphical error meant that we did think that Ilan was playing a much shorter stack. Now we see now he's got the full doubler and more to 220k. He did start the hand with, one would assume, 100k or more. Bell Badger there sort of breaking it down. If he plays it any other way, he loses a heap of chips. By just flatting the flop with the nuts, he allowed cards to peel off. He saw a not safe one. Yeah, and he managed to get away. If he had played it more aggressively, he could go broke in the hand. So,
yeah. So Ilan's stack, unfortunately, it was down as 11,000. It wasn't. It was 100,000. So the dot was in the wrong place.
Right.
That's why he's taking out Eves.
Yeah. So the question is: does Eve go straight to the cage now? Buy again? Does he buy again tomorrow, or is that him? Is that him out?
I reckon. That's the thing, when we shout lost one nowadays, you don't know, do you?
You don't know. It could be
back today, it could be back tomorrow, it could be back on Saturday morning. We never know.
So there we go, guys. These stacks might be 1,000 deep at the beginning of the day, but it doesn't mean that by level 6 you can't see an all-in. So Ilan might be the chip leader right now. 220, 230k in his stack. Could easily put him top of the pops. We've only had 8 eliminations in real time or in the future. I think by now Medicay is the chip lead.
So his stack is correct now, 217,000. 9-5 deuce is the flop.
Yeah, the richer are going to get richer here. Nothing for Mahmood, which is going to save him in this instance. Ilan, loving bottom set here, hoping that there's some 9s or 5s or pocket pairs out there in Mahmood's range. It would be a very bad time to get creative. Luckily for Mahmood, he doesn't. Ilan riding the wave right now.
Welcome on board Dublin Poker Festival, the European Deepstack, in its 13th year, before the Unibet Open takes over next week. Still another 2 weeks of fantastic poker here at the Bonington to get involved with. Do you get residence rate when you come here? Because you're here that long.
To the Bonington?
Yeah.
I don't pay the bill. I don't know.
Ah, right, okay. Hope so. So the cards come out with the blinds now at 300, 600, big blind ante in place at 600.
And Elan again, ace king, big slick, playing the rush right now. He's going to 3-bet, I would imagine, to around 4.5k. Ace 4 is going to have to let it go, I think. 5 and a bit K, in fact. I like that sizing. Leaning into Stephen here.
Yeah, no action for ace king.
So looking around some of the outer tables, we've got a very tasty one featuring Jason Tompkins, Cathal Shine. I see a Ned O'Carroll in the field. Yeah, there's definitely some good potential feature tables around the place.
There are indeed. Where's Andy Blacksat? Do we know anybody on his table? Obviously,
I
would
can't
be a
see him.
candidate
I'm trying to
after
listen
Darren.
out from. I don't see him. I think we've got about 11 or 12 tables out there. Pretty sick flop for Paul Leckie here. Not too shabby. He's got the dream here, really. Mahmood with ace king of clubs on the 6-6-4 of clubs. 2 clubs, and Paul with the quads. It's twice we've had quads today.
Twice.
And it's quads that might get paid here, because Paul can have 6-4, Paul can have 4-4. But combinatorically, there's not that many hands he's going to love. Mahmood with the ace-king suit is going to feel pretty good.
And it's impossible for a man to get quads twice in one day.
Well, if the club peels off here, there's big trouble. 7, so will Mahmood put on the brakes? He can go either way. He can put pressure on some of Paul's 4x hands with another bet here, but I think it makes more sense in a balanced sense to check back here. Your ace high can be good. The 7 has connected with some of the draws. 7-5's got there. Obviously 3-5 has got there. So no, but Mahmood's deciding to put the heat on here, and he's going to face a raise when he does this. There's no way Paul's going to flat this time. Now Paul knows that.
Yeah, 7.3.
So if you're in Paul Leckie's seat, you can either play possum, call one more time, knowing that you've got the board locked up, or you can put in a small raise, hoping that maybe pocket aces, pocket kings, pocket queens will call you, that 2 clubs will call you. I really don't like this bet from Mahmood, putting himself in a very tough spot here come the river. I think that is a raise.
It is.
What's the sizing? 20k maybe? 18. Yeah, so Mahmood's pretty much priced in here. He's got 2 overs, which may or may not be good right now. He's probably realising they're not, but the flush draw, he's probably getting the direct price if the flush draw is live. Now we know it's not live.
Now, does he hit it on the river? Well, that's the question.
If the club comes, I think that's it for Mahmood.
I would say exactly the same.
If an ace or a king comes, he could be in a somewhat tricky spot. And then the question is, would Paul maybe slip it to him? Does Paul have in his game here to... Well, the 4 is kind of an interesting card here because Paul's maybe hoping that Mahmood has diamonds, which have backdoored. 4 was the other card on the flop. Interesting spot. I think Paul's just going to stick it in, is he? And we know Mahmood can't call. Nope. Smaller bet. Potentially throwing out some rope here. It's 31 of Mahmood's remaining 55, so we're going to see a fairly quick fold, I think, now. He beats nothing. He has no fold equity on any further aggressive action. Not really sure why we're in the tank here, Mahmood. Trying to piece together what you could be putting Lecky on, and I suppose the only thing that makes sense is a flush draw, and you've got 2 blockers to that, so you're basically hoping he is what, like 9, 10 jack of clubs. It's basically all you can beat right now, mate. This would be an optimistic call. An extremely optimistic call.
And 60% of your stack as well.
Yeah, you're blocking the draws.
At best.
Well, no, I think if Mahmood calls here, he's hoping that Paul has something like the 9, 10 or 10 jack of clubs. Yeah, and he has called.
He has made the call.
That is
the second time.
That is a hideous call, I got to be honest with you. That is an absolutely hideous call. Paul Lecky got his victim. Daily quads, well, it's twice daily quads. Mahmood, a very dangerous player, a very capable player, a player who usually the one putting you in a tough spot there, but really don't like that call. Don't really see what he was at now. As I said, only beating a flush draw, and he was blocking that.
Mr. Paul Lecky moves his stack well close to 200,000.
Admittedly, it is easy when you can see the whole cards, but again, putting yourself in the shoes of Mahmood, it's just hard to find enough combinations of cards that you can beat there. I'm really struggling. I'm thinking maybe like 4 or 5 club combos. That's basically it, and a hell of a lot of value. Well,
so heads up to the lot 6 jack 6.
Yeah, Reg has flipped it here on the flop, hitting his jack.
Turn is a 7 of diamonds. There he goes, check, check. 10 of spades on the river.
Pretty reasonable float from Paul here with the king, queen of clubs. He's got backdoor clubs. He's also 3 to a straight. He's turned his hand into a bluff now. It won't work. Reg has to call here all day.
Reg will call.
The benefit of checking back your hand.
Oh, he hasn't.
What?
He's folded.
What's going on? What is going on? That wasn't even a particularly big bet, was it? Well,
Reg.
Well, Paul will certainly have been trying to get Reg off a better hand. He wouldn't have been thinking he was getting him off a hand that strong.
Reggie.
Seems to be some good banter there at the table. Bell Badger, Newport and Lecky laughing it up. It's all business though. There's a lot of chips getting redistributed right now. Two big stacks now, Paul Lecky and Elan, both around the 200k mark. Nick Newport off to take a little walk. I'm going to guess he's trying to pick up any info he can off the live stream. You can't look at your phone while seated at the table, but if you do step away, I've done it myself, you can pick up whatever information is going. And you know, Nick is someone who wants all the information that he can get. He wants to know what people had half an hour ago, and you know what people's ranges
are. It's available
are
to everybody. It's not as if people are like, oh, you're going off there to have a
exactly.
Mates. Well, everybody's got friends.
Yeah. So he's got two options there. He can either have friends who are watching it and maybe relaying summarised versions of what's going on. That's always helpful if someone does that for you. Or he's watching the live stream and he's listening to us say, oh my God, Newport, why didn't you just go for a normal raise? Why did you try and get it all? Mark Buckley is in the room, former EPT final tableist. He's going to take a seat in the main event any minute.
He is. I saw him playing last night. I think he was in the side event last night.
Mark, of course, had that huge score in Barcelona a year and a half ago. Final table that day with another Irishman, Patrick Clark, no stranger to final tables.
They play well, the Irish, I tell you. There's always a final table somewhere in the world.
There's somewhere in the world.
An Irishman's on it.
So, Elan now with the lock in the hand. The question is, does he look for a little bit more value? Looks like he's going to go for maybe 3 or 4k. And Paul makes a studious fold. Wheels are spinning there. You can see Mahmood still maybe thinking about that bit of heroics from just a few moments ago.
Two decent stacks at the tail now. Ilan 232,000, Paul on 172. And at this stage of the game, when the average is still less than 110,000, that's a huge stack.
It is a huge stack, and we're about to hit 100 here. I'm looking at the numbers, so they're about to tick over to 100 in real time, so great numbers so far. We're only in level 8 in real time, so level 7 for these boys. And actually the attrition rate's a bit higher than I thought. We've lost 10% of the field by level 8. That's a lot.
And if you fancy a little bit of cash as well, I got told this morning the cash finished at 9 a.m.
And restarts at what, 11?
It probably restarts when they just had a quick shower.
Yeah.
Apparently the cash game was running until 9 a.m. from last night.
There was a very big PLO game in the room. There was a 2-5-10 game that could have been straddled even bigger than that.
Would that have been 5-10, 20-40, 80 kind of thing? Or?
I'd be surprised, given the personnel, if it got that out of hand, but I wouldn't be surprised if it got to 20-40 for sure. I saw Bucko, Andy Black, Chris Dowling, Andy Grimison, Dermot Blaine in that game last night, so certainly a recipe for a big game. So a little blind v blind confrontation here between Stephen and the Badger.
That is as dry as you can get. Ace 4 Jack, 2 clubs, goes check check, 8 of diamonds on the turn. Stephen does have a good ball, but
yeah, I guess Stephen got his read there. When it goes check check, he kind of fancied
the old nut low. So 40 bigs is Mahmood stack. 40 big blinds with the blinds at 3-6 for the next 6 minutes. And then we go into unknown territory for me. 3-7.
3-7, yeah,
With the
the
seven.
mystery level. It's like the 37th and a half floor of the
What's
skyscraper.
going to happen at the level 3-7 with a 7?
Yeah.
But I'm guessing with 20 levels of poker played, and you don't want to be too deep, too shallow on Saturday for day 2. You still need plenty of play coming back for day 2. So.
Oh yeah, it's
the
just a
levels-
nice way to smooth it out. You
Of
know?
course,
Yeah.
of course. There's no 25 chips in play. We know that, obviously, because of the starting at 1-1.
Yeah.
So,
And again, part of the gimmick of this tournament is that you start insanely deep, but it does have a fairly quick half an hour clock.
Yes.
But then they put in these kind of in-betweeny levels to smooth it out. So it's, you know,
it all works out in the end. It'll have been tried and tested somewhere. Not as if we're just making it up as we go along. So if you make it through tomorrow,
yes sir,
and you play day 2,
yes sir.
and you play the final,
Oh, okay, nice.
yeah, we're into that. Are you going straight into the Unibet Open all week straight away? No rest for the wicked?
No, I take Monday off.
Yeah.
Monday off is the plan right now. It seems like the obvious day to. There's probably some cash games in the room. There might be a little small tournament or something, but
Yeah.
it's the obvious day to take off because it'll be fairly busy from Tuesday onwards again. And then going into the following week, I head off to London for the UK Tour event on Wednesday.
Yeah.
That starts on Thursday, so I go over Wednesday evening, and so I'll have Monday and Tuesday off that week. So yeah, a little bit of rest.
Because
but
not only will
fairly
you be
flat
playing
out, though.
poker, obviously you'll be jumping in the comms as well.
Yeah, I'll be in the comms for all of that, I think. UK Tour probably doesn't have commentary, so I'll just be playing in London. But yeah, Henry and David Fulmer-Hayden are the lead anchors on the commentary, but myself and Dara do decent stints at
Yes,
most
yeah.
festivals. We'll usually pop in for maybe a couple of hours each day
Yeah.
to help out. Dara
Excellent.
obviously offering some A-list analysis.
Of course.
I offer some sort of, maybe B plus list analysis. And
Don't put yourself down, man. You've got a great voice, and a lot of people take a lot of notice of what you say. It's great stuff, really is. Yeah, Shield says no, the UK tour has no live coverage. Oh, to get the £200 events or €200 events for live coverage, isn't it?
yeah, there's a little bit. I suppose myself and Dara will be tweeting from the event, so we'll try and keep people in the loop. If you don't follow us, they're at Dara O'Carney or at TK Lappin on Twitter. We will give sort of like I imagine
How many
between the two
sponsor
of
pros stroke ambassadors do we have at Unibet?
us. Probably like maybe 9. Yeah, like Dara and myself, Ian Simpson, Espen Jorstad, David
Congratulations, Ian.
Yes, congratulations,
Yes.
Ian and Emma.
Just become mummy and daddy.
Yeah, Dara, myself, Ian, David von der Hayden, Espen, Monica. Then there's a couple of Finnish ambassadors who I'm not as familiar with because they tend to be kind of localised to that marketplace. Charlotte van Brabander similarly does some stuff I know for Unibet in the kind of Dutch-Belgian sort of marketplace.
You ought to get together and have a televised sit and go.
Yes, that's exactly. We're going to see us all on that sit and go as promised. There will be I don't know what's in the prize pool. Hopefully like a million quid or something. They're probably going to put in it. I think it's like maybe just a 1 million sit and go winner take all.
Just chop it.
There'll be all sorts of business if they were to do that. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I don't know what the prize pool is for that sit and go, but it should be good entertainment that night. Actually,
you're actually doing
what?
one.
Ian won't be
You know
here.
what? I was only saying that.
No, there will be.
That's great. That.
There will be. I think it's on the Tuesday or Wednesday night
of
next week, and Ian Simpson won't be here because he's a new dad. I don't think he's making the trip for this one, so actually he'll miss out. But the rest of us will
Why
be.
is he getting time off? Emma did all the work.
I know, yeah, he's just sitting there and is
unbelievable.
So lazy Ian, as well.
I wonder what it's like to stream and have a cat more famous than the actual presenter.
Yeah. Exactly. exactly, yeah.
He does get a lot of comments about his cats, Mr. Simpson. What were you watching, Ian?
Well, we have a bit of an action flop here. Reg with the Queen Jack has flopped a pair of queens, but Paul Leckie, well, when it rains it pours. Ace 7 here, he's made trips.
Quads on the river?
Should be rude not to.
Oh, next door.
The fact that spades have got there might slow down the action here. Reg can't really bet this, so Paul, yeah, he's going to throw out a little value bet, I imagine. He's going to probably look for maybe an extra 4k, maybe 5. If he gets raised, he's put in a tricky spot, but I think he has to certainly target King X and Queen X hands here.
About a 7.5.
Hard to imagine what Reg can beat anymore, and we saw him make a bigger laydown than this a moment ago, and now he's got it wrong the other way. Disaster for Reg. So he's folded the King Jack when it was good, and now he's called the Queen Jack when it was very, very bad. 7.5k as well, so Paul didn't make it cheap.
So this is it. 3-7.
3-7.
First time ever.
Here you go. We need to buckle up here. Are you going to be okay?
3-7 with a 7. This
The
is
Twilight Zone.
This is the first for me. So in 30 minutes time there will be a 20-minute break, and after that 20-minute break there will be a new table, which, as we know, will be Dara O'Kearney's table.
Yeah, Dara, I believe, still with a big stack, so
Good man.
we're going to see how he wields that big stack. Of course, Dara famous for how he wields a short stack, but I know only too well that he's equally capable of wielding that big one when it is in front of him, and we're going to see some of that later on. See him stepping out now of the poker room in real time with Jason Tompkins, no doubt to discuss one or two of the more interesting hands in that session. So Elan makes it 2k here. And on the button with Reg has called with the 8-9 off suit.
He's got the guts of ball.
We're no longer super deep anymore. I suppose it's not like the difference between 3-6 and 3-7 is all that much, but in reality now, as these blinds have crept up, we're no longer in a super deep stack game. We're still pretty deep, but it's not quite what it was. So Reg with the gutter ball to the nuts here.
And Elan
has picked up open ender to the bad end.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hit the top end of it, does he?
No.
We don't want to see this 7 on the river. Oh, well, did we? Sat here looking at the table with Reg involved.
I think we probably feel a bit sorry for Reg now. He's managed to get it wrong in each direction a couple of times in the last maybe 6 or 7 hands.
Yeah.
Might be nice for him to get a few of these back, but he did call again. I was going to say, I don't think he'll call this bet. He does, and Elan won't think he has the best hand right now. He may check it, and maybe Reg will take it away from him.
If he checks, Reg
here we
has
go.
To bet.
Reg has to bet, yeah.
Oh, that's small. Is that just 5k?
Well, it should be enough. 5 should be enough, to be honest. Reg doesn't have to make it much to get rid of an underpair.
It does.
Well, fair play, Reg. A little bit of creativity there.
So there it says on the screen, 3-7 with a 7. Come on, tell me you've never played this live, surely.
I have.
No.
I have.
No. Where?
I have.
Rosvedov.
In the German millions.
All right, okay.
Yeah. They had the 3-7 magic level in there. That might be the only other time I played it live, though. You remember it, so the first time you played 3-7, you remember it, you know.
You know, if this was in the UK, a 3-7 level for the first time, because everybody is just set in their ways on
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah.
There'd be uproar, and
Yeah.
there'd be people thinking this is wrong.
Yeah.
And they'd be saying at the tables, "What you're doing? You can't have a level like this."
Well, given the Brits' reputation, I assume they'd leave the rest of the poker market and just decide that they wanted to be just separate from everyone else.
It wouldn't surprise
We're
me.
not having it.
I tell you what, the border control going back over on
Bendy
the ferry.
bananas and no 3-7. That's what I want.
Oh. I don't understand it all, me. I'm not clever enough for politics. It's strange. We'll leave that to them that get paid for it. And then that don't to spout even more than them that get paid for it.
That's it, yeah.
You know, as long as I can still go, as long as my passport still works and I can still go and sit by a pool.
Yeah, for now you've
with
got
my
another. You've
flip-flops
got
on.
another year, I think.
Yeah.
That'll work for another year. Elan makes it 2,000 with the King Queen. Nick on the button with the 4 deuce, going to chuck this away. Let's see what the blinds have. Oh, Stephen with the suited ace. Can see how he has a penchant for this type of hand. And indeed, looks like he's made the call. Oh, hello, Bell Badger.
Oi, oi.
With the ladies. Well, I think we're definitely going to about 7, maybe 7.5k here. It's a bit tricky because you make it 7.5k. If Elan was to come over the top and make it 20 something, you wouldn't be loving your queens anymore. But I don't like flatten here either, so I think you have to put in the raise and sort of trust your poker instincts to react. There's far too many hands that will call the 3-bet as well that you're in great nick against. Let's see what he's chosen here. 7.5, 8 feels about right. He's made it 9, so he's made it chunky. I think Elan can probably let this one go. It's always really strong when the big blind puts in a squeeze. The least incentivized person to put in the squeeze, really, because he can call so profitably with such a wide range. It always looks pretty convincing, especially when it comes over the top of an undergun open.
Chiel says, do we know when the next Unibet Open stop is?
Well, the next one is next week in Dublin, but
Yes.
if you need to know the one after that, I can tell you that it's mid-May in Tallinn.
And I'm guessing it'll be warmer than it is now.
Yes, it will be really nice then. I've been in Tallinn all times of the year, actually, and I suppose you can expect it to maybe get up to the late teens.
Oh, that's good.
Very kind of mild, balmy kind of weather. If you've never been to Tallinn before, I can highly recommend it, and in fact go for a poker destination. It's absolutely fantastic. The old town, not very big, but like beautiful size, loads of history. You can walk around it in no time.
Lovely.
Food is phenomenal, but it's not particularly expensive, but it's like next level good. I promise you, I have not eaten as well in any city in Europe as I have in Tallinn over the years. It's absolutely brilliant.
Like it.
Lots of great bars, some of those local kind of slightly themed Baltic bars. They're really good fun.
I am available.
Available, yeah, well, I tell you,
Sounds wonderful. You're selling it to me, man. You're selling it to me.
it's become a real hotspot for poker too. I guess because it's so close for the Finns, they make the trip from Helsinki very easily, and they're divils for the poker. So, oh, look at this! We've got a lovely array of
Genuine
playable hands here. Yes, exactly. So 8.5k already in the middle, single raise pot, but we do have 5 to the flop.
King 7-3, all spades.
Don't know if I saw any spades out there. I didn't. So King Queen into the lead here. Pocket deuces with the only spade in their hand. Won't know it, but they've actually got half the equity in this pot. I can't see Paul Leckie getting too enthused by that deuce of spades in his hand, so he's not going to stick around. Stephen on the button is going to try and thin out the field here. He's not loving the monochrome nature of this board, but he is going to have to figure things out here. Far too crowded field. And the bet gets the job done. No one had much of anything. Nicely done, Steve. Good to see you picking up a couple of pots now in the last little while. Very likeable guy. Always want to chat to his table mates there. You can see there between himself, Leckie, Newport and Badger. They're having a bit of a chat on the left side of the table there. Little sneaky look at his phone there from Elan. Not allowed, sir. Put it away. Little Mike postling there. Is that? Can we turn that into a verb? He's doing a bit of postling. He's got the phone between the crotch.
A little bit of postling.
Just doing a little postling.
Everybody's postling.
He's still postling. Hang on, the cards are in the air now. Put your phone down, Elan. And he's looked away now. For his own sake, I think he should give that up now. Obviously, he can step away from the table and do it, but those cards were well and truly in the air. In fact, some of his opponents had looked at theirs. I know it's not. I know our system is not being infiltrated. He's looking down again. Oh well, I hate to be a telltale, but I think he gets a slap on the wrist for that.
He does indeed.
Okay, come on, guys. We've got to get the hashtag postling going now. Elan is definitely postling. I'm willing to bet money that there's an iPhone or some smartphone of some description wedged between the two legs of Elan. Obviously, if he is looking at the live stream, he's looking at half an hour ago. It's not a huge advantage to anything.
To be fair, he doesn't have headphones in, so he's not listening.
He's not listening. Of course, we knew Postle had some sort of link up to the team, so the only person I can look at then is
I guess
you. And you're on your phone right now too.
Checking out the old
Twitter.
bomb.
Okay, so
checking out your tweet that you want to see to the European
I'm just checking that you're not friends with Elan on Twitter. No, okay, I can confirm that Tower is not interacting with him right now. He's doing it again. Elan is postling.
Whatever happened to that in the end? Obviously it's just about blown over now.
No, it's court cases.
Is it really?
Yeah. They served him his papers about 3 weeks ago, and he didn't answer the door and ran away.
Oh, okay.
So that was a little extra tidbit in the storyline there. I think that was in like late December, early January.
Wow.
So no, he's going to be in trouble. You never quite know how it might all go down and who's going to be implicated in those things. And I certainly don't want to overly speculate on a live stream, but I would imagine he's banged to rights there, and it could be trouble.
It also makes a lot of difference in a cash game to a tournament, because with a tournament you're obviously moving tables every 2 hours.
Yeah.
The integrity of the team that we on a live stream
so you
have
say.
In place. Exactly. Well,
you say. I'm taking you on your word there.
Apparently, yeah. Allegedly, the integrity.
Can someone please check Facebook and see if Elan and the Tower are friends on Facebook?
But with it, we obviously.
And now Newport's doing it. Newport, get off your phone as well. Scandalous.
Dad said he might just be admiring his crotch.
Well, they said that about Mike too. Can we do some? Can we please have some Twitch clips of Elan postling? I think we can go viral off the back of that at least, surely. Just 7 minutes left of these guys. Enjoy it while you can. Enjoy Paul Leckie, the poker stylings of. Here he is under the gun with the ace-5. So Elan being quite adventurous with his newfound chip wealth against the other big stack of the table here. I like that from Paul. I think it was a bit of a tricky spot there to navigate that one. No club on board certainly gave him less reason to stay interested in that pot. Nice little bluff there from Elan, who's going to return to his crotch. I think we can say he's counting his chips right now, so maybe he's given up that business.
So 100k starting stack without blind level 300, 700 with a 700 big blind ante. 20 levels of poker played, so the live stream finishes around about 12:30 in the morning. A full day's live streaming. On day 1A, day 1B tomorrow, we're on air from 12:30. Same on Saturday and the same Sunday when we will crown a champion of the Dublin Poker Festival European Deepstack.
And I have to say, despite the disparaging remarks by that member of the crew on how these guys have been boring, I've been absolutely enthralled by this table and its dynamics.
Yeah, I'm guessing
very high standards for what qualifies as good hands from him, I gotta say.
I think when you sat there and just inputting all the graphics, sometimes it can get a bit tedious for him.
I know it's a tough old gig, that one, I know, but I think these boys have entertained us. I gotta say,
I did it for 20 minutes in November and thought, I couldn't do that for 14 hours.
Does he do the whole day, or does he sub out
well,
for half the day?
Every now and again he'll sub for 20 minutes.
That's all, though.
Yeah.
Oh well, credit to him for that. That's a tough old gig. But high standards for what qualifies as good hands, because I think these guys have been firing chips around the place.
Yes, indeed.
So we've got a couple of clubs here for Paul Leckie, who's not going to go anywhere. Brendan with the pocket sixes is in the lead right now. Edge got 2 overs, but I can't imagine he sticks around now. There he goes. So
I think every now and again what he should do is just sing into the dealer's ear. See if she sings the next line.
So Mahmood will be heading off to the break. He's going to be rocking a short stack now. He's going to be coming back 25 bigs, back to one of the outer tables here as we switch out our feature table. We're going to have Dara O'Carney, and actually I'm not sure who else is on that table, but I will find out before we begin. Best of luck to all of these guys as they try to make their way through this day 1A. We will keep you posted on their progress. If there's any bust outs, we'll try and let you know. For any of their fans out there who've tuned in.
Afternoon, Mick on Twitch. Mick number 1, or Mick the Mod. Hi, Tower, David and Donna.
Hey, Mick.
I hope the Robbie Williams impersonator on C12 there singing away.
Loose enough open here from Steve under the gun 1 with the ace 10-0. You've got to speculate to accumulate. And it's just going to get the job done because there was really not any serious hand behind him. Nice result.
$228k land chip leader at the table in seat number 7.
That's right.
Do we know who won the seniors this year? And if not, where can we find out the...
we'll get that info at the break. I'm not sure, actually, to be honest.
Try and find out who won the seniors. We know Andy Black won the A-Cup.
And I think Andy might have won the seniors last year.
He did. He used my chips very well.
Oh, really? A little donation, was there?
Yeah.
A little deposit to the bank.
I don't remember busting 2 off the money. Queens into jacks. Andy says I always hit a jack.
Well, there you
shook
should
my
have
hand
known.
as well.
Before. That's rough.
Thanks. But he went on to win it last year. And then he's got a trophy this year as well.
And I think did he win the high roller of the IPO as well?
Wow.
Some man. Yeah, that was back in November. I think he won the high roller of the IPO for about 20k. Loves the game.
He does. He does indeed.
And Ivan Tononi into the fray. I see he's just picked up a stack, so I'd say that probably tips us ever closer. We might be over 100 players now. I see a couple at the cage. So we've broken 3 digits. Yeah, Tononi sitting down at the table. Ivan, I believe, was the Irish rankings number 1 player at least once over the last 4 or 5 years, and definitely a mainstay of the top 10 throughout all those years, I'm guessing.
And so Pat Fox won the seniors.
Great stuff, Pat. So we saw Stephen liked opening the ace 10 under the gun 1. He likes it under the gun as well. Very next hand. Reg Flats the cut-off. Jack 10, and as you can see, he's going to lose a few chips here if he continues. So it looks like he did make the call there on the turn. So Reg, with a hand that's been drawing dead pretty much since the get-go, now faces a tiddler little 5k. Well, he's been absolutely owned there, it's got to be said. Stephen milks Reg for the maximum. 3 streets. Not having a good time of things, Reg, it's got to be said. Did manage to skillfully and deftly take that putt away with the 8-9 a few moments ago against Elan's 3s, but apart from that, he's come off the worst of some of these conflicts.
So good to be over in Dublin. Thanks to David Lappin.
Oh, my pleasure.
He's here until he decides to go gets bored with me, or he's a little bit hungry a little bit later.
No, if that's not, it's not until then.
Is it not?
No, it's a contractual thing. I'd have been gone already.
It was bored in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, I put the dinner back to level 15.
Oh, I am looking forward to the dinner, I've got to say. Are you getting to play much poker yourself, Tower?
Only locally. Local games, 30,
That's
40.
Blackpool,
yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, 30, 40, 50 pound games. I might dabble into the old Omaha and the GUKPT.
Nice.
Every now and again, because they've moved it to a Wednesday.
Cash or tournaments?
Which tournaments.
Nice.
Which means I can play on the Wednesday, because we set the table up, make sure everything's working, get it in order, and then usually have the evening off. But the Omaha has been moved from Thursday, which obviously is day 1A as well. But they moved it to the Wednesday. Which means I'm available.
Well, that's nice to have that option.
Yeah.
Nick Newport with the 3-bet here with the 10s. Lecky with the connectors here. He might well speculate. No.
Nope, decides against it.
I think that's smart from Paul. I think against other players he may have decided he could maybe lean his skill edge.
And also
into
looking down at his stack as well, you're thinking more people will probably call wider with a stack of 175k. But he's not changed his game at all.
No.
He's just got the chips.
Yeah, and I think respect to Nick there as well. He knows Nick as another long-time professional of the game here in Ireland, and probably felt like, you know, whatever edge may exist against some of these guys, that he could play a hand like 7-6 in position. It probably wasn't quite there against Nick. It's a sign of a very good and experienced player when you recognise when to fold him too. It's not all ego. And now it's Paul's turn to have the 10s.
Raises to 1.7.
And Stephen with the ace-jack could go either way here. Probably prefer a 3-bet if I'm honest. Like a 3-bet to maybe around the 5.5, 6k mark.
He has raised it up. He hasn't 3-bet to 1.3.
No.
There we go. We'll just find out where the what do you reckon, 4.3?
I'd say it might be more like 6. It's like 5.3 or 6. Oh, it's a tiny 3-bet.
It's a min click.
Okay.
It's a 3.4.
So again, when you do a bet of that size, it's sort of a take control of the betting lead, sort of probing bet. It doesn't really achieve anything because there's nothing Paul can fold for that price. But you get to find out, if Paul 4-bets, you get to find out that your ace-jack's now good, and you get to steal the betting lead off him. That being said, you are going to have to play out of position against a player of Paul's calibre, and maybe you're better off actually raising and getting him to fold some hands. But anyway, Paul obviously in the tank here, considering the 4-bet. If he 4-bets, he probably has to go... Well, maybe he doesn't actually. It's such a small 4-bet, he probably doesn't. But he 4-bets and gets 5-bet, it gets messy. So it looks like he did just call. And Steve has fired out. He's the ace of hearts in his hand here on the Queen Jack 10. Obviously he is ace king in his range in a way that Paul maybe doesn't. Queen pairs. And Stephen probably thinks his hand is good a lot, to be honest. We can see here that Paul's got an absolute lock on it. 94% right now. He's hoping that Stephen has ace king now. That's his best case scenario. Stephen pretty much should check call here all the time. I think he's got to check, call a normal sized bet. Paul, maybe he's going to make it maybe 7 or 8 here. I think Steve's got to call that bet.
A little bit less, gone 5.5.
Good eyes, Tower. Yeah, that's it. Well, this is a very easy call on this street, and then it just comes down to the river here. King can get him in trouble, obviously. Jack can make him very happy. Queen can make him happy. I like how both players have played their hands so far. I probably wouldn't have gone for the clicky pre-flop move, but given that he's got that in his game and he tries to make these kind of little take control bets, I like how it's played so far.
The 3 of spades.
Yeah, I think for Stephen now it's a case of check and then not really know what you're going to do. Depends on the sizing, depends on maybe your physical read on Paul. They're quite close together there. They can have a look at each other. Paul's probably going to go size it up, I think, here. He's probably going to look for about 20. 20 would be a nice greedy bet. Is that 15 maybe?
Yeah, it's 12, I think.
That's a great bet size to get called by exactly Stephen's hand. So Stephen's now just trying to work out, does he have a queen? He probably thinks Jacks and 10s. Oh, it's an amazing fold from Stephen.
Good fold.
That is a phenomenal fold. That is a phenomenal fold. I really feel like that was that he'd priced it right there. Like he'd almost predicted Stephen's exact hand there and chose the perfect bet size. Credit to Stephen. That is a phenomenal fold. Excellent stuff. Great poker from both players there. As I said, not that I would have gone for that clicky 3-bet, but it is an option. It is a kind of a bit of creativity shown, and once he did that, I really like how both players played their hands. Top drawer stuff here, guys.
Just under 3 minutes to go until the break, and then a change of personnel for the feature table for levels 9, 10, 11 and 12. And the end of level 12 would be the dinner break.
Yep.
So Reg raises it up, Gary calls in seat 1. Yep. Flop of King, Queen, 6. Ilan flops a piece of it. Won't be confident that he's in front. But it is checked all the way around. And now any bet will do.
Yeah, it sure would. Now, no club in anyone's hands, so right now Ilan is best with 9-6. Probably no reason to bet from anyone.
Oh,
hello.
Nice. Aye.
So
check, bet. Well, is Ilan going to know? No, they're going to try and nick it. I don't think Reggie's.
No, Ilan has enough showdown to hope it just checks through. Reg doesn't really. It's also just there's so many cards that someone can have some piece. Gary's going to make it like 5k here probably. He might get a little too greedy because it's a small pot right now. So Gary has joined this feature table to play one hand, but at least he's won that hand.
Plus EV on the table. That'll do.
I don't think Elan can find a call here. It just feels like Gary has a queen all day here. Maybe like a queen 10, a queen jack. That's the sort of hand that would have taken this line. Well, he's given it some thought, but yeah.
And he decides to get out of the way. I think Reggie's now manipulating the clock.
Reg just wants
because
to go on
he knows in about 10 seconds there's a break. The dealer can't riffle in 10 seconds. Reg, you're all right. And he folds.
Well,
and we reckon
100% record for Gary there on the feature table.
Well done, Gary. Everybody's now leaving. We will see you back in 20 minutes. Another great session.
You can rack them if you want.
Dealers in the main event, please do your visual chip count sheet before the sort check. We're going to visual only. Please do not touch the chips and please run to the nearest 1,008. Please run to the nearest 1,000.
What did you say?
No hundreds and 500s.
No, that's what we did.
Perfect. Super. I'm going to come and get it in order because I'm losing.
Where's the button? On 5? Okay. which is fine. What are those? Yeah, but I already took one too. What? I already took those seats. I took those 2 seats already.
These are the ones coming in.
So you already took it? I was like, there's a mess or something?
Buttons in seat 3.
Where's my button? Please give me a button. I need button. It's not my button.
There's 2 buttons on the other table.
Okay.
Like this.
This is nice.
Yeah, this is from their Belgium team.
Yeah.
I need to ask them.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have it on my luggage since like 2 years.
seat force stack. It says he's got 824,000. No, I don't think so.
So this is 100. 1073.
107.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. No worries. So, yeah.
And you're staying to the next one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The players, new cash table opening, player number 16. This is carrying a 1-2 point in the morning. See you later. Also, players with 2 overseas, player 1-1 in Poland, or taking 2 by Poland or 2 by Zero.
Nobody on 6.
Yes, it opens 6.
How come it's like that?
So 5 is empty. I should move it to 6, right?
I don't know, you get
No, maybe that's better than next.
doesn't work for me. Show you what I mean? Because there's seat 6 is empty. Okay. Let's think of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And how many counts have you got on this? So what the dealer's obviously done is from seat 6 put it into seat 5 in the system and seat 4, right? That makes sense?
Seat 5 should be empty. Move to seat 6.
Well, no, seat 6 should be empty. Let me see what we have on this. Why is it so fucking slow? Typical, it would be the one table we have problem is the feature, right? Oh, absolutely, always. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4,
Seat
5.
6 should be, seat 5 should be in 6. That looks like 103.
It does because that says seat 6 and nobody has moved.
Yeah,
So he's meant to be in seat 6.
Good job.
Seat 5 is empty, which means that's correct then. According to that, that's correct. I've got, no, it's not.
No?
No, that's the went for 4. Listed 5, 6. Yeah, because they fucked up again. See the tickets here? Seat 3 is free, which is seat 3 in the system is free. The floor guy got it right, but the dealer didn't.
But seat
this
6
guy's
is
got seat 5 free. So he's meant to be in seat 5, right? This guy's in seat 4. And seat 3 is empty. They just wrote it in the wrong order.
Seat 3, they've got 800. Well, it's a pair of 824, it's 824.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that right? So seat 4 is 824?
Yeah. Because that seat, what they're meant to do is leave seat 3's box there empty, but they've just brought it up.
So 3, so I should just bring 3 and 4 and then follow on down to that?
108.
300 is when you counted. So see,
Yeah,
look,
but
there's
it's
your chip counts now,
108.
they're full. Right, okay.
It's
We'll give you that
108.
back then. Perfect.
6 is 108.
No, 103 says
C6 is 1038.
No, it's 1088.
1083. Okay, I'll fix
108.
C6 is 1083.
1083.
No.
1038.
1088.
Sorry.
58.
Thanks, sir.
Sorry for the hassle.
Main event will start in 3 minutes. Ladies, start to collect your seat, please.
I didn't expect you to.
So, how could the button be an empty seat?
If we lost the play,
Good answer.
yeah.
I'm not convinced of you.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a 64.
They ask the guys to come back so they can.
Yeah, they'll know.
What was the button the last time, Meg? Did seat 3 get eliminated the last time? Do you know of? Seat 3 been empty for a while? Should be. It's a button in seat 4 then? You're small blind, you're seat 5.
yeah?
Perfect. Job done.
So you were big blind last time? Definitely. Okay, cool. So button is this year.
Perfect.
Is it? It's the lights. It's the lights, yeah. Everything is closed down. Yeah. I agree with you. 100%.
Main event will start in 1 minute. Leaders prepare to play, please.
Okay, guys, so the phones are not allowed at the table. If you need to use your phone, you have to step away from the table. And just don't forget to show your cards in this little box. You don't have to leave them there for the duration of the event, but just... Yeah, 5 seconds. Yeah, 5 seconds, and then you can remove them if you like. No, that's not
So we are just about to start level number 7, no, level number 9. The 9th level, blinds with 4-8. Welcome back to the Dublin Poker Festival European Deep Stack, 100,000 starting stack. 101 runners in the mix. In seat 1, Jeroen Val Belzen from the Netherlands. Andre Oud Alink from the Netherlands, also in seat number 2. Pat Neyman in 4. Christian Scheler in 5. Patrick Sterner in 6. In 7, Olivier Honor. In 8, the man they call Dara O'Kearney. And in number 9, Remus Matash. They are the players that are going to be entertaining us for the next 4 levels, the next 2 hours. We are back. And the lapping will return because his main man, his sidekick to the chip race, and one of his busy mates, Mr. Dara O'Kane, is there tweeting that he is on the feature table. And here comes Mr. Lappin. Here he is.
Supplies.
He has been to the shop for supplies.
That's what it's come to. Eating sweets out of a tub. So Dara, with 150k, I believe.
Did you have a team talk or not? Did you get a chance?
With Dara?
Yeah. Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yeah, just a bit of eye of the tiger, you know. And,
nice one. Did he tell you how we got up to 150k?
He did. He told me it involved the French gentleman who won our side event here in the 40s. Dara had kings. He 3-bet and got 4-bet when they were pretty deep a while ago, a few hours ago. Flop came Queen 8 deuce. Dara just called the 4-bet with the kings and calls the c-bet.
Sweet.
And then check turn, and then bets the river himself for value and gets the guy to call. So I'm guessing the guy must have had maybe 10s or jacks. Would make the most sense. But yeah, he this French chap in the 4-seed, I actually don't know his name, but we'll find out in a moment. He knocked me out of the side event yesterday. He knocked Dara out of the side event yesterday.
No way.
But Dara decided to re-enter that side event and ended up getting heads up against him. And then got knocked out by him again to lose in second place.
Incredible.
So it's rare to knock the same person out twice.
It is.
But that's what you have to do to get rid of Dara O'Coney.
Yeah.
You have to bust him twice.
So, C4, this C4, Mr. Patrick. He's your man. He's from Belgium.
Oh, it's Belgium, I apologize.
Yeah.
Apologies.
So I'm guessing he might be Flemish, if he speaks French. Patrick Neyman.
Excellent stuff.
So there we go. Oh, do we know? On
loads
the
of Belgians,
yes.
actually. Loads of Belgian and Dutch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Feels like an away day for Dara.
It does actually, doesn't it? Yeah, because when you do look around the room, there's a lot of Irish out there. But
I do remember coming over to the IPO last year, and Remus.
Oh yeah, Remus. Well, he's
Remus
local.
was like, he's a local Romanian.
Yes.
And I'm sure he made the final.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised now. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, I wouldn't surprise me at
Sure,
all.
he made the
Very
final.
good player.
It was either the IPO or the one that had Chris Moneymaker involved.
Oh yes, wasn't there a Moneymaker
They did
tour
the-
one?
yeah.
Yes, I remember that.
And Remus, I'm sure.
Actually, Dara went deep in that one too. I think Dara came 11th or 12th in that one. So Dara will know him. But yeah, you're right. So, given, just a little stroll around this poker room will mostly reveal 6 or 7 Irish on every table. There's only a couple on this one. I just saw Kevin Killeen, former UKIPT Dublin champion.
Was it Remus, before I clicked the button, was it Remus who went really deep in the Goliath?
Oh,
Have you played Goliath?
I haven't, I'm afraid, no.
That is a bit.
I have an aunt who lives in Coventry, so I must do the trip someday.
That is a huge event. Good luck to Dara. Remus. There we go. He's even got the Irish flag down the side of his name. Oh no, it wasn't. It certainly wasn't Goliath. Here we go. The IPO.
No, you're right. The
He
first
cashed
time.
in the IPO.
We'll accept your first answer.
He used to play at the Fitz. Yeah, I remember Remus at the IPO. Playing well. He cashed in the IPO at the Fitz and the Irish Open last year. Very nice. He has plenty of Irish flags. Okay.
He sure does. Wow. Oh, yeah, that's a casino regulars.
That
End
is,
him I've ever saw.
yeah. Back to 2011 when he was still playing in the Fitz. His first ever cash. Good lad. So welcome one and all. This, as we're heading to the table, Christian looks down at the ladies. The European Deepstack level number 9 of the day. Myself and David Lappin in the comms.
Having a great time.
Yeah.
Really enjoying it. As I said there, Kevin Killeen has just entered the building. Former UKIVT Dublin champion, EPT third place finisher and Irish Open runner-up. So we're in good company now. I saw him regging as I was walking in. He does like a late reg, does Kev?
Aye.
Olivier's in there with the ace-10 on the button. Flopped very well here.
Yeah.
Christian throwing out about a 3k here. I like that. It's a tricky enough spot.
No, Oliver's definitely not folded. Oliver is 100% not folded.
No, he's probably more likely to raise.
I think there's a misclick somewhere, so we'll just click to you back, and the turn's the 9 of spades. So 5,000 bet from Christian. Oliver calls. 4 diamonds hits the river.
Very sticky here from Christian. No reason for Oliver not to go for some value again. He might go big actually. He might be hoping that Christian, I should say, has ace king or ace queen. Has he gone big or has he gone small?
It looks small again. 5k into 27.
Well, it would be a poor call from Christian given the amount of strength shown, but it is a very compelling price. He only has to be good about 1 in 6.5 here. Is it going to be 1 in 6.5? Is he going to roll over an 8-9 maybe? Just almost a curiosity call in the end.
Yeah, we flopped 2 bet. So level 10, 100,000 guarantee. We have hit the magical 100 mark. We're on 102.
Boom.
The blinds are 4-8. 800 big blind. Side events, number 1 tonight, 8 p.m. the satellite for tomorrow. 9 o'clock it's the progressive bounty. And at midnight, it's the midnight madness. €10 in. No reg fee.
And I believe in the midnight madness, the winner takes it all.
Wow, the winner takes it all. Winner take all. Nobody's had the guts to have a winner take all tournament yet, have they? No, or if not for a long time.
Not for a while.
No. It felt like when they first started the millions, the poker millions, that started with like winner takes all, wasn't it? Because didn't Duthie win a million first time it was aired?
Oh, maybe. Oh yeah, because that was.
I'm not
and the
sure
Shark
the final,
Cage did that, didn't it?
I'm not sure if the final table got
No.
any money. I know it was a million for first place. 10 Jack Queen, all spades. Christian flops bottom pair with an open ender. Patrick has a live spade.
Looks like Patrick's turned out of bed here. Kind of crazy, but. And it works. Wow.
It does. I think we've got a new playlist on. I think there's a bit of ABBA being reverberated around the room. Dublin Poker Festival, Unibet Open next week. Busy week, busy 3 weeks here in Dublin. So Patrick gets out of the way. Olivia with the dead man's hand. Ace 8. We'll raise it to 2,000. Oh, 17. And now, oh no, there's the 2. Oh, there you go. Ace Jack calls in seat number 1. Jerome?
Yeah, I like that. I think when you have the suited ace jack, because I advocated earlier on, you might remember, for
an ace
a 3 bet. I think when you got the suited one, it just flops so much better. You can call
ace 10-3.
Could be trouble here.
Redraw for Olivier. So about 3 and a call. Turns to 10 of clubs.
That'll probably slow them both down. If Olivier stabs again here, he's obviously charging the hearts, but I prefer a check.
And the 6 of spades on the river, so the jack will play.
Yeah, and the jack should probably do its own betting now. I think probably a bet around a third pot looks good, and tough spot then. I think probably Olivier has to find the call, if I'm honest. 4.5k, yeah, still feels like a price he should call. He makes a big soul read here, fair play to him. Hearts have missed. Yeah, that's the bad news. No shame in that.
No. When he does get the bad news, the jack plays. And near starting stack now for Jerome, which is 100,000. Starting stack of 100k. And the blinds are 400, 800.
We see O'Carney there on his iPad, just looking at his.
Tweeting everybody that he's on the live stage with.
I think he's taking a glance at his M3000 charts or whatever you need for a deep stack.
He has been sending out the tweets that is on the feature table. Always good to know where people are playing. And the good old Kev Math, though, Kevin Mathers always gives us a retweet.
Great lad, Kev.
Yeah, the World Series.
We invited Kevin actually to the last Unibet Open Dublin. He was here drinking the pints of Guinness.
Was he?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
He managed to catch the final side event, which was a staff event, and I don't think it ever appeared in the Hennemob. So if you're out there, Kevin, I'm sorry. I don't think there's any evidence that you were ever in Dublin.
Oh no!
But he had a good time. He came over as our guest. We were delighted to have him, and sort of live tweeted the week as well, which was great. Lovely fella. I see Mark Buckley into the fray. I don't know if this is a rebuy or if it's his first sit down, but he's in the mix now. Middle set here for Patrick, hoping that his opponent maybe has a king in his hand. Not so, but there's some draws. Got a double gutter now with Patrick. He can hit a 7 or a jack. Probably enough reason to stick around. Of course, they're both Patrick. I better be careful. Patrick and Patrick. Yeah, we'll do that. Right?
Yeah.
We'll do that for, even if it's wrong, we'll say it that way. So, Patrick with the bet of 6k. Patrick, 6k to call. We'll probably look at a raise now. Makes sense to raise in this spot, doesn't it? Yeah, there we go. 16.2. And, well, Patrick's got position. And the value of position in this spot is if you do bink your double gutter, it's kind of a bit disguised, isn't it? When it's open-ended, so obvious. Double gutter is a little bit sneakier. If he does manage to spike that 7 or jack, you don't really see it coming quite so easily, and he might get the lot. That's what he has to work out now, is do I call this 10k, and if I hit, do I get the lot? It's all about implied odds right now.
Is.
He's getting, his immediate price getting to the pot is 25%. He doesn't have 25%, but he does have about 19%, 18%, something in that region. Oh, sorry, there, we have it on screen, sure, 17%, I haven't been told. So he needs to get at least another maybe 6 or 7k, which he's surely going to get if he hits. He's probably going to get a lot more, so it's a great spot to mine this 7 or jack. No good though. 5 of hearts is a brick. There's no way Patrick's slowing down, and there's no way he's folding here either. So I would expect Patrick to maybe bet something in the region of 30k. And we know now that Patrick will be mucking his hand. So am I right in saying that was Battle of the Two Paddies and neither of them were Irish?
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. Good afternoon, No Nails. No Nails Poker says Tower and Mr. Lappin. Hello, keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. As we see there, Dara, top of the pops there, 160k from a 100k starting stack. Pretty tidy. Good afternoon's work. Dara, of course, has an illustrious record in this tournament. I've gone back through the annals, and I want to say he's played this tournament 5 times, maybe 6 of the 13 years. And of course, he started off with that famous win, 2007, and since then, I mean 2008.
Yeah.
And since then has had a 9th and 15th place finish. So
excellent.
Some good credentials.
He likes the deep stack.
He has a big glass vase in his house. It's probably the biggest of his poker trophies. That was what he got for taking this one down.
Oh.
Yeah, I've seen that one. So many trophies has O'Carney. His entire bathroom is also a secondary trophy cabinet, and then he's another store area where there's a tertiary.
It doesn't bin him like you then.
Doesn't bin him like me, but the Deepstack one is actually makes it to the A list. It makes it to the same one as all his running ones.
Shame they never did trophies for eating. Running trophies, I tell you what.
Do you rue the lack of eating trophies because you think you would have had a shot there, or
well, we might have got a trophy or two,
like hot dog eating, or like
yeah, shoving donuts in your mouth, I guess. But yeah, certainly not running, unfortunately. Every credit to Dara, who goes out on a regular basis. Queen 6-4, the latest flop. First bet will win. Andre bets with the 9s, and that'll do nicely.
Again, I got to say, Dara's doing a bit of postling here as well.
Yeah, he's just tweeting everybody that he's on the feature table.
Oh, and he's getting given out to. Oh, slap the hand. Oh,
he's got a yellow card.
Yellow card for Dara.
He's out.
Book him.
Oh, and this dealer's he loves it.
Imagine being the dealer having to tell someone says you have to tell O'Carney there to take his phone off. Scary moment, wouldn't it? Having to go over to tell Dara. I wouldn't have dared. I'd have given that to someone else.
That dealer loves it. You are not to use.
Right. So we're looking.
So the yellow card's been issued.
Yeah.
Oh,
it'd be a terrible shame if we had a disqualification, wouldn't it?
Can you remember the first ever man to be sent off at an FA Cup final?
No.
See, Dara O'Kearney could be the first man ever to be red carded on the live stream.
In Dara's defence, I'm sure he was just trying to plug our Twitch stream.
Absolutely, that's exactly what he's done, because I've already liked it and retweeted it.
Yeah, exactly. It was half an hour ago. I remember getting that notification. Okay, so
he took it in his stride.
We take back the yellow card. The VAR has looked at the footage again, and they've taken back the yellow card.
Just a quick nod of approval from Dara. And now he's off.
And now he's like, I need to get this tweet out. The public need to know. I have to say, I'm exactly like Dara when I'm on a feature table. I'm up and down. In fact, I want to say he's actually come over to me now. I think I'm just standing there, just behind.
King high flop, King deuce 8. Top kicker Jerome Patrick with King 10. Decides to check, so he'll check call. But Jerome comes in for a bit.
By the way, Patrick, if you are Patrick, This is our only way of distinguishing you from the other Patrick. So
Apart
please
from
forgive us.
different spelling.
Yeah.
We haven't missed a K off on purpose. It's that is how he is on the K Hold'em.
Of course, Unibet Open will be here next week. Darragh will be flying the flag. Darragh and I joined the Unibet team on the same day about this time 3 years ago. We were at a Unibet Open in London. It's been a very happy 3 years, hoping it may continue.
Long may it continue, young man.
I have to say they've been a wonderful sponsor of the chip race. Aside from all the other stuff we do for the site, their patronage of the chip race has been absolutely massive for us. They're sort of like the perfect bosses. They kind of give us pretty much all the creative control, so we can put what we want on the show, and they probably check our work a couple of times, make sure we're not being bold. Big pot here. Battle of the top pairs here. Gonna be tough here for Patrick. 15k again. He's just getting priced in these spots.
Call.
More bad news.
Yeah. The ace will be playing from Jerome.
So
7-2 off. Kevin Moran, the first player to be sent off in an FA Cup final. Correct.
Kevin Moran, there's Irish player.
1985.
Irishman.
Man United he played for.
Kevin Moran, Irishman.
Yeah. Kevin Moran.
Moran.
Kevin Moran. Yeah.
That's the way the Irish used to pronounce it anyway.
There you go. No, Norman Whiteside scored the winner.
I can do some Premier League 1990s. That's about 90s was basically.
Yeah, I used to love the FA Cup final. The old build up to it, and proper BBC and ITV used to have simultaneous TV programmes, and it was only aired on BBC, and it used to be at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon when football took place.
Yeah.
That's all it was. You know, I'm showing my age now, because how many games have played at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon in the Premier League nowadays?
I don't know.
There were none in the last 2 weeks.
Was there? I'm afraid you've a cricketer in the box here, so I'm not.
Are you a cricketer, are you?
Oh, well, Patrick might be about to get some of these chips back.
Indeed.
The Django's. He's going to 3-bet it to 4,500, so he's given them a good price to get back involved. Patrick's going to probably make the call here with a suited ace.
Yeah, I'd like to see it.
I think Olivier has to let the ace-9 off go, but Patrick made the call, and then Christian will probably have to make the call, because it's such a good price now, 2,800 into a pot of what, 15k or something?
Yeah, he does make the call. So the Patrick's going to be battling again.
So a lot of hearts out there already. I know the 4-2 does muck.
It does.
And there are the hearts.
Look at
Wow. Okay, so we're about to have a huge car crash.
Top set. It's checked.
What?
Why is that checked?
What is going on? Well, Patrick might feel he has too big a lock on this hand. But in reality, again, I have to do Patrick may feel like he's too big a lock. Patrick now with the nut hearts obviously going nowhere. He's called. Please don't say there's another heart. I can't see it yet. Can you see it?
I can't, unfortunately.
Clear on the cards.
Press that button on that same one. Go press the button. The river's out there. It's the ace of diamonds.
Okay, so Queen 10 got there. Not impossible, but Patrick, unperturbed, is going to fire out. And now Patrick with top pair, no kicker.
Well, the worst river card in the deck for him.
Yeah, it's probably a wonky spot now because it feels like he's up against Ace-Jack, maybe, as a kind of a value hand that might take this line. The Kings obviously decided to not bet the flop, so maybe Ace-Jack wouldn't bet the flop, and now Ace-Jack feels quite good about its hand come the river. That makes sense. Hard to find bluffs, though. Bluffs are a hard thing to find right now, and Patrick might sniff that out. He just made the call, though. Cry call it was.
It was a cry call.
So, good news for Patrick without the K. The 2 Ks in his hand have done the business for him. So, Mr. Dara O'Carney now in the big blind. And I tell you, we've been here for nigh on 5 hours now, and it really hasn't disappointed. Whichever group of players have been at the feature table have really provided some poker entertainment for us. Lots of big pots. Maybe that's what happens with the deep stacks. It loosens everyone up. Everyone feels a bit like they've got lots of chips.
Yeah.
And
the dealer just deals kings and aces.
Well, there's been a lot of that, hasn't there? We have had a lot of big hands, that's true.
We have.
Well, Patrick straight back in the action here on the button. He's going to call with the ace-8 suited. And Dara with the very ugly 7 deuce.
A whip.
And I guess he was getting a pretty brilliant price there for 0 more chips.
King 9-4.
No. Dara has the only spade in his hand that we can see. We don't know Andre's cards. Has anyone bet? Someone bet.
No one bet. Yeah,
Andre with the mystery hand.
The mystery hand
taking it down.
Takes it down.
There's a very good chance the mystery hand was the best hand, as nobody had anything. We see Darrow Kearney 200 big blinds, Jerome 170 bigs. We're still in a very deep stack game. In fact, a lot of tournaments this would feel like level 2 or 3, and we're actually in level 9 or 10.
The short stack at the table's 100 bigs.
Yeah. But then, as is the nature of the beast here, the half-hour clock is going to start catching up on people. So, so it's going to suddenly become a 50 big blind game before we know it.
Yeah, the blinds will be up next hand. There'll be 500, 1,000 after this hand. Rick Manders, does anybody know the password on the free roll coming up on Unibet?
I can't say I do, to be honest. I've not been connected to the information there.
We
sorry.
Can't help, sorry. Have a guess.
Maybe one of the Twitch streamers. I don't know if David Von der Hayden or Ian are on Twitch today. If they are, they might know.
Have a guess. What's it for? It's for the Unibet Open next week here in Dublin. Type in Dublin 2020. No, I know.
You reckon you're just going to
have a guess?
Are you just having a stab?
Yes.
I like it.
Have a guess. It's got to be related, surely, to whatever comp it's going to be a free roll for.
I like the logic of that.
Have a guess. Unlimited guesses.
Maybe that's how.
He's not trying to log you
that's
into
how free rolls should carry out. It's just completely.
Whoever is going to spend. Idea. That's a great idea.
Free roll and then suddenly
make it pretty simple and related to the event that the prizes are for.
And if you guess it, you're disincentivized to tell anyone because then you get to win it when it's
exactly right
with less players.
Yeah,
I like it.
Make it relative, and if you guess it and you're clever enough, I like that.
think Dara there, I saw him on his iPad again. I think he's actually putting the finishing touches on his new book.
I'm guessing
Poker Progressive Knockout Strategy, co-authored by Barry Carter.
I was just looking there. Eves was wandering around the room. When he got knocked out, we wondered whether he'd have a re-entry or not.
Yeah, he's back in, is he?
Well, he's just wandered around. I'm not too sure if he's sat back down. But out of shot. But he was walking slowly towards the tables. So maybe he did have that re-entry. Unlimited re-entries if you do want to play the European Deepstack. So, board of 8, Ace 10, Queen 5. The 8 will play if we get the showdown. But Andre is taking a stab.
Wow, so Andre turning his sixes into a bluff here.
He bet the flop, bet the turn, and now he's barreled the river.
Triple barrel with the sixes on the ace 8 10 queen is pretty brave. It's going to work. He told a consistent story.
There he is. That's it. It's finished writing.
He was just writing the dedication. I dedicated this to my co-host David Lappin. The best. What was it he said? Called me the hot air beneath my wings. Nice.
So 500, 1,000. A 1,000 big blind ante.
So, something we've noticed now already, just table dynamics wise, that we've had a lot of limps. First two feature tables we had, almost no limping. There was a little bit of limping from Eve, but that was pretty much the only person we saw doing any limping. And now since we moved to this table, a lot more of a limping dynamic. A lot more flops being seen multi-way.
Oh, no splashing off pot.
Well, Jerome in the big blind is going to bump it up here. Yeah,
Yes.
4K.
Christian likes the look of that and thinks I'll have some of that with me suited ace.
Well,
we have outs.
yeah, he has reasons to stick around now. Of course, not necessarily a compulsory bet here from Jerome. He might check.
No.
You can bet small here, or you can check. I probably prefer a very small bet, if I'm honest.
Yep.
Yeah, 3K, I like that. That's a nice size, and Christian's going to make the call. No, he's not.
Oh.
Well, I'm not really sure why you're in there with the ace-4, Christian, if you don't like the 2 and the 3. If I'm honest. I know the 5 of clubs is not a clean out, but you've got the ace going for you as well, and I'm kind of wondering what you're expecting to find. I suppose you were after the hearts.
If I don't flop hearts, I'm out of here. That's what that felt like. It's definitely an older man's playlist.
Yes, we're back into kind of like
Bit of
70s, 80s now, yeah.
Late 80s.
So Patrick with the King Queen O. I would imagine he's going to bump this up to maybe 2,500.
Oh. $2.3. Olivier is 7. Gets out of the way.
Very mean about his cards,
Queen
Olivier. Not putting them over the scanner. Darrow Carney, Queen 8 suited. Probably not good enough. I'd say Darrow with maybe a Queen 10 suited, Queen Jack suited would consider flatting in this spot, but Queen 8's a bit ugly.
9's good enough for the call from Remus.
Definitely. That's a nice solid button hand. And Andre getting a good price in the big blind.
On the flop of King 6-6. No quad 6 about this time, though.
No, not this time.
But a decent 2 pair for Patrick.
I quite like a check back from Patrick here sometimes. I think I mix it. The advantage of the check back is, okay, ace is the one card you really don't want to see. But, you know, you're giving your opponents a chance to catch a 10 or a jack or a 9 or an 8. Well, a 9 in this case wouldn't be so good, but you're hypothetically trying to get your opponents to catch up a little bit, but not enough. You're sort of forced to check, though, once it's called once, because your opponent could have a 6. 6-7, 6-8 suited, 5-6 suited, that kind of thing might flat the button, maybe even a6. 5 on the river. So Patrick probably go for some value now, targeting a king jack or maybe a. Well, it's really only king jack he could target, but I still like the idea of putting in a small bet here, maybe 4k. Might get a cry call from exactly the hand he's up against, which is 9s. Yeah. Nice work.
Very good. Patrick gets it a few more chips. Back over starting stack. Remus down to 67. So 67 bigs for Remus. With the blinds at 1k. And level number 10 of the day. Play 20 levels. So live stream finishing around about 12:30 in the morning. So a good 7 hours, 6.5, 7 hours to go of live stream poker from Dublin and the Bonington and the European Deepstack. Darwin King 8, fold the Queen 8 toss last time.
I think it's probably an open here.
Ah, the King 8.
King 8 suited, no, just about. King 9 suited, I suppose the connectivity is probably just that bit better and that bit good enough to open up. King 8 suited, I might have gone for cheeky open myself, but then I think my ranges are probably a little bit looser than Dara's. I think it depends a lot on table dynamics as well. Dara would have sat with these guys for the last 3.5, 4 hours. He'd be aware of the sorts of ranges. What you really want is, if you are going to open a hand like King 8 suited in that spot, is you want quite passive people behind you. You don't want a 3-betting culture. That's probably not ideal. And if you do have 3-betters, you want 3-betters who make small 3-bets.
Well, he's here to play. 3 bets to 6.3.
Yes, this is adventurous now from Andre. That'll
do
get it done, yeah, wow.
Golfer on Twitch says, any exclusives on forthcoming chip race guests, Mr.
Yes,
David?
I can reveal that the next episode will star Adrian Mateus and the Poker Guys. I don't know if anyone out there tunes into the Poker Guys. They're on the YouTube. They have a very big YouTube channel, actually. I think after maybe a couple of the vloggers and Doug Polk, they have the biggest poker YouTube channel. I think they get I think they've had about 10 million views to their videos.
Wow.
They do a sort of hand analysis, kind of 10-15 minute long hand analysis of different famous poker hand spots.
Right, okay.
And they've kind of got good banter as well. They've got a kind of a good repartee between the two boys.
Yeah.
2 American lads. One's from Oregon, I think. Or maybe he's a Canadian and an American. But anyway, yeah, they're from the West Coast anyway in America. And yeah, they've good banter. They're probably not quite mainstream, but they do a great job at kind of putting poker out to the masses. I think they sell poker to a wider audience, which is great. So they're on the show too. We've Jack Sinclair for some strategy, and Irish poker pro Louise Butler will also be on the show. So yeah, good episode actually. We've done a lot of the work for the next 2 in a row, but I won't reveal the one after, if that's okay. We've a bit of time to go before that one.
There's time for a leak before we go home on
We could
Sunday
do
night.
We could do a leak. Yeah, there's always a chance of a leak. Bring over the gin and tonics. There might be a few more leaks.
Ace high flop, ace 8 deuce, all diamonds. No diamonds in play.
Yes, So the nut no pair for the king queen. Probably no reason to bet, to be honest. So I can see this one checking all the way down.
The jack of hearts on the river.
Yeah, both players have enough showdown to maybe win. We can see there that Christian's queen does play, so he takes it down. The veritable definition of a nothing pot there. You're going to have to go over and have a chat with Dara about getting the TV time. I do appreciate that he's
tweeting and twitching
he's
and
wanting to get his tweets out, whatever. But at the very least, he can leave a chip race patch where he was once sitting, I think.
Who was it when I was walking around? There's a chip race patch stuck on somebody's side. Was it Ian Simpson?
On his head?
Did he stick it on his head? On the side of his head that was on the same side as the camera?
As a camera, I made him do
like
that.
Yeah, it was impressive. That was good. That.
I did that actually.
PR,
that was at the Battle of Mold. I was doing that, and then I made Ian do it as well.
Yeah, I like that.
It was much easier to grip Ian's head, though.
That's true.
Yeah,
that is true. So a steady start to this session. We've had a few fireworks, considering the early stages with 1,000 big blind starting stack, but we got relatively busy early doors.
Dara has just tweeted that if anyone wants to listen to the grating voice co-host commentate on the sleepy voiced co-host of the chip race, tune in. Actually, I think that is good, but I don't know if you would agree with this now. Obviously, you partner up with lots of different people on commentary, but different voices are quite important to keep the audience interested.
They are,
I think if you have a sameness, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, totally agree.
You can achieve that, obviously, with a man and a woman kind of duet, or you can maybe... Well, in our case, I think it's my screechy voice and Dara's more dulcet tones.
No, I totally agree.
Remus with the kings.
Oh, here we go. We could have fireworks.
Oh, we have a very interesting good bunch of hands here, because 10-9 suited certainly in the mix too. 5-3 suited. Kind of an attractive little one as well, but action's going to get all the way around to big blind queen 7. Probably letting this one go.
Yeah, we've had a 3-bet 6.5. The queen 7 can get straight out of the way.
10-9 suited might still be interested.
Unless there's a 4-bet.
Unless the 4-bet comes in. All from...
Yeah, 16,000.
Oh, wow, okay. Ace-King suited is going to have a hard job now. This is all inner fold, perhaps, territory. The suitedness means you can flat and maybe navigate a little bit. If you really feel like your opponent's 4-bet range is like queens plus an ace-king, your ace-king's not actually in particularly good shape, so maybe you want to make top pair, top kicker, or make 4 to a flush before you get more chips in the pot here.
Yeah, we do call.
So we do call.
And there it is.
Oh wow, and
when
the hearts as well, as if you needed it.
Yeah, when you've got the Cowboys, it always seems to be there.
So, did Remus check and Christian throw out a bet?
Yep.
Okay. How big is the bet?
26,000.
I might have been inclined to go a little small. Oh God, he's just stuck it in.
Remus,
oh no,
Remus. It's all about timing.
He's about to know what 4% feels like right now. One solitary out. You see it there in the top right of your screen. The King of Spades only.
The first all in and the call in this year's European Deepstack live stream.
And that's the end of that.
That'll do. Oh my word, has it come out on the river? How on earth has it come out on the river?
I guess if it had come the other way around, it might have been more fun.
Oh. He does it for Bants, the dealer. He hit the flush. Remus is still checking. Yeah, Remus had him. Yeah. Just checking the stacks. Done. Lost one. Marks on the feature. This should be fun. Coming into seat 3.
Oh, Mark Buckley, here we go. Well, these 3 players, actually, Mark Buckley, Darragh O'Carney and Patrick, were all on the final table. In fact, they all made the money. They were all in the final 6 of the side event here yesterday, the evening warm-up. So, these guys have played a bit of poker with each other already this week. Mark Buckley, of course, well known for that huge result he had just a year and a half ago at EPT Barcelona. I can't remember how much he won, but I'm going to guess it was like a couple of 100k. It was a very big score. Same final table as Patrick Clicky Clark. And he is an imposing figure at any poker table, Mark. Intimidating guy. Going to see if he can push these guys around now and win their chips. Patrick's going to set mine these 4s from the hijack. Christian behind with the ace-jack suited. Probably a good hand to call, actually. And he does so. Oh, 8-9 suited. We've got a lot of calling hands here. That's going to be another call. All the connectors. Small blind king-jack. You'd almost consider a call here too. He does, and what's Darragh O'Carney going to wake up with here? If he finds a squeezable one, it could be fun. He doesn't even find a call. That must have been pretty dirty. Although, he's so easily to be dominated by all these hands.
So 5-way to the flop.
It's going to be hard for everyone to miss this flop. There's a bit from every part of the board.
7, 3, 4.
We had a pocket 4s, didn't we? We do,
did.
Patrick. So we've got a set. And actually not a whole lot else. The pocket 8 is obviously an over pair. The 8-9 of clubs is kind of interesting, interacting with that 7 of clubs on board. Pretty much nothing for anyone else. Patrick just flats the 4s. I like it. And the question is, will the other Patrick stick around with the 8-9 of clubs? He doesn't. So 5 or a 6 brings some more out potential for the pocket 8s. Doesn't come. And the 8s may still feel they're good here. Might be keen to put the brakes on here. All those undercards. It's a very setty board, as they used to say. Although he has made it small at least. So question now is, does Patrick raise it up? He doesn't. Going to go to a river.
And it's a 7 of spades.
That's a pretty nice card to see roll off there from Patrick's point of view. He's boated up. If there was any straights out there, he's all right. And the question is, does Andre throw out a little blocker bet? He does, 10k. If Andre has the discipline to fold after making this 10k to, say, a 35, 40k bet, I think he's played the hand pretty well.
It raises to 31.
Yeah. So a very well played hand so far from Andre, but if he chooses this moment to be a hero, it will unfortunately be his undoing. You have to start trying to piece together the puzzle here. What does Patrick bluff this river?
Oh, he makes the call. He makes the call.
Well, I liked how he played it until that final decision. Again, struggling to think of what bluffs. Like the ace-5 got there. 5-6 was there all along.
Yeah, 7-9 flop. The 7 got there on the river.
Yeah, 7 was probably the most likely one
7
too.
Maybe, king 7. Sean Man says in the chat box, what's the free roll? What time does the free roll start? I can't see it. We don't know. We've not set up a free roll. Somebody just asked for a free roll password, so we just said guess. We don't know if there's any free rolls online at all. None by us set up, that is for sure.
Yeah, sorry guys. No free rolls that we know of.
Nope. The Deepstack is taking shape. Coming up towards the end of level 10. 20 levels played today. There is a 60-minute break at the end of level 12, which will be round about 7:10.
Yeah, sounds like spot on.
Yeah.
Mark Buckley into the mix now with the King Queen. Flurry of fouls and action is round to Jerome in the big blind who I think complete. So Christian with the Queen 10 suited, the only caller. Okay, double gutter there for the Queen 10 suited. King 3's whiffed. Mark Buckley with the gutter. But more importantly, a board that hits his range will probably see bet something in the region of 2.5, 3k. Sounds about right. Oh, he's gone big here, Mark. He's gone 52, so I'll try and put max pressure here. He has the strongest range on this board. Christian, of course, with the double. What?
Decided to
double gutter in the backdoor flush draws in the bin.
Unfortunately, strangely in the bin, but it was
baffling. Wow.
A couple of times I've seen what would you like to flop when you're playing hands.
Yeah, that's the dream. Like. All draws to the nuts too.
Patrick Clark was on that final table at Mark Buckley as well.
Yep.
Fantastic. Peter Nazinski, the winner for the million. Axan Wang was second. He chopped it by the looks of that. Pedro Marquez. John Juan, the final table.
That's right. He was the first to go. Oh, looks like Dara's into the action here on the button.
Can you ever we get bad beats all the time.
Yeah.
Can we have good beats?
Sure.
I had a good beat.
Go on, tell us.
Years and years ago. Remember when the World Series was in London?
Mm-hmm.
The World Series Poker Europe.
Yep.
We were doing videos and editing for Betfair at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd done the whole week. In fact, we'd done the whole 14, 15 days, or whatever it was. And it was the time John Joanda got to the final.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
And we stopped work and we were told we couldn't do anything because they made it into a TV programme and you can't go on stage, you can't interview anybody, nothing you can do, you might as well finish.
Yep.
So we got right up to the final table, we led all the story, watched all the TV coverage, and we went, the final table was 20 hours.
Yeah, I remember that. It was an epic one.
20 hours.
The heads up might have been like
it was
half of that.
8 hours, 20 minutes heads up.
Yeah.
And luckily, we finished work the day before. We didn't actually film it or
That's
do
a
any
great
videos.
beat. That's a great beat.
20 hours it was the final day.
That's very nice. We see there Dara O'Carney takes down a small pot there. He opened the ace-10 on the button. Jack 9 defended and action checked all the way down to the river. Really no reason to bet for Dara. He had a hand that was most likely good a lot of the time and couldn't really get a worse one to fold. Or a better one to fold, I should say. And takes down a little pot. Yeah, that's nice. That's a nice moment. Where you
That was. I think the weird thing was is that we slept, we got the train home, and we got home and they were still playing.
Oh,
it was
here comes Dara again, 2 in a row
Here
now.
we go. He's put the iPad down. He's got involved.
That's it.
And the cards are coming.
So, Ace Jack suited in the cutoff.
Yeah, no
action round to Bucko, who's cylinders.
Bucko says no thanks. 2 in a row.
Oh, hat-trick time, Dara.
He's had the left foot. He's had the right foot. Is he going for the header?
Yeah.
Oh, quickly in between hands.
I tell you, that book is not right in itself.
$106 in the main so far. 100,000 guarantee for day 1B. Always the busiest of the 2 days. Satellite at 8 PM as well for the players that either been eliminated or just coming in to play a game tonight. That starts at 8. And then we're expecting a busy tournament for the Progressive Bounty that starts at 9 PM.
Oh, Bucko here in the small blind. Big slick. He's going to make this 8k. And Olivier's probably going to have to pass.
So rare 3. No, it's made it 11.5, so quite chunky.
Chunky, but actually I like this out position from Mark. Going for the larger sizing.
I'm not folding my ace 10.
Yeah.
Says Olivier.
He's not going to fold it, wow. Well, he does have position, but...
Queen 5. 2 clubs.
Mark with the ace of clubs in his hand. Can check it. Mark will probably check again here. Just look to get the showdown here. I think he'll definitely snap off 1 bet. The question is, would he snap off 2? Olivier maybe just probably knows he's being pot controlled here. Oh, he's got the chop now.
He's got the chop.
Well, probably no advantage to. I was going to say, no point in betting there.
No point.
Mark a bit unlucky there with the run out.
Let's chop it up. We've got a doppelganger alert.
Row.
C5 on our stream right now. Neil Channing.
I reckon.
Well, a little bit when it on the front view.
That's harsh. I saw Neil recently.
On the front view, that's a little bit Neil Channing. So the blinds are going up. We will be on 6-12.
How'd you like the 7-14?
Oh, is that a level, is it? Oh, the next level after this one. We're now going up to 6-12. 700, 1400. That's a new one for me yet again.
We love the multiples of 7 here.
Must be a lucky number somewhere. Oh, David, who would you prefer to play heads up for the Unibet main event title? Andy Hills or Ian Simpson?
Ooh.
Interesting question.
Well, it's like Andy's actually a good player, so it's always nice to beat a good player.
Okay.
But then to look a little in his face, sad little face when I beat him would be nice as well. And I do have a bit of a grudge with Eni, so I don't know. Good reasons for both. I'd rather get heads up against Ian.
Yeah.
Because it would be easier. And he's quite good. Actually, speaking of which, I wonder if we're going to see Flag Wanker here this weekend.
I'm not sure if Andy will be on the way. Better check his Twitter. He always tells us where he is in the world. Chasing the flags.
That's it.
Scott Gray still going along strong. So it's straight down the channel right over there.
Yep.
So are you having a 900 Unibet single? Is that
Yeah.
You definitely have one?
Definitely. I don't know, I think maybe a 5k or something.
No, I like it.
It should be good. We're going to...
Are we streaming it?
Yeah.
I'll be watching.
Yep. Probably need a commentator. Come stick around.
If Manchester wasn't on, I would do. Definitely would.
No, I think Henry Kilban will commentate. David Van Der Heyden
because
will...
you'll take it you'll take it seriously, but you'll also have a bit of banter as well.
Yeah.
So there'll be a lot of fun, and nobody will want out at all.
Exactly. I would say David Van Der Heyden, who normally would be in the commentary box, will play it.
Yeah.
And then that will leave Henry on his own with maybe somebody, if there's someone around, who might join him. I don't know if it's been finalised yet. It's still a week away. More. Okay, Darrow Kearney with the dominant ace here. Under the gun, limp. So Darrow probably going to isolate. Maybe make it around 4k. 3.5 maybe. We made it 6. Oh, it's a solid isolation. Well, Olivier lets it go. So Dara picking up on something there from the early position limp and maybe going for that larger sizing, knowing that it gave him a much better chance of getting it through right there and then. Like I say, I did expect it to be a slightly smaller raise, but I'm sure there was a good reason for it.
Andy's in Montenegro.
Okay.
What on earth's in Montenegro?
I think there's a festival called Budva or something like that. Budva. And I think it's like a 777 event. It's run by Merit.
That's exactly what it is. 12th till the 19th. So we made, well, it's just finished.
Get over here, Sales.
Oh. Plenty going on, as we know, wherever you are in the world. But the Unibet Open next week takes preference for David and the Unibet team. So King 10, King 2 and 10-5 are going to see a flop of Ace King Queen. Small blind. Just makes it up. Olivier gets a free flop. It flops the king. 7 of clubs on the turn. Good check all the way down. Check. And a check. Which he does. So welcome on board, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Dublin and the Dublin Poker Festival, which incorporates the European Deepstack. And next week the Unibet Open will be in the same building. Cracking tournaments, 3 weeks of poker here in the Bonington. Some fantastic events. The deep stack, 100,000 starting stack with the blinds at 1-1, so 1,000 big blinds. We're up to 600, 1,200 with a 1,200 big blind ante. Bucko comes to the table. I think it must have been a re-entry because it was a 100k starting stack. So
makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, we've lost about a quarter of the field so far, so actually the attrition a bit more than I would have expected, to be honest, for a tournament that's still buying, what, 80 bigs if you reg now. Darrow Kearney in the big blind with the King Deuce of Diamonds. Looks like that's good enough to complete. So we've got the Queen 9, 0 for Mark. Olivier from the small, getting a small discount. Some excitement there. There's a king in there.
There's a lot of
The
hearts
heart
involved.
too. So yeah, Olivier certainly buoyed by the Queen of Hearts and 10. He's got open ender and the draw to the second of flush. Dara with a top pair, but not a lot to go with it. So might be feeling like he's in a bit of a guessing game. Mark Buckley with the Queen 9 has a gooder, no heart. But he does have the betting lead pre-flop, so he's going to take a stab here. He can obviously rep this board pretty well. We saw him go for quite a large sizing last time round. I wonder if he's going to do the same. 4.2, so roughly half.
Got to be calling at least once.
Yeah, I
Olivier.
think it's interesting now. If Olivier calls, actually, Darren's in a bit of a tough spot because he could be behind. When he is ahead, he's very vulnerable ahead. So he's in a bit of a wonky one here. Because he can hang on, but he can't take any more heat.
No,
if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
So he may call once, or he may just decide, you know what, this is too dark tunnely. Do you know what? It looks like a really nitty fold, but I think a lot of poker players out there will call there and lose more chips because it's very hard to find a way to win as that hand would progress. Now, some might say then why call with the king deuce suited, but obviously, it's not going to necessarily come out this type of board. And of course, there we see Derek couldn't have taken any more heat as it turned out. Royal flush draw for Olivier. He's already got the queen high flush. And I think that's actually a really interesting hand there. I think a lot of people won't understand the logic of what Dara did there. Mark obviously made the straight, but it is a flush card, so he won't be loving life. Olivier, you would assume, going to get a check to him by Bucko. And maybe when Olivier bets here... Olivier has the betting lead.
Yeah, he has to bet out, doesn't he?
I think he does have to bet with the second nuts here.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's not. Yeah. Okay, so Mark probably... Yeah, because Mark can just be up against like a 7 of hearts.
Mark's never betting.
Yeah, and Dar's feeling very smug about his king deuce suited fold now. But yeah, as I said there, it might beg the question why call with the King Deuce suited, but King Deuce suited obviously can flop very good flush draws.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily come that kind of scary King High board. There's a lot of ways Dara can win a lot of boards where Dara can hang on in there, getting a discount in the big. So I think it's really good discipline to find that fold. A lot of people wouldn't.
Yeah, that's good. Afternoon, Mickey. Mickey Spillane. Evening, Tower and David in the Twitch chat.
How's it going, Michael? I hope you and your wife are tuning in.
Yes. Oh, Paul as well. I think Mickey was in Madrid, wasn't he, for the final MPN?
He was.
A lot of people were.
He certainly was.
Queens for Christian.
Yeah, I have to say, fantastic event there, the last ever MPN.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we here at Unibet can convert some of their faithful, because I think Unibet really replicate a similar tour experience. Those 4 stops, you're getting treated to 4-star accommodation, if not better. Okay, the buy-ins double for the main, but the rest of it's all very similar, and I think it can probably appeal to the same market. So I'm very sad to lose MPN. It was definitely my second tour. I do hope that I'll see some of those people that I got so used to playing against on the Unibet tour now going forward.
$865. Is there any more any more suits in the deck?
Well, Darrell Kearney with the nut flush draw.
Yeah.
And a couple of overs. Jerome with his 8-4 has a kind of gutter to the bad end and top pair. Funky amount of value. Christian has the queens with the queen of hearts. Looks like he's going to continuation bet here. Patrick probably has to throw away the deuces.
Dara will call.
Yeah, must call spot for Dara here, drawing to, well, it's not the nuts when the 5, 6 and 8 of hearts are all out there. Obviously there's some straight flush possibilities, but in most worlds he is drawn to the nuts. He also might be good with an ace or a 10. We know an ace would be good, 10 wouldn't be in this instance.
Jack of spades rolls out on the turn.
Yeah, and you could see the brakes get thrown on. Queens might feel like it's maybe more prudent. Dara can definitely in the small blind have suited hands here, and if he does, he's continuing, he's probably got the best hand. Dara getting way too good a price here. So let's see if we find an action card on the river. No, I thought it was red, but it's the Jack of diamonds. So now Dara's hand basically shrivels to nothing and he has to just surrender.
Yep. Queen's
happy to check it back down there. I'm surprised actually, given how the hand played out, Queens didn't go for a little bit of thin value come the river. But well played hand by both players. Obviously Dara could have won a big pot there had he spiked. So Dara joking there on Twitter how if you want to watch an old nit fold for 2 hours, come join the stream if that's your thing.
Is that what he's put
I think
on Twitter?
Literally from the moment that he put that out there, he's played almost every hand. So I think he's just he's trolling the audience.
Good lad. Sending out the Twitter handle and the Twitch.
Yeah.
And if you're on Twitch, Dublin Poker Festival.
That's it. In fairness, Dara had been fairly quiet for the first maybe, I don't know, level or so on the stream. Card distribution was not kind, but since then we've seen him play lots of hands. So action round to the cut-off now. King 7, probably going in the muck here, and Dara will be lurking behind now on the button. I assume Dara has quite a wide button opening range here. 9-7 suited looks pretty. Like this one.
We like the one gappers.
Love the one gappers, especially the suited ones. So Dara always one for the min raise here. I'm assuming he's going to 24. Indeed he does. And gives a great price to the big blind here, Andre, with the 5-3, but that's okay. Dara's happy to play the streets. A bit of board coverage here for Dara. He can represent some of the high cards. He's got the middly ones. Well, that's a pretty nice flop for the 9-7
this time.
So 3 of spades in Andre's hand. He's also got the 8 to make a bad straight. So I don't know. Well, it doesn't feel like enough to hang around, but it might be just enough. Dara pretty happy with that flop. I know it's all monochrome, but it's hard to make 2 pair.
Yeah, better 3,000 than a call.
Hard to make 1 pair.
It is.
I suppose another spade would probably slow the action down. Dara's not going to be barreling away.
No,
Oh, and there it is.
There it is.
But then Andre doesn't know he's good here. Dara's going to almost certainly check back. I don't think Dara will ever turn his hand into a bluff in this spot. It's actually just far, far, far too likely that that Andre has an 8, which has made a straight, or he has a flush card, which has made a flush. So it's a bit disappointing for Dara having 2 pair, but he's made sure that he's lost the absolute minimum, just the min raise pre for 24 and 3k bet, and didn't give a single other chip away. So
12 minutes to go until we get into another exciting level that I've not played live.
7-14.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an epic level.
I've seen it online, obviously, but not done it live.
It's one of the great levels.
And after 7:14, a 60-minute dinner break.
Then it goes to 7:70, 15:40. Yeah.
111 sat down playing on day 1A, so good numbers for day 1A. I think David Early-Door said around about 120 to 130 will be the perfect number, and it looks like it's going to be very close.
Yeah, it always felt like 120 was looming. Hard to imagine people regging too much later than Big Blind 2K. It's going to be said. I think we will see a few people come in after the dinner break. That's a natural time for someone to come in. But if you bust after that, it's far more likely you'll just come back tomorrow, isn't it? So I think at that point we'll see it stop. Where on the other hand, tomorrow I think we'll just keep having the re-entries going all through that session.
Yeah.
We'll have people coming in on every level.
5-4 king, 2 hearts.
Yeah, Jerome's got the gutter there and the over.
Oh, that's top pair.
Seems like a reasonable hand to bet actually on the button. If you check this one back, kind of hoping to hang on, there's just too many ways the board can get ugly on you. Mark's going nowhere here with the king jack. I can't see him going anywhere even by the river, to be honest. So Mark's just in sticky mode, although hearts is a bit ugly. Jerome, hard to believe he'll fire again here. The 6-7 got there, the hearts got there.
And the
Queen on the river.
Queen, the clubs on the river.
Mark maybe go for some thin value here. There could be some Queen X in his opponent's range that would have fired flop. He can maybe target those for a 4 or 5k bet.
That's exactly what he's done.
And Jerome just can't really do anything here.
Making himself look a little bit stronger than he actually is. And eventually we'll get out of the way.
Nicely played, Mark Buckley. Mark has been a regular on the Irish poker scene for as long as I can remember as well. I befriended him early on in my live poker career here in Ireland. Always once played the UK IPTs and any Irish festival that came along, and obviously then went further afield. I know he lived in Barcelona for a while.
Nice.
He played some tournaments abroad too. Yeah, we've got about 40 minutes now until the dinner break. So you guys will have an hour You can rest your weary ears.
Absolutely. Stick Emmerdale on, see what's happening.
That's it.
I have to watch it on catch up when we're finished tonight. Do you relax with TV or not?
I don't have TV channels anymore. I haven't had TV channels for about 5 or 6 years, but I use the internet to watch TV for sure. Yeah. So yeah, YouTube or Amazon, Netflix, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of choice nowadays, isn't there?
Yeah.
A lot of choice.
But yeah, I haven't had a terrestrial television set since, I don't know, 2013 or 14.
Okay.
Tara O'Carney looking to get jiggy here. We don't know his holdings yet.
Christian's raised to 3,000.
Looks like he's just flatted. Although he has not. Oh, he has just flatted the aces.
Look at
you
this!
trapping motherfucker! You dirty
How
dog!
Has he done this?
Oh, you dirty dog! So he's flat. So under the gun's opened. Obviously a strong range. There hasn't been a squeezy table yet. Dara just had a sense. Andre's going to squeeze here, and Christian's probably going to call, and then Dara can back raise. This is so sick. Oh, this is so sick. You dirty dog, O'Carney. You dirty dog.
That's not just it's Andre 3-best to 8 and a call from Christian with a 9s.
Look at this, bang, bang, bang. Okay, so we're back to the business cards now. 9s, aces, kings. Here we go. Christian does call. Now Dara has the option to back raise. It's just going to be carnage, because when he back raises here, it looks like he's got jacks.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he's got the aces.
He's going to 4-bet to 20.
How much is he going to? So he's going to go to what, like maybe like 18, 19? He can afford to be a bit adventurous here, 22. He can afford to throw out a bit of rope because he has the actual aces.
There's it's all in.
All in
with
from Andre.
Cowboys.
Well, Christian knows that one of them's got something, so he can get out of the way now. O'Carney, snap Ola.
How has he
Hold! The impartiality has gone out the window here in the commentary box. I have 7% of this flip.
How has he done that?
Oh, it's fantastic poker. Dara O'Carney, you dirty dog.
The trap with the
No Django's. No Django. No Django. No Django. Well, regardless of the outcome, this has been absolutely phenomenal from O'Carney. Somehow sets the trap. Cheeky little flat. Well, that's added some outs. It's added outs. Doubled the outs.
He's added the outs. No queen.
Don't do it, Taylor.
Boom!
Boom! Oh, O'Carney, you dirty dog.
Wow.
Go on, let's get a little cheeky smile from O'Carney. We might
That'll be in the vlog.
Twitch clip.
Yeah, that will be in the vlog.
Now, I will say something. I am pretty well known for my dirty little flats of that nature. O'Carney, I haven't seen him do it quite so often. Obviously a little bit more selective with his moments. I do wonder if he picked something up off anyone to his left.
He might have been watching you on YouTube for the old flat with the aces.
I'm sure I've done it a couple of times, but yeah, it isn't something I would naturally associate as much with Dara, but what immense timing he just had right there. Absolutely clinical. Dara O'Carney stacking up heaps of chips now. He was already one of the chip leaders at the table.
So that's well over 250,000, isn't it?
I would guess it's about that number. Yeah, I would say it's pretty close to that. Maybe a little less, maybe 240, 250. I think you're probably in the region. I think our villain had 90 there, and Dara probably had 130, and there was a bit of juice in there from the 9s. So maybe 230, 235. Well, short stack ninja, ICM maestro, now trapper O'Carney. And he nonchalantly takes a walk with his iPad.
Yeah, it said he got 244,000. They got rid of the Jack 8. And they went to write the headline, "The day I trapped Andre."
Yeah, poor Andre, you got to feel sorry for him there. You would not see you would absolutely assume that your kings were good there.
Absolutely.
I think you would think that O'Carney's flatted a hand like ace king to the under the gun open, which wouldn't be unusual, and then he's decided, okay, well, I'll spring my trap now. So, in that spot you're going to be 65, 70%. Or you think he's got jacks and you're absolutely golden.
Yeah.
There hasn't even been a particularly strong squeezing dynamic at this table, so absolutely killer instincts from O'Carney. I do wonder if he picked up something. I'm going to have to ask him. You were quite right. I'm sorry. I questioned your maths there, Tower, on whether O'Carney was around the 250 mark. He's just shy of 250.
Mick the Mod has done the clipping on Twitch.
Excellent stuff. Thank you very much. We'll try and get that clip viral.
King Queen off for Jerome, raises to 3,000. Mark O'Bucko looks down at the Ace Queen suited.
Yeah, I would expect a 3-bet from Mark here. And Mark's sizings tend to be on the slightly bigger side. He's in position this time, so it's gone a bit smaller. He's gone 81, so we've seen that larger sizing to almost 4x the initial open when he's out of position. In position now, he's gone for a more 2.5. Tempting to call here if you're Jerome. He won't know he's dominated. You would certainly feel like King Queen suited was compulsory.
Yeah.
Tight fold, but a good fold in this instance.
We can see it's a good fold.
Yeah. So Mark Buckley, 35% pre-flop raise. He really is driving the aggression of this table. But then we see Darragh O'Carney, who I want to point out was right at the bottom of that chart after about 40 minutes. He had an 8% VP. Is now one of the most aggressive out there. Well, as you can see, it's all about well-timed aggression, and wow, did Darragh time it well there a moment ago.
It certainly did. And apparently it's already on Twitter. We'll have to try and find. I don't know what it's under on Twitter, whether it's Dara or Mick the Mod, or Miko number 1. He's posted it on Twitter apparently. Tell us where it is. Tagged Dara into it.
He has tagged Dara. If he's tagged Dara, then Dara will almost certainly retweet it at some point soon, so we'll be able to find it then. So in real time, these boys are now going on a break. 111, Nelson, entrance in the tournament, 81 remain.
You'll remember David Shepherd doing the old dance.
You have to get on one leg, yeah. Always have to get on one foot. It's too unlucky not to.
What was it about?
So 111, 111 looks like the 3 wickets with no bails on.
I remember the Shep jumping up and down.
Dickie Bird used to as well.
Did he?
Yeah. Cricket banter at an Irish poker tournament.
So the last level after this hand, then the blinds are going to be the exciting 700, 1400 with a 14 big blind ante.
Love it.
30 minutes until the end of the session. $30 minutes to go until the end of the session. David Lappin just nipped out to see Dara on what is happening. I just nipped out to see somebody. I'm running across the room with him. Fair sprinting. Must somebody owe him money. And the Piano Cat's tweeted it as well. It'll go viral, I'm sure. The boots are out again. And this time, Olivier's calling. Or is that a raise? That's definitely a raise. It's a 3-bet to 20,000. That's enormous. How to get rid of all your customers? 3-bet to 20,000. 7x. Maybe you didn't want to lose with them. Queens for Patrick. Raising it up to 3,000.
So I did a bit of roving reporting.
Good lad.
Trying to get a few chip counts of all the guys going to dinner.
Excellent.
I can report Annette O'Carroll may be one of the chip leaders in the tournament, 295k.
Nice.
She's been taking young pups out by the roots. Adrian NMP fan has 160. Nick Newport 140, who we saw on the feature table earlier. Cahill Shine 100.
The tweet is out there for the world to see.
We can find it, can we?
It's there.
Great stuff.
Piano Cat decided to retweet.
Thank you, Piano.
Dark Angel says, fantastic about Annette. What's happened?
Annette O'Carroll has 295k. Chip leader. Well, maybe
chip leader.
among the chip leaders, I imagine.
Good evening, Night Shopper. And Elron 66 waves at everybody. We'll wave back. You can't see us, but we are waving. We're waving, honest.
I didn't wave.
Hope everybody is well. This evening's entertainment live from Dublin, the Dublin Poker Festival and the European Deepstack Day 1-8. Live stream finishes around 12:30 in the morning. 60 bigs as short stack Patrick without the K, and 85 bigs Patrick with the K. Around about 7:10. We head off for the 60-minute dinner break. So, 700, 1400 of the blinds. Don't see too many tournaments on the Deepstack with 20 levels of day ones to play. just wandering around aimlessly taking pictures and tweeting and texting and...
I know, it's like... yeah, everyone's just having the chats.
Yeah.
So Bucko with the ace-8 suited. Battle of the suited aces here. Mark made 3-bet here. No, just a call. Patrick with the king 3, does he call as well?
Yeah, he does, brings along the king 3.
Okay.
Oh, did he fold? Yeah, he got out of the way.
No,
he folded. I thought his cards were in there, but that's his name tag. Queen 9 deuce. Oh. Check, check. 4 of spades on the turn.
Mark pretty much drawing dead now.
Mm-hmm.
Four of spades seals it. Reckon Jerome go for some value here, and hard for Mark to call in this spot.
Yeah.
To the delay c-bet. Looks like he might look him up for 1 street.
Yeah, he has done. Drawing dead.
Drawing dead, just trying to hang on with ace high, really. And
just the nuts. Well, the nut flush. Proverbially the nuts. Probably 3-5 of spades in play.
Yeah, I think Jerome's going to look for about another, I don't know, 7 or 8k. He's probably put Mark on a hand like pocket 8s, or maybe a hand like 9-8, 9-7 suited. That kind of thing makes sense. So he's targeting that. Obviously we can see here Mark's a lot weaker than that. Well, I hope Mark's not getting ideas here, because he doesn't really have a calling hand anymore. So he might make a move. It would be a very ill-timed move if he did. I hope for his sake he thinks better of it. Trying to get a physical read here. No, no, look at this. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Is this going to be a raise? Oh no, it's a call.
Cool.
So bit of
with ace
ill-timed heroics from Mark. He's going to at least get the value and show him how light he called him down. He doesn't want to get bluffed the next time.
Yeah, sometimes we can call to see what his opponent's playing with.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep from Mark there, but
nice one, Cole. Okay, I'm off. Got a weekly poker game, final game, and in 3rd place. See you guys tomorrow, says Cole Parish. Nice one, Cole. Enjoy your evening.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, Carl.
We're back again tomorrow from 12:30. Full 12 hours of live streaming from the Dublin Poker Festival's European Deepstack.
Yeah, and I can say that Darragh O'Kearney will be joining you for at least a good few hours of tomorrow.
Excellent. Looking good to be bagging up to tonight.
Yeah, hopefully he bags up a big stack, and then he'll really enjoy his kind of day of commentary, just sitting back on his huge stack. That'd be nice. While I go and sweat it out tomorrow. Probably fire 4 bullets. Getting a bad humour. Although that 4th bullet's very lucky. You sometimes get half your money back off that 4th bullet. Patrick folds the ace-5 suited under the gun. Action round to Darragh here, who opens the king-queen suited. Oh, sorry, it was actually a limp from Patrick under the gun. I apologise. Ace-5 suited just limped in. So Darragh again targeting Patrick. He's made it 55. We've seen him do this before.
Flop time. Where's that flop? Where's the flop?
Yeah, I'm a little confused by what's going on right now. Is the action maybe...
The action's on first to act under the gun. There is a flop. And the of ace 3-4.
So the ace 5 is actually flopped superbly well. Yeah. But it's a board that Dara can represent. He obviously blocks ace king and ace queen. So it's a board that he's happy to fire out on.
So this will be a check call.
Yeah, you would think.
And now the handbrake will come on.
I think that is a very good read of what's going to take place here. Although that king could...
Well,
that definitely slows Dara down anyway, because Dara now feels as though, well, he has... if he is up against like a pocket sixes or pocket sevens, he can win. So he just wins too often. And see what the river brings. Repairs the 4, so... It'll be interesting now. I assume Patrick's going to lead out here. He's probably going to fire a small bet.
Yeah, it makes it...
Because he's playing the king anyway, so he's not worried about kickers anymore.
8 to 9k might get a call.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. I think Dara will read the situation correctly. It's a spot where, okay, diamonds have missed. That's what he's... that's your best case scenario. But really in this spot, any ace is happy to lead this river, and Dara knows it because it plays the king. Oh, it looks like Dara is going to look him up, unfortunately.
They're not all in, that is for sure.
Just...
don't know what happened there. Better 12.
Yeah, so Dara obviously just a little bit suspicious, maybe given what he's seen before.
Yeah.
That diamonds were a possibility, maybe turning pocket sixes or sevens into a bluff was a possibility. Dara obviously has the nut king, so... yeah, it's a bit of a tricky one. I think that's a really close one. I think Dara's probably, worked that one out in his head and thought it's probably not much of a mistake to do either. Good tune.
Beautiful tune.
So...
Just over 15 minutes until the end of the session. And then a 60-minute break and back for more fun round about 8:10 in the evening.
I still haven't found that hand. Where did you say you could get it?
It was on. It was... just flick that round. Is the Twitch open?
No.
All right.
Oh, I think I found it. It was as a reply.
I was a reply. I see. Oh, on your back and on your legs. So under the gun, Olivier is going to raise it up. Raises to 3. Jerome calls in seat number 1. Mark calls with the suited connectors. So we come in on the button, and Patrick is obliged to be calling with Jack 5 on the big blind. So 5 to the flop. And a flop of 4, 3, 9. So we flop a set, Jerome. Jerome flops a set. It's checked all the way around to see one who also checks.
Yeah, and Bucco's going to be interested here, open-ended. He's also got the backdoor flush draw, no harm. I'd be surprised if he betted himself, actually, and then he's going to bet himself. So... Jerome can raise it here. or he can let a safe one peel off when it gets round to him. It's hard to imagine anyone else getting involved. It did take quite a while to see Patrick muck his hand. Olivier folds quick. And now Jerome. So here's where it gets interesting. Do you raise here? Or do you flat here and set the trap? Gotta remember that Mark has been willing to bet into 4 other players, so he's probably legit. Wow, and Mark has hit his hand.
7 of diamonds hits bingo from Bucko.
Gin card for Bucko here. Question is, obviously those 8 outs to make a boat loom. There's no way Jerome's going anywhere, and there's no way Mark is going anywhere. So a lot of chips are going to go into this pot, and 76% of the time they're going to go to Bucko.
Not 16, is it? 16,000.
Now, Bucko 16,079 behind. Out of position, Jerome now may feel like he has to do his own betting. And that makes sense, because if he just calls here and checks river, Mark can check back a lot, and he doesn't want that to happen when he's got a hand as strong as 3s. So I think we're actually going to see a raise here a lot of the time. Yeah.
Looks like a raise to me.
Yeah, and that raise pretty much commits Mark. So Mark's just going to take a few seconds, stick it
40,000.
And now we're going to be looking at those outs in the top right hand of the screen. The 9s, the 7s, the 4s. That case 3. That's what Girona is going to need to put a very bad beat on Mark. Now, obviously a little bit of posturing now. Not too much now, Marky. You don't want to give it away.
No. Well, it's just cold.
It's just cold. Well, okay, there's another 50 behind. I think I might have been keen to just get the rest of it in there. I don't think anything else can happen.
It does not pair up.
No, in fact, Mark's made a 7 card straight now.
He's got the lot. All in and a call. I've got the lot. I've got a 7 card straight. It wins everything.
Huge puff for the book.
Yeah. And Jerome, we think, has been eliminated. They're just going to check the stacks. They are checking the stacks.
So Mark Buckley, 220k now. Himself and Darrow Carney are bossing this feature table.
Yeah, it looks like C1 is Jerome is down to 40,028 base.
Well, they do say cream rises to the top. Mark Buckley, Darrow Carney, stars of this feature table. The 2 Irish boys on it. It's got to be said, pretty eclectic table of Euros.
Just telling the guys they're moving tables during the break in 10 minutes time. Big hand for Bucko.
They do say in Irish poker circles, do not bleep with the book. Well,
that is true. I've heard that said in many a bar.
And now we know why.
Heading towards that break, as we've just been told, 10 minutes to go. 111 entries into day 1A.
O'Carney with the cheeky 9-10 suited here under the gun. Perfect hand to balance out your under the gun opening range. You want to be opening maybe ace jacks, your suited aces, and then it's fun for a bit of board coverage. It's fun to throw in these 8, 9, 9, 10 suited hands as well.
We like these cards.
Bucko, ace 5. Okay, is that a 3-bet? No, just a flat. Okay. Well, Mark's got some new chips to play with. It's probably a better 3-bet than it is a flat, but you know what? Let's play some poker.
Like it.
So
the big blind does not defend. So we go heads up to the flop.
Two of Irish finest going at it.
King, Queen, 3 is the flop.
Decent flop for Dara to c-bet on here. He's got a gutter. He's got those diamonds working for him. King and Queen, X-hands hit him pretty hard here when he opens from early position. Ace, Kings, Ace, Queens all in there. So I think we're going to see Dara fire out a 3k bet of sorts. Mark Buckley going to find it very hard to continue really with this Ace-5, I would have thought.
That wins.
And yeah, just 2.5k does the job for Dara. So Dara, for the minimum risk, getting the maximum reward.
Well, the music is blurting out. A good old blast from the past. So another great session coming to an end. Dara and Bucko, ship leaders, will be in the top 10 stacks in the room, won't he? You reckon?
Yeah, I would have thought so. Yeah, as I said, that Neto Carroll stack was the big. See his exact hand. This is pretty sick. Oh wow, that is absolute poonage. That is absolute poonage right there. That is the sickest, thinnest value bet from O'Carney. Dara won't know how thin he got called, but he literally pipping the guy, and he manages to get another chunky bet. Nicely done, sir. These guys have history. Remember, this time yesterday they were battling it out heads up for the evening warm-up championship. Patrick actually knocked Dara out of that one very early on when they got it all in with jacks. Dara's jacks against Patrick's bad ace.
And that is it.
Well, is it though? Look at Patrick. He's not going anywhere. Wow,
Patrick calls.
Patrick has snapped him off with the King 10. Well,
Patrick calls with the King High.
I really like Dara's awareness to throw out a bet there. Patrick really. I'm trying to think of too many bluffs in Dara's range, and obviously he found one. But yeah, these two boys going at it here. Dara quick to make his getaway now, maximise the dinner break. Patrick, this is a very entertaining 2 hours of play. Lovely being with you, sir, as well.
Thank you very much, young man.
I will join you again later, but I don't know if I'll be back for the next phase. I might be a little late.
David, you're an absolute gent. We will see you back in 60.